audience at home. Thank you. Thank you.
He whakamārama tāku, just to explain, the reason why we have karakia is part of what the council does, and of course what we as a community do, and that's the pre-sale gathering. So what I'm about to say is it's perfectly okay, but it's going to be in the Māori language, and of course, depending on how things go today, we'll close with the karakia as well. Nō reira, mi inoi tātou, let us pray. Hei mua koe a mātou I ho wā, hei tūtuhi a mātou mahi katoa. Ko koe anō hoki ai whakakahi a mātou kia whakarore ai koe a mātou mahi katoa. He mea tīmata, he mea mahi, he mea tohu whakapainga I nei ngā tāngata kua tai mai tēnei wā I rungi te karanga o tēnei kaupapa mō tēnei hui. He inoi tēnei ki a koe I roto ti ngō tautamu I karaiti. Āmine. Kia ora.
Thank you, Mr. Tupera. I acknowledge the Mayor at the meeting. Thank you for being here. Councillor Akahata Brown and Councillor Robinson, who are attending but are not formal members of the Regional Land Transport Committee, and we have Councillor Hughes sitting down. The process today, because this is the Regional Land Transport Plan and the Regional NZTA Whakatohia have a substantial role in the decision making around the dollars that go into our Regional Land Transport Plan. So we can't make decisions, but we will listen to your submission to the Regional Land Transport Plan, and in conjunction with council officers, we will take that material back to our first meeting of the Regional Land Transport Committee with Whakatohia and see what changes we can make. But we are still waiting for official guidance from NZTA as to the formal sum of money towards the Gisborne District Council plan, and we won't have that until for another month. So it's not that we are disrespectful of the information that you bring to us today, but I just need to make it clear there is a process that we are working through, and so we welcome your submissions. Thank you. The submitters are going to come to the front, and you may bring two or three people with you, and you have 10 minutes to speak and to take questions. Those around the table, and we have representatives from industry, from the police, Maori, Colleen, thank you, Ms. Herbert, representing the disabled people. And I understand one of our heavy truck industry representatives on the committee is coming. I can actually see him walking up the path. So our committee the Regional Land Transport Committee does have representatives of our community and of industry at the table when we make decisions. Although they do not have voting rights, this council has retained those positions on the Regional Land Transport Committee. Is there a place? Yes, there is. Thank you very much, Mr. Weatherall, just here. So we'll just wait for Mr. Weatherall to join the meeting, and then we will invite the first submitters, which is Federated Farmers. Thank you very much, to come forward. Or maybe you could be coming forward because we are conscious we've got a whole day. So Federated Farmers like to come up. Thank you. Thank you very much. Toby is President of Federated Farmers Gisborne Wairoa Branch. Thank you to you and your team for presenting today. You may sit or stand, whichever you're comfortable with, and the microphone will pick up all of your voices. So thank you for being here.
Thank you, Councillor Seymour. As Pat has said, my name is Toby Williams. I am a local farmer and the current President of Federated Farmers Gisborne Wairoa. With me today, we've got Debbie Bidlake, who's one of our senior policy analysts, and Charlie Reynolds, who's our immediate past president of Federated Farmers and also our local farmer on the other side of town. We appreciate the opportunity to speak with the committee today for hearings for this Land Transport Forum. We understand we've only got 5 minutes to speak and then 5 minutes of questions, so hopefully we can get our points across clearly. We appreciate that the council has a limited pool of money to spend on a large network of local roads. Local roads are not the most economically important or viable or frequently used roads. However, they are critical to those of us who live on them. We get, rural people still need to get the kids to town for school, so for sports, for our groceries, for medical reasons, and for things like that. Our employees come to and from work on these roads. They enable us to attend essential services, as I said, of medical things and other opportunities in town. They enable us to get our products to market, whether it's sheep, beef, fruit, or any of the other things wool we need to send into market. These are what our roads are used for. They're also our escape routes in natural disasters. We had a representation of a couple of months ago of a tsunami, and rural people had to get out quickly and respond to those things. They're also our emergency vehicle access points. If we have a major fire or a major disaster, they are our lifelines as rural people to be able to get in and out safely and as quickly as we can. Currently, we're doing damage. I think Charlie's got some representation of damage to our roads. I think many of you would have, if you've travelled on any of our rural roads recently, any of the unsealed roads and sealed roads, you've found that the state of them is poor. We had a lot of funding from the government with the PGF, which was really appreciated, but for us, it's been a bit of a band-aid on, an ever-growing problem. Charlie, have you got some things? No?
Well, the principle wouldn't work. I do have some photos, and I probably emailed out to Debbie to you guys some photos. One of the ones at the moment is got one of the forestry blocks at the end of the road, so is unloading 400mm stone in my wool shed, and then using a 40-ton rock truck to go from my wool shed 4.5 k's up to the logging road, because the bulk units can't get up the hill. So it states how bad our road is getting. That part of the road actually was sealed by the council around 25 years ago. When logging started, it was deemed by someone within council just to let that road revert. So now it's gets quite dangerous, especially in the wet. Some logging operations actually cease on that road when it's too wet, because the trucks will just literally slide the cliff.
So I guess the point that Charlie is making is this is what happens when you let roads further degrade, and the suggestion is that we let some local roads, the seal degrade down to metal, and this is what happens. So we accept that the council needs to change how roads are managed, but we don't accept that this means that they need to allow them to further decline. We're in this situation because of historical mismanagement and chronic underinvestment, and council has actually admitted that in the draft plan. The solution isn't to ask our rural people to buy 4x4s and accept higher safety and access risks. It's to manage the assets properly. And we do wonder how the council can in good conscience talk about letting some local roads deteriorate further while stating, and this is all in the draft plan, that 54% of Gisborne's roads are already unsealed, 33% of sealed roads are nearing end of life, 67% of Gisborne's roads are narrower than minimum road width safety recommendations, unforgiving road infrastructure, and this includes meandering alignments, unsealed roads, and poor condition and maintenance is causing unacceptable levels of death and serious injury. That's all in the draft plan. We know Gisborne's rural ratepayers deserve better, not worse roads. You don't create inequities between rural and urban people. Our kids deserve to get to school safely. We understand that, and this is in the infrastructure strategy, that the council estimates it needs an extra 160 million capital and operational costs combined than what they've forecast in the LTP to properly maintain Gisborne's roads. We question whether changes in the way that it manages the road budget, and we're talking about inefficiencies here, could substantially reduce the amount needed to properly maintain roads. And I'd like to call on Toby to talk about some of the things that he's witnessed.
Oh, yeah, so, okay, I rode at home, we live at Christopher Road, just at Puawa. You've got guys down to come up and they put some white lines around the pieces of the road that need to be repaired. 6 months later, someone else can put some yellow paint on the same areas. And another 3 months, someone else can put some red paint on the same areas. You know, it's just, you guys, the roading engineers are looking at these issues, but there seems to be a lack of desire to actually get on and get these things repaired. I'd also like to bring out the fact that driver's license affordability and access for our rural communities is really poor. Most of us are aware that we have employment issues within our region. We've got a very broad, very large area of road, you know, people live all over the place, and some of our younger people who are willing to undertake employment are unable to do so because there is a lack of access through to affordable driver's license training, and also driver's training, and things. It'd be nice to see if we could have more support lent up into our regions in this area to help get these people so they can get to work. You know, because the jobs aren't necessarily up the coast. There might be somewhere else on the coast, but at the moment we've got young guys who are driving illegally to do it, you know, which is putting them at risk and their future livelihoods at risk. Very quickly into forestry here now. The regional long-term plan states an astonishing 69% of the roading maintenance and renewal budget for 2019-2020 was spent on our forestry roads. Unless the council properly addresses the impacts of this forestry, we will continue to have unsustainable budget use in this area. We want to see some more preventative asset management. I've talked of my personal submission, and we have about identifying our really critical infrastructure roads that we should be removing or limiting the amount of winter logging or severe weather logging on these roads. Quite often we found, especially up the coast of West Tauti Parai and Mata roads, are very heavily used. Significant rainstorms come through in winter, the logs don't stop, they still need to keep coming to port. However, the council will go up and do a great job repairing them. Only for 2 weeks later, another storm to come through, we found that we're in the same thing again. The forestry industry is well supported by central government. It shouldn't be an economic priority for the council. It shouldn't be an economic priority for the council that, you know, its long-term plan to have to fund this on its own. Does anybody have any questions for us?
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you. Councillor Birdy.
Madam Chair, good submission, but what's the answer?
Well, like I said, I'm a big proponent of, for the forestry roads, we've got to limit the amount, you know, of when we're harvesting to put on the consent processes, saying that, you know, especially in the winter, limiting, you know, the amount that can happen on there. Or the proposal I put forward was that we relinquish the maintenance of these roads through to those forestry companies. If they want to use them, it's their responsibility to maintain them to a high standard. We already know, if you go into those forests, their roads are impeccable, they're brilliant.
Yeah,
As soon as you go onto our council's owned roads, that's where the degradation is, because the forestry companies know if they want to get their logs out, they need to have good quality roads. Our council know this, and the council staff know this. However, the funding isn't there to do it. Many years ago, when these forests were planted, the roads were used for stock truck transport and for wool and things like that coming out. They were never designed. Then that's not a criticism of the council. It's just a fact of life. So one of our proposals would be, yeah, is that we, you know, if it's possible, to put the maintenance back onto those guys so they can continue using them. For those forestry companies and forest owners chip in, you know, they're getting the high prices for the logs. They're the ones ultimately benefiting.
Can I jump in just for a second? In our submission, we have suggested that the council introduce bylaws to restrict or prohibit road use for winter harvesting in some areas. Now, we understand that there is some precedent for that. A bylaw has been introduced in Marlborough. I had an informal conversation with staff, and there were some concerns, I think, around Gisborne leading trailblazing for the country, because apparently Marlborough, although they introduced a bylaw, it hasn't actually relied on it yet. What I would say to that is that there's ample justification for Gisborne trailblazing in this area. It's all set out in the draft plan. You've got highly erodible soil, you've got steep topography, you've got whether you catch a tail end of cyclones, you've got a huge amount of forestry, and you've got a massive extent of unsealed local roads. So if it's going to fly, it'll fly in Gisborne. So grow some and give it a crack is what we'd say.
Thank you. Can I just see if there's any more questions? Are there any further questions in the room? Thank you. Councillor Worsnop.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask, so clearly there's a lot of farmers who are also foresters. Do you believe that in the event that council was to investigate it and ultimately implement restricting forestry over winter months, or I know it's somewhere else and maybe in your full, and somewhere in your submission I've read you suggest development contributions. Do you believe that farmers themselves, because we're proposing to include down to 20 hectares, within farms, farmers have to be prepared to pay that cost as well?
Question, Councillor Worsnop, because we're running over time.
Do you believe that farmers will be prepared to meet those costs as well?
Yeah, I think so. If you're harvesting, then definitely yes.
Any further questions? No, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, we're running over time, and this is the first submission of the day. You're coming back to us, aren't you, for another submission later?
In terms of what you've just told us, this is a huge commercial operation. Forestry is a big industry, and those people that operate in the winter are dependent entirely on getting in there and getting the logs out.
Thank you, Councillor Burdett. That's not a question.
What are you suggesting?
Well, it's either money over the safety of our kids.
Thanks very much. We'll see you back. Thanks. Thank you very much. Our second submitter this morning is Jason on behalf of the Gisborne Cycle and Walkway Trust. So thank you very much, Jason Lyon. Thank you, Federated Farmers. I'm sorry to rush you, but that's the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Kia ora. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all today at this RLTP hearing. My name is Jason Lyons and I'm speaking on behalf of the Gisborne Cycle and Walkway Trust. The Gisborne Cycle and Walkway Trust has defined strategic priorities which include developing shared walkways and cycleways within the region. As we only have 5 minutes, I'll be detailing our work and our strategic priorities in a public deposition at the next council meeting. I'm also available for further discussion if anyone would like to know more outside of the formalities. The Trust is supportive of the 30-year vision for a connected, safer, sustainable, resilient network, and we also applaud the spatial plan and setting out desired outcomes and targets for a carbon neutral region where everyone has the access to transport to get where they need to go and which is pedestrian and cycle friendly for all abilities. Now, as a noted investment partner, the Trust wants to ensure we are effective in how we support the Council in working towards their aspirations and commitments identified. This also connects with the government's Transport Outcomes Framework, which takes a strategic and integrated approach to transport. Active mode shift will contribute to achieving the outcomes and are particularly relevant in the goals of inclusive access, healthy and safe people, climate change and environmental sustainability. The Te Rāwhiti RLTP, access challenges for walking and cycling. GDC local share for 21-24 has a contribution of only $102,000. And let me repeat that. Local share investment for walking and cycling is $102,000, which for its intended purpose is for a Valley Road footpath extension. There is no other local share investment in the RLTP for 21-27. Also noted in the development and implementation of a network strategy which starts in 24-25. Now, sorry, but this is a long way off moving towards meeting any of our aspirations or even factoring in any government outcomes. This is not solving any problems for improved access to confidently use active modes, nor does it benefit our communities because the Council is not actually investing in walking and cycling network or planning a shift to active modes of transport. The investment model needs to change so we can actively accumulate tangible assets which will have a positive impact in our communities. The Trust are asking for the strategic walking and cycling network plan to be brought forward in the RLTP, and as a partner co-design this plan to establish key priorities for this network. By bringing this plan forward, we will then be in a position to attract and secure possible government funding. Without a strategy and a prioritisation, we will not be in a position to apply for any funding, and this includes Waka Kotahi. And potentially that will go for another 7 years if we do not plan now. The Trust, in partnership with the New Zealand Walking Access Commission, is requesting support in producing a tracks and trails strategy for the Tairāwhiti region. This will be a collaborative and consultative document to provide a voice for the region's aspirations and provide a regional prioritised strategy to again attract possible government funding, i.e. the PGF funding model. We are prepared to do the mahi and produce this stakeholder strategy document, but we do require some skin in the game from the council to produce this. A sum to the tune of 50K will be similar to other stakeholder investment would help produce this document. We feel if the council cannot be seen to support a regional strategy, then we are unlikely to receive any other form of funding streams, including central government. Nationally, the appetite for walking and cycling is well documented, especially with COVID opening the doors to what is possible. The uptake of e-bikes being superior to that of electric vehicles signifies the need to work on these networks. Tarahiru River Walkway, currently in its third LTP. We have the resources to drive this project and believe a staged approach can achieve this without the demands of attracting the upfront overall cost of the project. Like the Honour Beachfront pathway, as we progress with the strategic approach, this will only gather the support of the local community and may attract further funding opportunities to complete. Waka Kotahi advises this project still sits high on their priorities for funding investment, and as a region, we do not want to lose out on the community asset that will link all abilities on a safe and connected shared pathway around the city. The Trust also suggests a proactive approach on future roading projects to incorporate a walking and cycling lens that will help future-proof the region. The ability to assess and construct where necessary cycle and walkway options. As examples, these projects can be adopted at retrofitting of bridging work or new roading work. The Trust understands the limited resources available from the Council. That is why we are looking to drive these projects forward and support the Council as move towards the region's aspirations. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions, please? Super.
Thank you for your submission. Back in the day, there used to be a lot more kids riding bikes. We don't see that now. And you make the point in your submission regarding the issue of safety, particularly with the logging trucks and other vehicles. How can we, is it a case of really having a plan and having a commitment to that and constructing these cycleways alongside existing roads? Would that ensure safety? And the other question I have for you is, how do we get our people, that's everybody, I guess, to use those that kind of amenity, given the cost to install, say, a cycleway alongside of a road, say from the city and down to Kaiti Beach as an example?
Yeah, and that's a good question. At the moment, a lot of the, and we don't see a wide range of people, we get a lot of people using our current existing network, but we don't have the connections that actually connect fully through to the cities. So we miss out on a lot of opportunities, and there's a lot of articles or editorials that say there's not that many people using a lot of the networks that we do have. But our networks don't actually connect safely to a lot of the places and connect people, places, connections within the network itself already. So we need to actually provide that network. We do need a plan so that we can actually prioritize that and connect our existing trails to our city.
Thank you, Inspector Abrahama.
Thank you for the presentation. What are our families, children saying in this regard? Like, I mean, surveys, or, you know, is there a real appetite for this? Just from my colleague,
Yes.
Barney's question, you know, what does the community say? What are our people saying? What are our children saying? Because we are getting on bikes.
That's right. And I think COVID was a really good example to where it opened the possibilities of what our communities want to do and get out there and ride. Now, we had a regional, a strategic hui, and there is a big range of reasons why we need to invest and cycle. There's a lot more than just the connections of you know, the commuting. There is tourism, there is the health and well-being of our communities, there's the cultural experience, there's people, places, connections, there's connecting to the land. There is a huge appetite, and that was really visible at the regional hui from all communities. That's not just a one sector.
Councillor Worsnop.
Thank you. Just the public support through the written submissions was quite strong. Just having read all the other submissions, there's also quite a strong theme with regards to the stock banks cycleway. In terms of you know, your role, is that something that you would agree with, or in terms of priority, you believe that any funding available should go into the intercity linking current cycleways and walking track paths?
The stock banks has a huge benefit, not only for the tourism as we connect with the likes of the Riri Trail and the Motu Trail and potential other heartland trails for down south, but it also has the connecting of our communities. And again, through a prioritisation, I mean, that's already just about there. There's a lot of other opportunities in terms of that prioritisation that we can use around the city, incorporating that stock bank at the same time. Yeah.
Just to clarify, so you don't believe it's possible to prioritise one over the other?
Oh, absolutely. We can prioritise.
Which one?
Well, it all depends on, I guess, it's not for me just to say personally. As I say, it's involving more than just one person for the prioritisation of what's right for the city. Yeah. I'm also speaking to a regional cycle walkway plan for Uawa and the LTP hearing.
There are no further questions. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a copy of what you wrote today?
Yes, I can do.
Can you leave a copy with?
Yep.
Thank you very much. So is Ms. Gillian Ward here? Thank you for the Gisborne Rail Action Group. Thank you, Gillian. That is submission 319. Sorry, I mean, they are in order in our booklet, but submission 319. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Pat. Kia ora koutou katoa, ko
Can you
Gillian
just
Ward.
move this way a bit because you speak very quietly? And I'll stand. Here we go. You should pick up the voice.
Kia ora koutou katoa, ko Gillian Ward aho. I'm speaking to the Gisborne Rail Action Group submission. And just before I start, I want to comment on the summary of submissions, in which our written submission was unfortunately quite badly misrepresented. I've written an email to the District Council, and Kim assures me this will be fixed, but it hasn't been yet. So what you'll be looking at in your summary, just to comment on that, the first line in there is taken directly from the District Council submission to the Ministry of Transport regarding the New Zealand Rail Plan, commenting that the repair of the Wairoa to Gisborne rail is not mentioned in the New Zealand Rail Plan. I did reference that in our written submission, but that wasn't our main point, and so it's taken totally out of context. Our main submission, which is not mentioned in our
It appears on page 32 of our agenda, the full submission, so it's number 0319, as I just alluded to. And so we do have your full submission on page 32 of 128 in the smaller document, for those who've got that in front of them. Are you right?
Oh, there we go. Whoopsie. Thanks, Heather. Whoopsie. Run away. This is what our submission is about. Applauding the District Council and including in our draft regional land transport plan the project to repair and reinstate the Wairoa to Gisborne railway line, and noting the economic benefit of the railway line. There's no funding or commitment given along with this project, but that is to be expected because it's a national asset. It's appropriate to include this project in our regional land transport plan because in our Tairāwhiti 2050, the spatial plan includes as our aspirations for 2050 that we will be a carbon neutral region, there will be no deaths or serious injuries on the roads in Tairāwhiti, and we'll have alternative transport routes, and that could be rail to Hawke's Bay. It's also significant to include this project in our regional land transport plan because the Minister of Transport will take into account regional land transport plans when he approves the Rail Network Investment Programme. This is the next step following the release of the New Zealand Rail Plan, which was last week. The Rail Network Investment Plan will be a 3-year investment program for the rail network and will include a 10-year forecast. So having this project in our land transport plan indicates to Waka Kotahi that the rail line is important to us regionally. The Burl report on the feasibility of reopening the rail line has clearly stated the regional benefits. Our region will probably gain these benefits entirely for free through central government funding. The main economic driver for reinstating the rail line is the expansion of horticulture, with areas planted in apples, persimmons and kiwi fruit in particular expanding. And most of this fresh produce is being grown for export. There is sufficient demand for rail freight services at the moment for 5 trains a week, with more during the main produce season. And this freight tonnage is increasing. People sometimes state that the rail line was not used much, and that was prior to the storm damage, and that was true prior to 2011. However, 2 important things happened in 2011. Kiwi Rail, after being asked for many years by the horticultural industry, made the rail line able to accommodate the new configuration of the large 40-foot shipping containers. And the other thing was that Steve Weatherall was made the agent for Kiwi Rail regionally. So with those things in place, 2011 to 2012, Weatherall Transport Limited coordinated the transport of fresh produce by rail, loading the large 40-foot containers onto railway wagons. The produce was chilled overnight with generators set up between the pairs of containers. Kiwi Rail was actually not able to supply enough wagons or containers, which meant Weatherall Transport was also trucking produce. Currently, fresh produce from Gisborne is nearly all being moved by road in crates and curtain-sided trucks. There's some that's also loaded in crates onto coastal shipping, and this is mostly to Napier Port. Local pack houses would prefer to pack the produce into containers and transport these by rail directly to Napier. Some of the key points from our regional land transport plan and the strategic framework, we're looking at, for our 30-year vision, a safe, sustainable and resilient transport network. And for our economic performance, to explore alternatives to road transport. Rail can assist with these goals. State Highway 2 would be safer with fewer trucks. Even experienced drivers find State Highway 2 challenging. An alternative route would also add resilience. Every year, State Highway 2 is closed for slips for short periods. And to improve the economics of freighting fresh produce from Turanganui-a-Kiwa, we need to look at alternatives to roads. Rail freight is cheaper than road freight. The Climate Change Commission's draft report notes that more freight should be moved by rail. Reconnecting Gisborne by rail will bring excursion trains and will connect our rural communities. It's a comfortable way to travel and cheaper than air travel. To have rail connection restored would make Gisborne a more inviting place, allowing our region to attract people with the skills we need to move here to live and work. And just to finish off, remember that our rail construction period had a significant impact on this district. Initially, Gisborne had to campaign hard to be part of the rail construction effort. The railway line was challenging to construct, including many bridges and tunnels. It's well built and designed to last, given basic maintenance. The construction of the line also involved a huge investment locally from our labour force and included the death of 22 people in 1938 in a flood in the Waiau Valley. There's a monument at Kopuawhara as a memorial to this disaster, and I wrote a book about this story. It's so relevant and important for our region. In honour of the people who surveyed and designed and built this railway line, especially for those who died and their families, many of whom are still in Gisborne, the railway line should be appreciated as an asset and used again for the purpose that it was built for.
Thank you very much. Are there questions, please? Are there questions? Thank you, Councillor O'Brien.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I wasn't sure whether we could, but thank you, Gillian, and thank you again for all the work the Rail Action Group does. Aside from costs, which of course monetary, who's paying, what would you say is the barrier that continues to hold back this asset being used in region? We've heard lots of petitions and speaks to it, but what would you see are key barriers to why this continues to be a discussion and action-wise?
The cost is a hurdle. It needs investment from central government, but it's been well costed, and the engineering solutions are well understood. The benefits are massive for our region, and it wouldn't involve an investment from us locally. I think the government needs to direct Kiwi Rail to invest in this for our region, and there are many examples where Kiwi Rail has invested in similar examples nationally for similar reasons, for the economic benefit. In Northland, the horticultural development is just like in our region, needing the rail freight to move it to a deep water export container port. So Kiwi Rail are doing this in other regions, they need to do it here.
Thank you. Councillor Cranston.
Yeah, thanks, Ellen. You mentioned 5 trains a week horticultural potential going down to Napier. Is that based on 100% of the product going down there, or a percentage of the crop going down there?
No, not 100% of the crop does go towards Napier. It would be most of what heads towards Napier, but a lot of kiwi fruit, for example, head towards the Bay of Plenty. But yeah, most of what heads towards the Port of Napier could be containerised and carried by train.
Yeah, just for clarity, that 5 trains a week is based on what's going there at the moment.
Yes, and yes, that's right. And it's going to be increasing. There's many products as well as the horticultural. There's chilled lamb, processed timber, and many other opportunities.
No further questions? Then thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you, much appreciated. Thank you. Our next presenter is Mr. Clark, and it's submission 344, and Mr. Clark is going to zoom in, and Ms. Con will have that underway, I understand.
Tēnā koutou katoa. You're receiving.
Madam Chair, just while we're waiting for the connection, that bill report and any other reports relevant to the reinstatement or re-establishment of the rail link, are we able to obtain copies of that? Just maybe if the support staff could just make a note of that, even electronic copies would be helpful.
Yes,
I've not seen them
I'm
myself.
sure we'll bring that up afterwards. I think that's available online. Mr. Clark's with us, so welcome, Mr. Clark. And Mr. Clark's submission on behalf of the Te Rimu Trust is submission 344.
Page 9.
Page 9. Thank you, Councillor Francis.
Tēnā koutou katoa.
To start the presentation, we have your map up.
Oh, kia ora.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Not quite. We're just getting a sound effect improved. Can you try now, Mr. Clark?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, that's excellent. Right, we can hear you now too. Thank you. Feel free to. Is it going to go, Heather?
Yeah, kia ora. Kia ora koutou katoa. Just to give you a bit of background, Te Rere Trust is an au whenua trust that owns and manages 240 hectares of land next to and encompassing the Krakatūwhiro River, Te Araroa. We support the inclusion of coastal shipping utanga moana as an activity category in the Regional Land Transport Plan. Due to the specifics of our region's freight task and our isolated geography, there are opportunities for Tairāwhiti to look at beneficial coastal shipping activities as defined in the Section 5 Land Transport Management Act 2003. Coastal shipping could help our region with managing demand, pressure on our state highway network, reducing road safety risks from fewer truck trips, reducing negative environmental impacts, providing additional transport resilience and option value, improving intra-regional and inter-regional connectivity, and promoting regional development. In the regional LTP, Te Rere Trust would support more specifically on potential coastal shipping activities, including our proposal being added to the activities that the Gisborne District Council would advance over the upcoming LTP period between 2021 and 2031. Doing this will allow a stronger alignment with the government's transport policy direction and set out in the government policy statement on land transport 2021 to 2023, 30 and 31, GPS 2021, and put into effect by Waka Kotahi New Zealand Transport Agency. Improving freight connections to enable economic development is identified as one of the 4 key strategic priorities within the GPS. We recommend the Council considers including the LTP the potential for not just large-scale bulk and containerised coastal shipping activities, but also funded activities for coastal barging, feasible studies, research and business case development, coastal barging, build infrastructure, capital cost, and coastal barging operations and operational cost. We believe and can support the detailed analysis that such investment in coastal barging would help give the effects of the GPS 2021 objective to have coastal shipping play its part and move more freight on the Blue Highway. We would like our proposal for a coastal barging facility at Te Araroa near the mouth of the Krakatūwhiro River and for barging opportunities for the coastal freight to be considered as an alternative to roading. This may require further research and business case development to meet council and Waka Kotahi requirements. So that's just a summary of our submission, and I thought just to extend on our submission that we've put up a proposed conceptual design of the barging marine facility to one side of the Krakatūwhiro River. Basically, the bus had 3 barges. One will be loaded with logs, roughly 50 truckloads of logs per trip, and having 3 barges will mean one's been loaded while one's in transit, while one's been unloaded. There's been quite a bit of time and money spent on the logistics of barging as an alternative to roading, and there's quite some comprehensive reports out that are available for the council to view. Just stepping back a wee back in 2015, the previous government funded the first feasibility that the Te Rere Trust carried out, and that went through the process and came back with the economically very viable, and it also meant that the forest owners, landowners in this region improve their bottom line and their balance sheet. So there's a lot of the economics stacks up in terms of the activity being barged, and so we're now moving into the environmental status. But we can just go back to the barging marina. I just wonder if there's any questions from the floor on that we can answer as we go through.
Yes, certainly. Thank you, Mr. Clark. There's a question from Ms. Corrick. Thank you.
Tēnā koe, Richard. Thank you for your submission. We are all acutely aware of the haka that emanated from Te Araroa and Wharekāhika when Shane Jones suggested a blue highway. So what percentage roughly of your community would you say your submission represented?
Oh, we're just going through that. We're going through that process now. I think it's, it's inevitable that that there will be issues along the way, and that's part of the part of this type of development. One has to work through with the local community.
Thank you. And a question from Councillor Worsnott.
Hi, yes, thank you. I think my question is just around the fact that the project is described as being quite advanced in its plans and potentially shovel ready. And just with regards to that, it would be obviously incredibly valuable if it was able to be shown that there was support from the local Marae Rohe Moana Trust. And I just wondered if you were able to show evidence of that.
We had one hui last weekend, and that was sort of it wasn't well attended because it wasn't promoted very well by the local organisers. So Te Remu is taking on board to carry out its own lead in organising consultation with the local whānau hapu. Also, you must understand that Te Remu is a substantial landowner with 2 kilometres of foreshore, and we also are the whānau hapu from that area. So, with 2,000 beneficiaries, we do have some mana in the district. So, I mean, that's a question that's a process we're going through, and I really don't want to spend too much time on it at this.
There's another question from Councillor Cranston.
Yeah, thanks for that. You've indicated your preferred location, and we all know it's contentious. Are there other possible locations on the table?
Well, I think Wharekahika was on the table, but I think that's been well in the press, and it's been well documented that it's not now no longer the preferred site. I mean, if somebody else has got an alternative site, come forward. I mean, this is what it's all about, isn't it? To find out.
Thank you. Just for clarity, Mr. Clark, is that location land owned? You just mentioned you own the trust owns a substantial area. So that land where we're looking at this PowerPoint presentation on our screen now, that is land owned by the Te Remu Trust?
Yes, there's a pocket of land there that's actually Crown land. It's not all Te Remu. It's the old river mouth of the Krakatūwhero River. So there is a very small area, probably around about 3 to 4 hectares.
But the rest is Te Remu Trust land, is it?
Correct.
Thank you very much. So are there other questions on any other substance to the submission? No.
I just want to add that we have been approached by Crown Infrastructure Partners who are saying that this development.
Oh, no, you're back. Thank you. Feel free to continue to speak, Mr. Clark.
Yeah, well, I just want to take any questions from the.
Thank you. We lost you off the screen, but we've got you back. That's all. Thank you. As you probably weren't aware at the very beginning, we did make it clear that we're hearing these submissions today, but the Regional Land Transport Committee won't be making any recommendation on them until we sit down and meet with the Regional Land Transport representative from Whakakotahi, who is normally a member of this committee, and then there'll be subsequent discussion. So if there's no further questions. Oh, sorry, Councillor Akahara Brown has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Clark, for your submission. I just am interested to know if there's like a plan B in respect to opposition and considerations. We've just heard from the Rail Action Group respect to rail moving freight, etc. So would that be an option to support, or are there other plans afoot? I understand CIP have met with you, so is there a plan B?
Yeah, I think there's a suggestion from some of the locals of putting a railway line from Te Araroa to Gisborne, but I believe, I understand that they looked at it as a feasibility and did some costings, and we're up to 3.1 billion, and I don't think they got past Tiki. So, I mean, yeah, there's all sorts. Plan B, I guess that was Plan B.
Thank you very much.
You might know more. You might know more about it than me.
Thank you. We appreciate your submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kia
Thank
ora.
you. Our next submitter is Mr. Alan Hall. And his submission is number 351. Yeah, well, the draft is on, the council draft is on page 10 of 128. Hello. You can sit or stand, which is the suit.
Yeah, well, I'll have a go at standing. My voice might be better by then. How are you feeling? Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'm glad to be here and wish you well in your deliberations. I have in my submissions somewhat limited the submissions to the Kaiti proposed walk-in cycleway. But in general, I support the principle that a cycle walkway or ways should be extended across town so that students and members of the public can safely get from their home to town and school and return home safely. I think this has been about the third time that I've spoken about the cycle and walkways. I know that things take a long time and you're in putting things together, but it is important to move it along. I think, for instance, Wainui Road is a danger and I think an accident waiting to happen. Cyclists with a logging truck on their tail would mean that I could pose the question, no wonder people do not cycle. Evidence is that if you put in the infrastructure, it will be used. But committee chair and members, I do not support the view that new cycleways should rely on external funding only. That is no contribution from council. The land transport would pay the percentage. I think Manu Caddy, if some of you might remember him, he's now up at Ruatoria, I gather, we're helping to run quite a successful company using local initiative and expertise. He said, look, you made a commitment to climate change. This is a case where at least you can do something to deal with climate change. Climate change resolution is not just nice stuff, it has implications. Next point is the cycle walkway is an essential work built in as an essential work, built-in structure will be used. Put the structure in. You look at the cycle walkway Waikanae Midway. That is used a lot. I've heard comments on that walkway, and I quote, that have come to me. The best thing council has done in years. I submit the walkway cycleways are essential work for the safety of walkers and cyclists, not just nice to have stuff. That requires positive commitment at council with council financial input. And it's for the safety of those who now walk and cycle. And I am sure the many who will cycle walk when it is installed. There has been a investigation by Victoria University that said if you put the cycle walkways in, there will be less traffic. And that's wheel traffic. And at this stage, we know that there will not be another high school in Kaiti. So all Kaiti high school children will need to cross town to get to school. Safely is important. Safety is not met for these children now. And not only the children, people who are adult will use the cycle walkways to get to town, to go various places and return again, or recreation. So, yes, cycleways important for us, important for individuals, important as a recognition that climate change should be addressed, and also the danger at present in mixing wheel traffic and cycles. There is always a danger in that. So they must be kept apart. Wheel traffic that way, cycles somewhere else. And of course, I finish with the fact that there should be council funding that can be met, can be also contributed by NZTA. I think, so I wish you well in your deliberations. I trust that you will take these matters into account when you are dealing with the proposed cycle walkway along for Kaiti, but also that it is part of a policy to have walkways, cycleways throughout the city.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Are there any, just one moment, Mr. Hall. Are there any questions from anybody? Just in case there's a question.
Oh, sorry,
No, it's
sorry.
okay. Can I? Are there any questions to Mr. Hall? No? Sorry, you are talking. So you may go now. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Hall. We now have submission 349, which is Nicola Henderson and Dot Dalzell from the New Zealand Walking Access Commission. Thank you. We've just been advised that Emma Spate, who is the NZTA Whakakotahi representative, is watching online. Welcome, ladies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just writing down Emma's name. I was trying to find out who from Whakakotahi is part of your committee.
Yes, no, I did mention it earlier, but you probably never heard. But, come closer by all means. No, come closer so you can both use the speaker. Thank you. And do you have a copy of that you can leave with us?
You should have a copy.
Oh, that's the original. We do have the original.
Oh, handy.
Oh,
Tēnā rā koutou katoa, ka mihi atu au ki te whenua, ki o koutou maunga, o koutou awa, ki ngā marae, ki ngā uri katoa o te tairāwhiti. Thank you to the committee for hearing us. My name is Dot Dalziel and this is my colleague Nicola Henderson. We work for the New Zealand Walking Access Commission, Ara he koe Aotearoa. The Commission is the Crown agency responsible for providing leadership on outdoor access issues. Our role is to provide New Zealanders with free, certain, enduring and practical access to the outdoors. We map outdoor access, we provide information to the public, we oversee a code of responsible conduct in the outdoors, we help resolve access disputes and we negotiate new access. We work at national and regional scales to identify shared visions for outdoor access and strategies for achieving this. So that's why we shiny bums are here in our national role. Hopefully I can make this work. Might be pointing at my hand.
Ms. Con, can you just have a look at why this isn't moving, please?
Thank you. Oh, there we go. Thank you very much. This image shows one of the strategic projects that we've been involved with in the past. And it's the Taranaki Tracks and Trails 2040 strategy, just as an example of our pedigree for you to feel comfortable with us. So what we're really seeking, and I'm just pulling the main points out of our submission, there is quite some detail in the submission. We're seeking funding commitment from the committee, and I understand you're not at a decision-making part of the process at the moment, to create the Tairāwhiti Trails strategy. We propose the strategy be funded by a three-way partnership. That is the New Zealand Walking Access Commission, that's us, project funding in place already for trails strategy research. So that's a tip from us. The community, especially Gisborne Cycling and Walking Trust. Funding support's already in place from Trust Tairāwhiti for Trails Manager, that's Jason that you've met already, to coordinate the strategy work. But that funding is currently in play and we're not clear on the future of that. And Council, we propose funding sourced by the RLTP, which is why we're here. So our strategy experience in other regions, just to give you a bit of a taste of what we're talking about, we've worked with local and regional government in Taranaki, in North Auckland and Franklin North Waikato to create regional trail strategies. The Taranaki Tracks and Trails strategy was triggered by Howie Tamati, actually, in his Sport Taranaki role. And he was engaged with local councils and could see that there were many trails groups and other organisations that could contribute to a shared vision. The strategy has leveraged investment beyond what local government entities alone could commit. One of the interesting aspects of the shared vision is to introduce every Taranaki school-aged child to Taranaki maunga and invite them on a journey so that by the end of their schooling years, they will have circumnavigated the maunga on foot or by bicycle and have a strong and informed sense of the whenua. This is also a much larger vision than an RLTP alone could tackle. Some of the route is off-road, but there are key parts of the road network that need investment to allow for this active mode journey. So this is in the West. I'm aware that we're in a different place. We're in Te Tairāwhiti, but it gives you a sense of what this strategy can do for you. So hopefully I can work it now. Here's some a lovely photo of tamariki from Te Kura Kaupapa Māori or Kaikoui. So now I'm going to take you on a journey to the north, to Te Tai Tokerau. So having a project in the RLTP also enables and encourages other funding. And this is a point that Jason Lyons, our colleague, has already made and has been made by other submitters too. So other funding from Waka Kotahi, of course, and potentially from tourism-oriented funds, as well as a range of community and philanthropic interests. The 2016 evaluation of New Zealand cycle trails shows a 1 to 3.55 cost-benefit ratio. Cycle trail networks are attractive to funders, but they need strategic planning and assessment. And that's what we're aiming to help you out with here. Building a strategic approach to where and why trails are needed will assist with the business cases for a range of scales. For example, low-cost, low-risk projects, integrated safe schools speed management and infrastructure, through to potential multi-day cycle or walking tour trails across public and private land. So from the strategy, you can spawn collectively a range of business cases that are ideal for mopping up spare infrastructure funding that might come your way. Well, there's been some stimulus funding coming that, you know, if you're shovel ready, you've got a much better chance of picking it up than if you were still searching your back pockets for some description of the project. So that's the kind of mopping up that I'm talking about. In Te Tai Tokerau, the Twin Coast Cycle Trail has attracted ongoing support from a range of groups and organisations, including Te Kura Kaupapa Māori or Kaikohe, and the tauira depicted here take a major role in trail maintenance, as well as enjoying connecting with nature and keeping fit and all the well-beings that come from that. Here in Te Tairawhiti, your investments in walking and cycling in urban tūranga include paths that showcase the beautiful coastline, the awa, your quiet places. And you have laid some of the foundation already by investing in active modes through your Bikes in Schools program. It is time to capitalise on these efforts and create a strategic network to connect town and country, connect people with historic and cultural landscapes, connect kids safely to schools, and grow the next free range generations. I thought about Axel actually when I was preparing this presentation. By free range, we do mean, you know, within safe boundaries. Okay. And here's part of where we actually, our rubber hits the road. So the walkway at Cook's Cove is actually gazetted under our act. So we have a bit of skin in the game already here. There are already great walking destinations in Te Tairawhiti, but access to them is typically disconnected from the wider landscape. In February this year, we heard at the Trails Hui from people at Uawa, ngā mihi e nei ki te aipanga hauiti, and their aspirations for reconnecting to the landscape and providing for tamariki to be independently active. The strategy we seek your support for will help provide the investment infrastructure so that communities like Uawa can convert community need and opportunity into connectivity for wellbeing. So we call on the Regional Transport Committee to ensure the RLTP sends strong and clear signals to other potential funders that this work is valued, supported by, and integrated within the Transport Investment Programme. We invite you to join us on this journey. Ngā mihi.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Are there questions? Thank you, Mr. Tupara.
Ngā mihi kia koe. The strategy to create a tracks and trails regarding tracks and trails, do you see tangata whenua having a role in those discussions?
I think we were very clearly steered at the hui that we had in February that it needed to be a tikanga-based approach. Sure. So that's where we start.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tēnā koe, Dot, thank you for your submission. It's silent. I represent people with disabilities for Te Tairawhiti, and your document is silent and your presentation is silent around accessibility for people with disability. Just want to make that note.
Councillor Cranston, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that. I have had discussions with Nicola about this. So, I'm very aware of the walking and cycling access map and how it looks. Would you agree that the East Cape, the whole region, is very underdone compared to the rest of the country?
Well, it really isn't for me as an outsider to say, but that's certainly what we're hearing from people from Te Tairawhiti. And I think that's the litmus test. How is it for the people who live here? Disconnected is the answer.
Yeah. Thank you.
Any further? Councillor Hogarth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much, Dot. I love that you have dots on your card. I guess for me, I'm looking at the connectivity between agents in this space. So we heard from Jason Hines earlier. So is there a collective energy through all the cycle and walkway people groups who are accessing funding? Is that group connected? So when we go to external funders or to funders like us, we've got one stronger voice, because we do often get a mixture, I guess. So is that connectivity there for this whole strategy?
It's underway, and I think that's what we're hoping to build with the help of the RLTP and with council. But obviously, disability community does not feel included just yet, and that's going to be a really important thing for us to deal to.
Thank you very much. Did you wish to say anything?
No, I'm here in support, and I would have spoken if I needed to, but Dr. did a good job.
Thank you very much. Much appreciate that presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next submitter is Ms. Bessie Macy. Thank you very much, Ms. Macy, and the Uawa community.
Kia ora tātou, o te rā tātou kei konei, ko whai ki nei. Me te mihi tonu atu ki ngā kai whiriwhiri, ngā kai whakarono, ki ngā kaupapa, I kumea mai ai, hei tirohanga, hei runga katanga mā tātou i tēnei rā, tēnā tātou.
Can I just, for the committee, that your submission, and I had it written here in front of me one moment ago, page 28 for the full submission in our documents, and the brief one clear at the front. Thank you.
I te rangatira, ngā kaimahi o te kaunihere o te Tairawhiti, ngā kaimahi o te kotahi, waka kotahi, ngā whānui, iho mā, I te karanga o te rā, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. I would like to acknowledge our Mayor, Lahir, councillors, and in particular our Uawa Ward representative, Pat Seymour, for allowing the opportunity to make this presentation on behalf of the Uawa Cycle and Walkway Trail Project. I trust you'll read my submission, and I've got copies here if you need them, and I will be available later for any other questions over time. Just focusing on some key points, I'd like to first make mention of the massive level of support in the Tolaga Bay community for this cycle and walkway trail. I've been working on this project for over 3 years, and for 2 of those years alongside the Gisborne Cycle and Walkway Trust, and their help and guidance has just been invaluable. So thank you. I wanted to gauge the level of support in the community for a cycle and walkway trail. So I went out and spoke kanohi ki te kanohi with residents, potential future users, local organisations and key stakeholders, such as the Tolaga Bay Area School, the Medical Centre, Te Aitanga Hauati Hauora, the Centre of Excellence, the Sports Club, the Surf Club and Youth Club, Tolaga Bay Fire Brigade as first responders, Kohanga Reo and Play Centre, not forgetting our marae and of course our local businesses. It's not often that a project is pitched to a community, you know, where the response is an unequivocal, wholehearted endorsement. The excitement, the enthusiasm and the pride that I witnessed has been overwhelming and encouraging for me. My primary focus was health, well-being and safety, and our community, like many others, has its share of underlying health issues, diabetes, heart disease and obesity. And no one enjoys feeling unwell. So this cycleway is for all seasons, summer, autumn, winter, spring, 24/7, 365 days of the year, and it will service all levels of fitness over all sporting codes and be used by people of all ages, from mums pushing their prams to our kaumatua using mobility scooters and everyone in between. When your physical health improves, the natural flow on from that is improved mental health. Our community has a treasure trove of historical stories that reflect our dual heritage, Māori and Pākehā. As tangata whenua, I believe we are ready. This is our time to share not only the beauty of our rohe, our area, but also the stories that connect us to the land, our maunga titirangi, our beautiful awa, Uawanui a Ruamatua, the Kaitawa Estuary, and our wonderful beaches, to name a few. And as my nannies and aunties always said, kai for the eye. And these are the foods that nourish our spiritual side. So our stories will be highlighted all the way along the trail to be remembered by us and to be shared with our visiting manuhiri. Our 2.8 kilometre trail will ensure safe passage for all who use it, and as a consequence, we will move out of our cars, thus reducing carbon emissions. So far we're winning, and you know, I don't think it's an exaggeration to call our cycle and walkway trail a real game changer. So for our town, there are huge and obvious economic benefits to be gained from increased visitor numbers. I envisage startup businesses all along the trail, bike hire and repairs, arts and crafts, an art trail, mobile kai carts and coffee carts, increased visitor accommodation, homemade produce like Fijoa jelly, a Fijoa festival, you know, so let's unleash the potential in Uawa. Where it's safe and appropriate, we will draw on the strengths and the skills of volunteers to assist in the build and the ongoing maintenance of our trail. We will engage local contractors and businesses in an effort to keep the costs low and offer naming rights to sections of the trail as an incentive. This is a community-led project in the true sense. I would like to thank Richard Bailey and the NZTA Walking and Cycling team for their work regarding the review for the Uawa River Cycle and Walkway clip-on. They've identified it as being within the top 10 low-cost, low-risk project category. So we're looking forward to some positive news that funding is available in this financial year for investigation and design work. And so to you, our mayor and councillors, and the representative from Waka Kotahi, on behalf of the Tolaga Bay community, we hope that the Cycleway project will be the catalyst to strengthen historical relationships and continued relationships. Let it be a willing relationship forged on trust, open and clear communication that will enable us to make our vision progress from a dream to a reality. Kia ora rā, Mihi nui, and thank you all.
Thank you. Councillor Burdett.
Thank you. Mihi. Victor. This is wonderful stuff, given it's going to the coast. My question is, I know partly cost must be a concern. I think Ahoti certainly will contribute, I know that. And you've already talked about Tahi. Would you consider doing that in 2 tranches, from the township to the wharf and then the other side of town?
Yes, in my submission, we did talk about beginning with stage 2 and then coming back to complete stage 1. That reason because we're waiting for the finances for the clip-on.
I look forward to seeing Victor Walker, the Padre, and Mark Corpora riding bikes around Uawa. Ko tahi ana ki te pāta ki a korua. I just have one question. Kua whakai a Hauti Incorporation ki tēnei kaupapa, no te huarahi mo te ara? Have the corporation supported you using their whenua for the purposes of the pathway?
And all the shareholders.
Kia ora.
Thank you.
Absolutely delightful presentation. Just once again, silence in terms of the accessibility stuff. I understand that there is a part of the walkway that is planned where people might have to lift bikes over a stile. That's well planned. But in terms of people using tricycles, disabled people using tricycles or wheelchairs, the access isn't as good. So just something for you to consider in your thinking, please.
Sure. Any further questions? Oh, Councillor Worsnott.
Just so that the total cost of the trail that is stated here, that is not including any voluntary components or local fundraising efforts. Is that correct? That's the total cost of the project at 538,000. Cool, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you. Thank you for coming. We have had one further submission table that concludes the submissions to the Regional Land Transport Plan, but there has been one submission that from Ms. Karen Tate on behalf of the CCS Disability Action Group. Is Ms. Tate in the room? Yes. I'm happy to accept that the presentation should be given. It seemed to have missed ensuring it got, we have it in front of, well, I have it in front of me, and it was received by council on the 9th of April, but it didn't manage to get on our agenda. So thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Do you have some copies that you would like to pass out? Thank you.
I don't know what happened in the translation, but I did get a confirmation, but it didn't come through. So.
Oh no, that's fine. Thank you. We're happy.
Yeah. So yeah. Hi everybody again. Karen Tate in Allen Hall. We hear about the total mobility scheme, and I don't know if anybody knows about the scheme. It's the total mobility scheme is to support eligible people with impairments to access appropriate transport to enhance their community participation. This is a subsidised door-to-door transport service for people with impairments. The scheme is funded by local and central government. The scheme allows for a 50% discount, and the maximum is set by the council. In Gisborne, the maximum subsidy is $12, which leaves only $6. Which is deducted from the taxi fare for the ride wherever in town that may be. The amount of $12 / $6 has been the same for as long as our users remember, like the past 40 years. I know the scheme was initiated in 1981 throughout New Zealand. It was a collaboration between the central government and the local councils. a doctor's certificate is needed for a person to get the discount when using a taxi. I just want to add in there that you have to have an ID photo and you have a little book and you rip that off the taxi driver, and so it comes back to the council that you see what happened. Ellen's the user, and over the last, it's really interesting to see that not a lot of us are aware of it, because if we don't use the taxis, we don't see this. So over the last 10 years, there has not been a change in the fee, as the maximum for the funding with this council is $12, as I've said. Over this period of years, taxi fares have increased, may I say, several times. We are aware that in Wellington, Auckland and many areas, the maximum is $40. Napier and Hastings have a maximum of $30. An example would be if a person was living in Inakaiti and it is $17 to town, then the person would have to pay $11. Another example is from Inakaiti to the hospital is $24, when the person will have to pay $18. To the airport from Inakaiti is $30, so the person will pay $24. If we were to increase the maximum to say $30 or $40, then the fares would be halved, as it is in other cities in New Zealand. Looking at the subsidy in other areas, I'm sure that the subsidy for Gisborne is a long time overdue of being increased.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. It's an absolutely valid submission. Yeah. Are there any questions?
Yes.
Sure. How many people actually use the service? Are you aware?
No, council would know.
No, I'm not aware, Councillor. The taxi drivers tell me there are a number of people that use the vouchers in Gisborne, therefore qualify for them. But
it's not a great deal, but there is people that use it.
Thank you.
Can I ask you for Mr. Wilson, is that subsidy paid by Gisborne District Council, or is it paid by NZTA?
Through the chair, there's a split. It's mostly funded by NZTA.
Thank you. Thank you. That's helpful, because we want to be great. Okay. Is there any further questions in the room with respect to this issue?
I just want to add, it's like we're just bringing this to your notice, because if we don't have a disability and don't use a taxi, we're very unaware of. It was like my presentation about parking meters. Nobody was aware of that people had to pay in the parking meter as well as pay for a card. So yeah, so we just wanted to bring that to your knowledge, and hopefully that can be changed. Thank you very much.
Just to add that, for examples, I looked up to receipts that I got from the taxis for a trip to the airport and back, or two vouchers. One was that I paid $30 and the other was $29. So the total fare would have been, in one case, $36, you see, and 29.
35.
So really it should have been, yeah.
Thank you very much for
Thank you
bringing
very
that
much.
to our attention.
Yep, thanks for
you.
hearing us. Yep.
Thank you very much. That concludes the submissions to the Regional Land Transport Plan. So I thank the Regional Transport Committee and those councillors that have attended, and we'll take a morning tea break and reconvene after morning tea as Gisborne District Council, listening to the full LTP submission. So I think submitters in the room have come, and I know that one or two of you each have a submission to the general long-term plan submission. So please stay with us and we'll go on to long-term plan submissions in about 15 minutes.
Do we need to do the recommendation?
Well, the recommendation.
Just noting the submission.
Yes, can someone who has voting rights, one moment please, can we just retain a moment of silence till we just finish this off? Someone with one of our committee who has voting rights, which is the councillors on the committee. And we'll move, thank you, Councillor Warsnott, seconded by Councillor Cranston, that the submissions be received and further considered. I'll put that to the Regional and Transport. Those of votes, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, carried.
But without further ado, thank you for joining us. I will try to catch up as we go. As you will know, we're a few minutes behind, but don't fear, we've got more than enough time. The last one is only 4:10, so we can push it out later today. And we are also hearing all of tomorrow. So there's more than enough time to sit down and talk face to face. So without further ado, I'm going to invite Toby and Federated Farmers back to the table. I'll just leave this on. You don't have to be too close. Please take a seat, make yourself at home. This is your time to talk to us. This is not a time where we will debate anything. We are not making any decisions today. We are here today with our ears on. So we are here today to listen and just ask questions of clarification. So welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mayor Stoltz. To all those who were here before, I am Toby Williams, the current president of Federated Farmers Gisborne Wairoa and a local farmer. To my left here is Deb Bidlake, who is one of our senior policy analysts who has come up in support from Wellington. She is responsible for our submission that you have received and we've got in front of you. We understand we've got a short time, we've got a lot to get through, so we're trying to hit some of the more pertinent matters to us. I'd like to start by saying that we welcome your council's decision about the Olympic pools and simplifying it back to the original process. So that's something we spoke in our submission, and it's actually nice to see before the submissions have gone through, you guys already made a decision on that. We'll talk about rates are a big expense for farmers. Our farming business at home, our current rates bill is around $64,000 a year. It's not an insignificant number. Many farmers of a farm our size, we're 2,500 hectares in total, have similar rates bills. So when we speak saying rates are a significant portion of our farm costs, they actually are. There are lots of people who earn more money. The business in town earn a lot more money than farmers. They carry a lot less debt. Most farming families, like ourselves, have a large proportion of debt still owed. Most people would like to use, as farmers, we'd like to use our town assets more than we currently do. We are unable to, mostly because we don't live in town. But it's unlikely that many people pay a higher rating proportion than what we currently do. The decision the council makes about how to distribute the rates matters. There is a little equity or fairness in the land capital value rating system other than what the council builds using tools such as ratepayer fees and charges, targeted rates, differentials, and alternative funding options, and generous use of the UAGC. For farmers, we have a minority voice. For those of you who were here for the land transport hearings, we are the only ones who spoke about our roads. Every other submitter here spoke towards rail or cycle and walkways and disability access. Not that I've got any issues with any of those, but roads are some of our most important features that we have. We'll speak a little more to that in a moment. Same farming, we don't have much voice. If it wasn't for us, Federated Farmers speaking, then farming here would have almost no voice. Members feel that long-term planning consultation in rural areas is a bit more tokenism. This depends on where the region you were. Up in my area, we found it seemed to have gone a bit better. They found that staff were disinterested and told to attend the meetings, be quiet, listen to what they had to say, and then move on with that. There seems to be a feeling of disconnect between the rural community and our councillors. I know our rural councillors are pretty good in their constituencies, but there's a majority of our councillors here sitting here are urban-based councillors or at-large councillors. We would like to have more engagement with them in the rural space. It's a shame that farmers feel so disempowered and disrespected. They make a tremendous contribution to our society. And there's a report that you guys are going to receive from BDO at some point, if you haven't already, in the next month or so, looking at the benefits of pastoral farming, which you guys will have, and to look at, to show you some numbers behind what we actually contribute. As noted in our submission, one of our members pays, we're talking about contribution from how much we put towards. One of our members pays $751 for aquatic and recreational facilities. The parents in town only pay $147. The same member pays $355 for theatres, and the parents with a house in town only pay $69. When we're talking about fairness, and access. I know we all got access to these things, but it's about, you know, how equitable is this? I know it's a balancing act. Farmers we're not unwilling to pay rates. We want to make sure the rates are used in the best areas that we get the most benefit from.
Thank you, Toby. I'd like to talk about the three waters. New infrastructure is being built in town, and those costs are being put onto rural ratepayers' bills. As Toby said, farmers are happy to pay their fair share. In fact, they pay more than their fair share if you take those aquatic and recreational figures that Toby just mentioned into account. But they do object to paying for things that they're not connected to and don't use. And it really doesn't matter what the monetary amount is, although I've used a few sample properties and the three water charges do amount to hundreds of dollars for some people. It's the principle. Once costs that should be recovered through targeted rates, like the stormwater, are included in the general rate, it moves the goalposts and creates an expectation that other similar charges can be added, like what has happened with wastewater and water, and the manner in which they were socialised. The impacts are minor, they're offset by a 10% reduction in the stormwater charge. You should all feel uncomfortable about the 2.2% average rates increase for urban properties when it means massive increases for other ratepayers. We believe that in the long term, disguising the true cost of urban living and facilities benefits no one. It simply delays the day of reckoning or commits future councils to further smoothing of rates. Are we all on this freshwater and biodiversity improvement journey together, as the council suggests? Because so far it appears to us that the costs only seem to go one way. Farmers pay for their own septic tank systems, their own farm effluent disposal, their own farm reticulation, fencing and planting. They pay for their own biodiversity projects and they help fund public ones. The Natural Heritage Fund is quite frankly woeful. Council staff admit this. $40,000 is the cap for one project. Oh, sorry, in Gisborne, 40,000 is the entire contestable fund. In the Waikato, 40K is the cap for one project. Rates for emission for natural heritage land requires formal protection despite being laden with checks and balances to prevent fraud, presumably. Council could throw farmers a small biodiversity protection carrot and extend rates for emissions to significant natural areas, whether they're formally protected or not. This would certainly be consistent with the National Policy Statement on Indigenous Biodiversity that is coming into force soon. And there's little council assistance for FEPs, which in a few years we'll probably see government regulation in that space as well.
We've got a lot more to say on roads, but I'm just mindful of the time. We did speak with transport hearings before. So I think we should take opportunity to answer any questions that councillors may have.
Thank you. Any questions of, yes, Councillor Seymour.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your comments around the protection of natural heritage, which I think is really important. We can only ask you questions. So do you think council should direct some of the funds that it's currently putting into the palm oil forest restoration or Wainaki project to the Natural Heritage Fund within council?
Imagine if we had that massive pool of money that was contestable. If you look at the potential biodiversity improvements overall, make it a contestable fund and you'll get more bang for your buck.
Or even some of it might not be.
Or some of it.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any more questions? Councillor Worsnop.
I've had quite a few comments from rural ratepayers. How did you find the consultation document? Some of the feedback I've had has not been that favourable. Would you like to, are there any comments you would make on that?
Gisborne's a unitary authority, so I appreciate that the consultation material was complicated by that, and it was a lot larger than it would be if it was just a district council. However, I think if you just read the discussion document, you would have no idea what to say because there's no information about any of the proposals for you to make an informed decision. You really had to read the infrastructure strategy, the regional land transport plan, all of that stuff. And I think quite honestly, that's beyond most people. I would congratulate the council on the language used in the regional land transport plan. I don't know who drafted that, but it was nicely written. And our finances document included a summary of salient points. There was no BS in it. It just told it how it was. That's the kind of information that should be included in the consultation document. Likewise, there was one sample property to show the rates impact. There should be some more.
Supplementary to that, do you think the average rural person would realise that the quality of their roads is expected to go backwards over the next 10 years?
No. The land transport plan made for very sobering reading. And the infrastructure strategy document.
Thank you for coming to talk to us. Like I said, this will be part of our discussion on the 19th of May when we take a look at what we adopt. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Stokes and the council for listening.
Next, I invite Jason Lyons from the Gisborne Cycling and Walkway Trust. Jason also spoke to the Transport Committee earlier. Welcome, Jason. Take a seat.
Thank you. Kia ora. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today at this LTP hearing. My name is Jason Lyons and I'm speaking on behalf of the Gisborne Cycle and Walkway Trust. The Gisborne Cycle and Walkway Trust has defined strategic priorities, including developing shared walkways and cycleways within the region. I've been very fortunate to catch up with many of you to give you a brief overview of our work. And as we only have 5 minutes, I'll be detailing our mahi and our strategic priorities and the public position in the next council meeting. Now, we are supportive of the 30-year vision for a connected, safer, sustainable and resilient network. We also applaud the Spatial Plan 2050 and setting out desired outcomes for a carbon neutral region where everyone has access to transport to get where they need to go and which is pedestrian and cycle friendly for all abilities. Now, as a noted investment partner through the RLTP, the Trust wants to ensure we are effective in how we support the Council in working towards their aspirations and commitments identified. But we also want to factor in the region's aspirations. A recent regional walking and cycling strategic hui identified and contributed to a variety of reasons to invest in walking and cycling in our region. Now, these include, but are not limited to, mental health and well-being, access for all and all abilities, climate change, reducing carbon footprint, connecting communities, connecting people to places, tourism, connection to the land, interpretation and education, intergenerational information sharing, tamariki safety. Now, the local share investment has a contribution of only $102,000. Now, let me repeat that. Local share investment for walking and cycling is $102,000, which for its intended purpose is for a Valley Road footpath extension. There is no other local share investment in the RLTP 21 to 27 or the LTP. Also noted is the development and implementation of a network strategy starts in 24-25. Now, as I said into the RLTP, but sorry, this is a long way off to moving towards meeting any of our aspirations or even factoring any government outcomes. This is not solving any problems of improved access to confidently use active modes, nor does it benefit communities because the council is not actually investing in walking and cycling network or planning to shift to active modes of transport. The investment model needs to change so we can actually accumulate tangible assets which will have a positive impact on our communities. Now, the Trust are asking for a strategic walking and cycling network plan to be brought forward in the RLTP. And with the support, we're going to look to help co-design this plan and establish key priorities for the network. By bringing this plan forward, we will then be in a position to attract and secure possible government funding. Without a strategy and a prioritisation, we will not be in a position to apply for any funding, and this includes Waka Kotahi. The Trust, in partnership with NZ Walking Commission, is requesting and producing a tracks and trails strategy for the Tairāwhiti region. This will be a collaborative and consultative document to provide a voice for the region's aspirations, provide a regional prioritised strategy to again attract possible government funding. We are prepared to do the mahi and produce the stakeholder strategy document, but we do require some skin in the game for council to produce this. Now, some of the tune of 50K, which would be similar to other stakeholders' investment, would help produce this. The total cost to produce such a document sits around 150,000. So we're asking for 50K. We feel if the council cannot be seen to support a regional strategy, then we are likely to receive any other funding streams, including central government. Nationally, the appetite for walking and cycling is well documented, especially with COVID opening the doors to what is possible. The uptake of e-bikes being superior to that of electric vehicles signifies the need to work in these networks. The Tarahiru River Walkway, currently in its third LTP. Now, we have the resources to drive this project and believe a staged approach can achieve this without the demands of attracting the upfront overall cost of the project. Like the Onaroa Beachfront pathway, as we progress with a strategic approach, this will only gather the support of local community and may attract further funding opportunities to complete. Waka Kotahi advises this project still sits high on their priorities for funding investment, and as a region, we do not want to lose out on this community asset that will link all abilities on a safe, connected, shared pathway around the city. The Trust would also like to see regional local share investment to the Uawa community. We have a community that is fully behind a walking and cycling network of 8.74 kilometres strategy that meets the needs for their people. In particular, connecting their community safely allows the Toluca Bay area school to run their bikes in schools program, alleviating heavy traffic safety concerns, and for the health and well-being of the community, which is well supported by all the medical practitioners in the region. Now, the local share investment is 282,000 for that, and the total cost of the project being 684. The Trust understands the limited resources available from Council, and that is why we are looking to drive these projects forward and support the overall region's aspirations. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Jason. Any questions of Jason? Councillor Worsnop.
You've said that with a relatively small injection of funds and with the partnership approach that this trails strategy could be implemented. Do you have a time frame for that? Is it something that you would be able to move quite swiftly on?
Yes, so we've already engaged with the Walking Access Commission, and we've started with our first initial regional hui. Following that, we'll be looking at acting pretty quickly to start engagement with local communities and find out where their aspirations are so we can start making a detailed strategy for our region.
Councillor Sheldrake and then Councillor Seymour.
Thank you. Do you have any idea what percentage of the community cycle today?
That's a very, overall, it's, I don't have, only just by what's been put into the comments in the LTP. But we have a very unconnected network at the moment. So to get a true indication, we need to have that network plan so we can actually connect up our city, and that will only encourage that through a safe and connected network, our community.
Thank you.
Councillor Seymour.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just with respect to the local share for the Uawa Walkway, where are you assuming the rest is coming from? Is that assuming NZTA funding?
Yes, so that's excluding the clip-on for the bridge, but there is looking for the Waka Kotahi funding as for their contribution as well. Correct.
Thank you.
Hey, Jason, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thanks
for your time. Thank you.
Okay, next I'm going to invite Bessie Macy from Uawa to come and join us. Bessie also spoke to the Regional Transport Committee. Welcome, Bessie. That's page 1153. Oh, no, that's... No, I made a mistake with that page. 655. Thank you. Thank you, Bessie. You can sit or stand. The floor is yours.
Okay. kia ora koutou, and I see many faces were here in my previous talk, so I just want to touch on, for those who weren't, some of the key points I spoke about, because I'd like to move on and talk to you about stage 1 and stage 2 of our cycleway and where we hope to progress from here. For those of you who weren't in the room before, I just spoke about the support within our community for our cycle and walkway, and the fact that I've been working alongside the Gisborne and Cycle and Walkway Trust. I talked about the health and well-being and safety aspect of this trail, and the benefits, including the mental and spiritual side of for our community. And I spoke about the economic benefits to our local businesses and others as well. So what I'd like to concentrate on here, and I assume you've all read my submission, here is our trail, and we decided that there would be stage 1 and stage 2. Now, because we're waiting for confirmation from Waka Kotahi as to some funding for feasibility studies for the clip-on and also for the design work, we would like to begin with stage 2, which is from Monkhouse Street, from the bridge to Monkhouse Street, along to the school, down Pāhura Road, skirting the school area and around to Tātarahake Beach, all the way down to the trailhead. Now, our school tells us that they have bikes actually in containers because it is unsafe for our kids at the moment. So we would like to get them out of the school grounds and into a whole another realm of cycling and learning about road safety. So from the trailhead, and incidentally, Tātarahake Cliffs, if you haven't been up there, is really awesome overview of Tolaga Bay. So we'll come back down to Forster Street, come along here and then onto State Highway 35, down past the sports ground to the Memorial Gates, where we will cross into Monkhouse Street, into Bank Street, sorry, and come all the way along to Uawa Parade. And that's a part of our town that's quite neglected, actually, the riverbank there. So we would like to see that enhanced. And some of our residents have already been busy trying to beautify the riverside. So we'll come along here, there's the boat ramp there, and then we will cross again outside the garage and back onto Monkhouse Street. That's section 2, phase 2 of the cycleway. And we'd like to, if we could, begin that as soon as possible. From the bridge, coming back this way with the clip-on, we'll come along, there'll be a modification there, but we'll come along onto around State Highway 35 and come down Hawati Road. And this area here is private land owned by the incorporation, Hawati Incorporation. We are in consultation and talks with them. We are shareholders, and I can safely say that there will be a directive to our committee, please to help us. They are looking favourably at the idea because they understand all the health benefits and the flow-ons from having this come along the private land. There's also an airstrip there, So we've kept it by the Kaitoa estuary, which is the beautiful part of, and not many people have experienced walking along there. It really is lovely, and it just takes you away from that busy road going to the wharf, and it's safe for you. It's totally awesome. So come along here, and there'll be a bridge as indicated coming onto that estuary section, and then another one there where Jason's pointing, and coming along there we'll get to the wharf and the motor camp. So you can see that wonderful linkage taking us from the wharf all the way through town, and then a circuit right round. It is exciting. So that's that, and if anybody would like to ask some questions.
As I said earlier, Naomi, from the bridge to the wharf, have you got a figure? The costings?
Yes, we have.
Is it relevant to the whole? I mean, when I heard 600,000 for that whole thing, I thought, no, it can't be. I know how much it cost out here. So that part there, what did that cost?
The whole project is 600 million for the whole project.
It's a low level. It's it's not actually like the Gisborne one. It's compacted aggregate for the surface, and a lot of it is close to the road, so that makes it an easier build. And yeah, that is the cost. Yeah, we've had a consultant's report, as I said in my submission. So we've had the costings, and hopefully.
Supplementary, Madam Chair, to that, in terms of the negotiation with the corporations, how advanced are you into getting sign off?
Well, we're going back to them to kōrero. It's dependent on how we get on with Waka Kotahi with the clip-on. So they see, alongside us, they see that it's really important to have the clip-on to keep everyone safe, to keep them on one side. So they are saying, basically, when you get that clip-on, come straight back to us, and then we'll help, we'll deal with it.
So Bessie, it's fair to say that you are aiming, because I've heard this submission when we came up to Uawa, just to clarify, you want to do stage 2 first, and then once you give permission for the clip-on, then move on to stage 1, is that correct?
That's correct, because we'd like to start stage 2 yesterday. Yeah, so that's the reason why, otherwise we would begin with stage 1. But no, we'd like to start immediately if we can.
I'd just like to ask if you can explain why the clip-ons are important and how the pedestrian strip is on the pedestrian walkways on the other side of the bridge at the moment, and what the benefits for walking to school to the clip-ons will be.
Well,
for anyone who's not familiar with Uawa.
Yes, well, our children now, it is a busy state highway with logging trucks and traffic, and you know, we want our kids to be out there. We want them to be able to cycle. We want to go with them, and at the moment we can't do that. If we can provide a safe passage all the way along that cycle track, that is why we're asking for the clip-on, to keep them on the seaward side of the bridge. So there is no crossing. It's straight through and around, and we can all feel safe about that. Someone suggested going under the bridge, but we don't like that. You know, we don't want to have to go under the bridge. And sometimes if the river floods, you know, we can't use it. So it's all about safety for our tamariki and Kaumata and the rest of us.
2 quick questions. Councillor Foster, Councillor
Thank you.
Faulkner.
How long have you been working with the Walking and Cycling Trust, and what has been the benefits?
Well, I've been working with them for 2 years. little bit longer perhaps. And the benefits are, this is their game, you know, they know everything to do with cycles. They've helped us with a consultant's report, and I'm new to all of this stuff, you know, as you can see. So to be able to turn to people like Jason and the Trust, it just makes everything much easier for us to achieve our goal.
Last quick question, Councillor Faulkner.
Thank you. My question is just around crossings of the state highway further up through the townships and how you hope to keep that safe. Are we talking traffic management, slowdowns, an overbridge? What are your thoughts there?
Well, what we've thought about is actually an island at the memorial gates, just to help to give security to people crossing. And then at the garage, which is really busy, we may have to go cross before the garage to come into the town centre and then cross again, but it's all about safety.
Hey, Bessie, thanks a lot. Jason, thanks a lot for supporting Bessie.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kia ora, councillors. Welcome, Tim. From the New Zealand kiwi fruit growers, that's page 1165. Welcome, Tim. How are you? Hey, so make yourself at home. Yeah. So submissions are taken as read, so yes. Everyone has read that. So just highlight for us what you want us to take from those submissions. Sure. But please take a seat, make yourself at home.
All right, thank you very much. And yeah, good morning, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to speak with you all today. Yeah, my name's Tim Teachin. I'm the Poverty Bay rep for New Zealand kiwi fruit growers. So kiwi fruit's industry is a major contributor to regional New Zealand, returning $2 billion directly to rural communities in 2019-20. There are about 3,000 growers, 14,000 hectares of orchards, 10,000 permanent jobs, and an additional 25,000 jobs during peak season. The industry is in a rapid growth phase at the moment, and it's expected to grow its global sales to 4.5 billion by 2025, which is an increase from 3 billion in 2018-19. Gisborne kiwi fruit growers contribute around 4% of the New Zealand crop, which is worth around 57 million to local growers in the Gisborne community. The crop is produced from about 300 hectares of land in Gisborne on the flats predominantly, and there's another 100 hectares in development at present. There are two key messages I'd like to talk to you about today, and that's around rates and the rates remission policy. So NZKGI had obtained legal advice and wrote to the Office of the Valuer General on the Council's decision to include the kiwi fruit licence price in the rating valuation for gold kiwi fruit orchards. The response from the Valuer General was that he did not provide a directive to include the licence price, and therefore the Council and its valuers were not directed to include the licence price, but chose to instead. This decision has resulted in a rates increase of up to 200% for some of our growers. Most growers are facing increases of between 50 to 100%. And this is of course additional to the increasing costs of material, equipment, consumables, labour and compliance. It has not been made clear by the Council where the additional funding raised by the rates increase will go towards. Will funding go towards improving roads and infrastructure in the rural area? We feel that Council has not considered the broader picture of development and existing and future regulatory costs that rural property owners are facing. These changes relate in particular to the National Policy Statement on Freshwater Management, the National Environment Standards for Freshwater, National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity, and the forthcoming climate change legislation. The development cost per hectare for a gold kiwi fruit orchard is including licence, is around 1.2 million, which is generally serviced by debt. So it's, kiwi fruit's a really heavily leveraged industry at the moment. The rates increase proposed will have a significant impact on a number of local operators. This increases the risk of more intensive land uses on highly productive land, which could result in unintended environmental impacts and result in additional future costs. Fruit production is a low intensive use of highly productive land that provides employment throughout the year to local workers. Central government has recognised the value of highly productive land and the need to protect productive land for productive purposes. Just moving on to the remissions policy now. NZKGI doesn't support any changes to the rates remission policy for permanent crops and does not think that council has been transparent in their reasoning for the changes. The justification and reasoning for the rates remission policy holds true the same today as it did when it was implemented. And the council must commit to keep this policy in place rather than phasing it out. Kiwi fruit growers are facing a substantial rates increase due to the inclusion of licensed prices in the ratings valuation, and the capping and phasing out of the policy is seen as unfair and targeted towards the rural sector supporting council finances. 600 properties currently receive permanent crop rates remissions ranging from $1 to $7,400, which is a total cost to the council of $159,000. That will increase to $394,000 under the existing policy, and a total of 276 properties receive remissions of less than $100. A $235,000 increase in rates remission funding for the existing policy is minimal compared to the excessive amount that kiwi fruit growers have been asked to pay in rates increases. Gisborne kiwi fruit growers are not opposed to paying their fair share and support many of the council's initiatives such as the flood control scheme and improving waterways in the district. However, we do feel that we're being unfairly targeted with the excessive rates increase well over 50% for many people, when the urban increase is around 2.2%. So horticulture is an inherently risky business. We've seen recently the devastation that PSA has caused to the kiwi fruit industry. There's constant biosecurity threats, and we're battling Mother Nature with droughts, hailstorms, as growers in Motueka will attest to this year. And so although the industry is performing well at the moment, there's no guarantee that it will continue to perform well into the future. So the decision to include kiwi fruit license, which is intellectual property that can be bought and sold separately to the land as part of the capital valuation, has led to a large increase in kiwi fruit growers' rates. The decision to remove the remission policy has compounded this, and we ask that you do not change the rates remission policy and seriously consider the decision to include IP for ratings purposes.
Hi, Tim, thanks a lot for that. Do you mind if we take that copy and we can just, I know you've written on it, but then we can just hand it out to councillors later when we deliberate?
Yeah, sure.
All good. Councillors, any questions of Tim? Councillor Robertson.
Thanks, Tim. You said the cost is about 1.2 million per hectare.
Yes.
Can you give it just a very rough breakdown of what that comprises?
Yeah, so kiwi fruit land, well, you need good quality land to grow kiwi fruit, and the price of just buying the land, if it includes water, is probably somewhere in around $200,000 to $300,000 a hectare to buy. The latest license averaged $550,000 a hectare. The cost of materials to put up the hail net structures is around $100,000 a hectare. Irrigation and that sort of cost is around $100,000 a hectare. No, that's probably a bit too much, but depending on whether you need to sink the bore or whether you're pulling out of the river and how many hectares, the other infrastructure of posts, wire, ag beam, and the labour to do it makes up the rest. Yeah.
Oh, good. Any other questions? Councillor Cranston, Foster, and last one, Councillor Gregory.
Are there any moves to get a reduction in the licence fee? That sounds pretty big.
Yeah, well,
they do their part.
It's set through a tender process, so it's essentially market driven. It's not, yeah.
Okay, Councillor Foster.
Why do you think the Valuer General has targeted the kiwi fruit industry, gold kiwi fruit industry in particular, for valuation to increase the licensing, increasing the valuation of the property?
Probably because it's a industry that's going really well at the moment. There have been massive increases in the price of license. So just 3 years ago, it was maybe $270,000 a hectare, and that's now $550,000. So it is making a big difference. the other thing is that it is included in the sale of the property. So even though it's not attached, you can buy and sell it separately. When people sell a kiwi fruit orchard, they sell the license with it. So.
Quick question, Councillor Gregory.
My quick question is about your water strategy. In your submission, you say you've developed a water strategy. Is there a water strategy for Gisborne for kiwi fruit?
It's an industry overall strategy rather than Gisborne specific. But we've been holding workshops and that sort of thing in Gisborne with Gisborne growers.
Absolute last question, Councillor Faulkner.
Thank you very much. Just a short question. What relative percentages local ownership and out of district ownership here in Gisborne?
Yeah, certainly some of the big developments that we're seeing around the place are from out of town.
Yeah.
So it's probably maybe 70% local, 30% external. Yeah, so yeah.
Thank you.
All good. Hey, Tim, thank you for taking the time, and I'll take that.
Oh.
I'll hand that. Hey, thanks a lot.
Right.
Thank you for
Thank
coming
you very
and
much.
taking the
Cheers.
time.
Thank you.
Next, I welcome Selwyn Paratawhan from Te Ranganui o Ngāti Porou, Wayne, Kiriana, George, who's coming to talk to us here today. All? Absolutely, we have 4 chairs here, by all means. There's a big space. Good. Hey, and you can take a seat. Welcome. Thank you for taking the time to come and talk to councillors today. The microphone picks up from around a metre, so sit back, relax. And our Kiriana councillors, hello. Everything has been read. So what you have submitted to us, it's been taken as read. So what you can do today is just highlight to us the bits that you want us to talk to us face to face. Thank you.
Bueno, tēnā koe he. Tēnā koe he. Kia ora koutou. Kia ora koutou e pupuri nei te haika o te kaunihera o Turanganui Ākiwa, mai tētahi moka i tētahi moka. Mihi ana kia koutou, tangihi o tātou mate e hika, kore ārika tēnā me te mate. I roto i a tātou. Hui anō, kia ora tātou. Me to you, Bill and Pat, as long-serving councillors for the Ngāti Porou Rohe, and we're here to make a submission to the long-term plan, but more importantly to reinforce the treaty-based relationship that Ngāti Porou has with the council and its hapu has with the council, and we'd like to see that strengthened and having a meaningful dialogue with all the hapu. On top of that, we're talking about the Ngāti Porou Rohe from the Toka Ataiau ki Pōtikirua. We're also conscious that 24% of the population of the district council is Ngāti Porou. And they don't all reside within the Rohe, but they live in other parts of the Tairāwhiti. Our kaupapa is based on the well-being of our people, well-being of our whenua and moana, the well-being of the environment, and raising the income of our households. And in talking about raising the income of our households brings in job opportunities, reinvigorating the economy in the Ngāti Porou area. Often when the council does a lot of kaupapa, actually a rural part of this district is sort of secondary. And we're here to make sure that we actually are part of the whole. We're not an addition. And one of the other big kaupapa Ngāti Pro is on about is decent shelter. And I'm putting it that way in the sense that housing is a problem all over New Zealand. It's been well, not a problem, but it's been a concern in the Tairāwhiti for years. It's been a concern in Ngāti Pro, and we're asserting with you that we can actually work together and house our people in decent shelter, not only Ngāti Pro, but everybody else who's in our area. And before I sit down and let my colleagues have a say, I'd just like to say to the council and to you, Vihet, Ngāti Pro has enjoyed the relationship that we have built and strengthened in the Rautipu Rauora kaupapa, and long may it continue. Kia ora.
Thank you.
Yep.
Councillors, the submission is on page 1175. Thank you for that. Wayne.
Tēnā tātou. As reflected on this slide here, we can see the extent of Ngāti Pro in terms of its communities. A comment we make in regards to the LTP is that the partnership that we have with the GDC needs to be reflected in the LTP, noting that our communities are due for investment to provide a platform by which the caring for our whenua, the caring for our moana, the caring for our communities, creating economic base within our regions is reflected in our communities. So we make that note. We also make the note that as part of the work and the partnerships that we have to date with our council, and I make reference to the JMA, the JGG, the work we are doing in the Raukumara space and others, that takes time. And there is the commitment that we bring in those relationships, but there needs to be consideration for investment through the GDC to resource iwi time in those spaces. So we make those comments off the back of, and as was reflected here, some of the key wawata that are clearly evident in the submission we make, but builds on the partnerships that we have, that our chairman has already talked to in regards to Rautipu Rauora, and to quote what will become the catch cry of Ngāti Pro through our new CE, the healthier, wealthier and wiser Ngāti Pro communities. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora. Thank you.
And so for us, as you can see, this diagram talks about ngā wawata. For us, wellbeing is important. Our taiao, building our economy and sustaining it. Climate change is also a really big take for Ngāti Pro, given where we are, where we live. And someone's also talked about those partnerships as well. We've talked about that the health and well-being of Ngāti Pro is paramount for us moving forward as a people and for you to move forward with us. We support an LTP that promotes opportunities for housing and employment opportunities for Ngāti Pro, and you're very lucky to be having a new CE, a new person in our community whose background is in housing and social development. Housing is a critical issue for Ngāti Pro, actually for all of Tairāwhiti. We want to be able to create opportunities for our whānau to build homes on their own land. Papakainga provisions in the Tairāwhiti plan and your rating policies are the best in the country, but it's underutilised. The land's underutilised, as well as people applying for those rates, rebates, etc. We think this is an area where council needs to partner with us and hapu to look at opportunities for this to happen. For example, council could consider having dedicated staff to support whānau with building and resource consent advice for papakaina development. Because this seems to be the most challenging part of the whole process for a lot of, not just our whānau, but for people in general. Along with that, good road infrastructure is important, and access to it will support our growing Ngāti Porou economy and local communities. Local roads connect us to our key places. The state highway is only the state highway, but the really important roads are those roads that you are responsible for, our local roads, and that includes those roads that are paved and not paved. So good infrastructure for roading is important, and that local roads connect us to our key places, our takutai moana, our coastal communities, marae, farms, forestry, on which this district is built on. Climate change will have long-term impacts on our rohe, which in turn will change the way we do things. Wai is critical. Having clean, reliable and accessible water is a basic right that many in Ngāti Porou do not have. The Water Services Bill also brings its challenges. We told the Select Committee that we want to engage directly with them in Ngāti Porou. We asked for resources to help implement these changes, especially for our marae. We're concerned about the impacts on Ngāti Porou and ask that Council engage us directly and involve us in any decision making in relation to the bill and subsequent act, and changes in Council's service delivery. Lastly, being responsible kaitiaki of our taiao will continue to be an important part of things for our hapu. We ask that Council open relationships with our hapu. Our hapu are mana whenua of our taiao, and as such, this is an important relationship for Council to have. The recent recognition of CMT makes it critical for Council to invest in this relationship. And lastly, investment in enduring partnerships is a must. We will aim to partner with partners where opportunities are mutually beneficial to meet our long-term goals. And as Wayne talked about, we acknowledge the partnerships that we have with the council, such as the JGG and the JMF. Kia ora.
Thank you.
Sorry, no, still a couple more slides.
Oh, still more slides? Go. Yep, all good.
We did talk about, sorry, there's supposed to be a slide before this, just acknowledging a couple of specific things in our submission. One is around townships. We know that Tiki Tiki and Rangitukia are overdue for a township upgrade. We know Ruatoria is due for a township upgrade. And we know that Te Puia should be starting preparation for a township upgrade. There's nothing in the LTP that shows us where these particular upgrades are at, so we're quite keen to follow up on that. The other thing is around biodiversity. We've obviously got a huge biodiversity project in the Raukumara Paimona. We don't have any council staff involved in that, and we think it's really critical that they are, because there's certainly some room in a lot of the advisory groups that we've got. And I know people like Kerry Hudson, we could really use his expertise.
I'll just kick in with the one thing around housing. So one of the biggest issues around the country at the moment is affordable housing or somewhere to live. So part of the future of this is how do we do that together? And it is part of the partnerships. I don't know whether that gets built into a long-term plan. I take it it's not your role to actually build the houses, but you're the enabler that will allow us to do that in an effective and efficient way. So that's where I think the relationship needs to be built.
And so we just want to remind you again that our vision is te whakapūmau I te mana motuhake o Ngāti Porou mō ngā uri whakatipu. And that our strategic pou are around whānau. They're around Rangatira. They're around Mātauranga, in particular, using our cultural places as places for learning. They're about whairawa, our economy, our Ngāti Pro economy. And lastly, it's about Te Ki Te Taiao. And there's our king of the Raukumara hiding in the Kakabik bush. Because it's about he wiwi, he Ngāti, he whanōki. Kia ora.
Thank you, Kiriana.
He wiwi Ngāti, no porangi, he iwi moke, no waiapu, no whanga o kena, no hikurangi, he Ngāti, te iwi, he whanoke, e haere ana, ki te pakanga, ka peka mai nei, ki te marae, kia mihi, kia tangi, he kone rae, te iwi, he kone ra.
So we have some time for questions from councillors. Councillors, any questions? You will have to, every question needs a wire tie afterwards. There we go.
And we're able to help you.
I retract my
Councillor
question.
Quick question.
I was up at the Maunga Moana just been, and that finished at Taparoa and Tuparo. Sorry, do you have any idea in terms of the extent of suboptimal housing on the coast? I know it's massive, but do we have any real idea?
Suboptimal for the coast would be above the 200 to 300 number. And we know that just by the initial scan we've done in our communities, off the back of the work that we are doing as a collective under Toitu Tairāwhiti, to understand what the Tairāwhiti situation is. But we know for us, that's what it looks like. But we know it's far greater than that when you take the wider Tairāwhiti communities into play.
Councillor Burdett.
Just for clarification, what's our position? Mana o te wai.
Well, Ngāti Pro's position on Te Mana o te Wai is we are not supportive of a national three waters or whatever. We are supportive of place-based responsibility and duty with water. So when I say place-based, I'm talking about catchments where the people and the hapu actually live. And in for Ngāti Pro, it's basically the same as our foreshore seabed. Sorry, that's not there now. The Takutai Moana, where the Runanga Nui has facilitated the collective of the hapu in relation to Waitai, and we see that as the model for fresh water.
Thank you for that. Supplementary, Madam Chair. In terms of our marae and the issues related around the three waters issue and some of the regulations and hoops they have to jump through, where are the nui on that?
We're in the quagmire too, Bill, because it is, it is a big bit.
Yeah, so as the Runanga Nui, we're aware of some of the potential challenges that will face marae if they are put into the same category as a supplier of water for commercial purposes. So there is a piece of work that has been undertaken led by Tina Pro in that space for us to come with our position on that. But yes, very much aware of what that is potentially an area that by virtue of what's proposed that we will get caught up in there.
Last question, Councillor Faulkner.
Sticking with the water theme, and understand there's so much research and so many studies to do, but are there opportunities up the coast for natural water storage at all that you're aware of? Is there anything that we can be working on up that way, because all of us up and down the coast are suffering from a tyre that's drying out. Yeah.
Yep, there definitely is, and an example, a working example of that right now, and more off the back of meeting the requirements, is in our work that we're doing with Hawati farms around the collection of the water through the 4 hectares of the blueberry. So you'll see the green bladder systems that are set up. That's not a long-term solution, but it's a pragmatic solution right now while we look to understand what long-term solutions could look like. Should there be the holding of a more permanent facility, like we have seen in other areas that are doing that. So it is definitely been an area that we are focused on, and yes, there is opportunities there.
Me pēni taku kōrero. Ia mātou e tipu ake ana, he kōrero tuku iho nei mai o mātou tipuna. Ko te wai kei roto I ngā kārangaranga hapu o Ngāti Porou, no ngā kārangaranga hapu o Ngāti Porou. Our grandparents and great-grandparents, the water has been there before them, came with them, and we have grown up with the understanding of we are the stewards of the water in our tribal and hapu areas, and we share it with everybody else that is in our place. And that's the basis of our kaupapa with the water. Firstly, the water looks at the first property of the water is to itself. Secondly, it is for people. And then industry and other things. So yeah, that's the basis of that. And it's there to share. It's not there to be monopolized by one group of people or one. Yeah, so that's the philosophy of our relationship with our water in our place.
Well, thank you so much, Selwyn, Wayne, George, Kiriana. Thank you for your written submission, but thank you also for taking the time to come and see us face to face. We really appreciate that.
Thank you.
See you soon. Okay, councillors, I welcome Karen. Karen, welcome. So Karen also spoke to the Regional Land Transport Committee earlier today. And Karen's submission is on page 1181. Take a seat, make yourself at home.
Yep, thank you again.
That's good.
Yep, I'm just coming. I know it's a long-term plan about the concession card for the Olympic pool, and I thank everybody because when I came last time, the concession card was granted. But the thing was, you put an age limit over 65 on it, and I really wanted it to be for everybody that came. You know, there's not hundreds and hundreds of people come, but there are people that come that that require, you know, they can't do exercise anywhere else. And we've had quite a few within their 40s and 50s. So, but I did do a little bit of research on this, and I thought, well, if it wasn't going to be open up to across the board for people 16 years and up, but maybe we could look at making it for, like, I looked around other pools and had a little, as you can see by my writing here, I've looked around other pools and they've got seniors 55 up, and they've got a students and community card for the pool. So that might alleviate some of the people with disabilities that are coming, that need to come to the aqua exercise. But as I've explained before, I asked for the concession, aqua concession, and it was granted, and it was most appreciated. These are exercises are the only ones some of us can do. We cannot run up Kaiti Hill or anywhere else, not able to go to gyms to exercise, can't ride bikes. Just walking is a big issue for us. but in the pool we come alive, and it's a gift to be able to partake in this exercise. I wish to thank you all for the work that's being done to keep the pool usable. And we've been outside in the cold air doing our exercises, but the pool's been warm. So it's been, I haven't been there for a couple of weeks because I've been in Auckland, but there's been quite a, when we had the pool open inside, there were some Fridays we were getting 50 people there, you know, and some people struggle to pay the $7 that it is now. So I just wanted to, you know, and if some people just want to do that for exercise, they don't mind doing that, but it is very hard for some people that are on a benefit that we've had some young guys with Down syndrome come, and it's really good for them because they suffer with they've been suffering with problem with obesity, and to come in to do that exercise, you know, and so they're not in the 65 age group. So it was just, and so I looked at some of the other pools, and they have provision for seniors, which is 55 years up, students, community card. If you do not want to open it to all the people, maybe this is another option. So just to make it a little bit more accessible for people. So yeah, I'm just speaking on their behalf. I felt really terrible because that first petition I did to get the concession card, a lot of the people that signed it weren't 65. So when it got granted and they couldn't buy the concession card, I did feel a bit rotten about that. So I thought I'd better come back today and.
Well, you've been a real advocate for them. Thank you, Karen. Councillor Robinson, we've got a few questions. Councillor Robinson.
Yes, Karen, I just want to thank you for actually bringing this to my attention.
Yep.
This is a really, really worthwhile and valid submission, so I really appreciate it. Thank
Question?
You. Nope.
No.
Thank
Please
you
stick
for
to
that.
questions, councillors. Any question of Karen? Councillor Dowsing.
Thank you, and thank you for submitting, Karen. Do you believe that lowering the age is the appropriate way to target the audience that you need, or do you think it might not be 55 and up is the best way, but 65 and up and others with other needs? It doesn't necessarily need to be age related. It could be need related.
Yes, that's why I added the community card and the you know, community services card, because, and the it's the student card, you know, because some of them might fit into that category, and they'd be younger. So but you know, I'd really like to make it from all ages, really, because we're not going to get hundreds of people there, but it's going to open it up to them to be able to come. I mean, $55 is still a lot of money for them to get, but I think they might be able to get a help with that, you know, like I wouldn't mind getting my son to do that and shout him a $55 card for 10 sessions. And that's what some people have done. Yeah, I think making it 65 over was a bit tough, really, because we have ladies there that are 50 and, you know, 55 and 45, some of them that have got fibromyalgia in their joints, and you know, they need that exercise, but they can't afford to come 3 or 4 times a week. Yeah. So.
Hi, Karen. Thank you so much for your submission, and thank you for advocating on behalf of everyone that used the pool. Thanks a lot for joining us today.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
Yep.
Thank you. Councillors, may I welcome Ron Elder to join us here in the front. Welcome, Ron. Ron's submission is on page 1187. How are you, Ron? All good. Make yourself at home. Yep, you can sit or stand, whatever is best for you.
I'll sit, thank you.
Here we go. The floor is yours. Thank you, Ron.
Ko hoku nui te maunga, ko mātaura te awa, ko muruhiki te kāinga tūturu, ko Ronalda ahau. Tēnā koutou katoa. I may be a relative recent incomer to Tairāwhiti, although I've been here for 25 years. But I've recently discovered that my great-great-grandfather, Henry Curtin, lived here for several years in the early 1880s. He ran a grocery store on Gladstone Road on the property now occupied by Graham and Dobson Accountants. not very successfully, I might say. He went broke, sold up and had to leave Gisborne. Thank you for your work for the community, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here. This is a personal submission. I have one amendment to make to my submission on water pipes. I don't think it's urgent to reduce the discharge of sewage into our rivers and the bay. I think we have to eliminate the discharge of sewage into our rivers and the bay. I'm recalling a protest action some years ago in which local iwi representatives brought into council hearing a container of effluent from the sewage outfall pipe so that councillors would be confronted with the stark reality of the issue they were dealing with. Perhaps you should keep that image in your minds when you are considering this question. Of course, there are costs involved in resolving the pipe leakages, but the costs of inaction are already too great to bear. It's long past time for this particular nettle to be seized, and I urge you to spend more so that the job is done sooner. As an aside, I often wonder why the council doesn't require rainwater storage on new house builds. A split plumbing system could use collected rainwater for laundry and toilet flushing so that expensively treated fresh water would be reserved for cooking and drinking. Stormwater runoff would be reduced and fresh water saved, a win-win. Coming to the wetlands, once again, I've selected the other option, which I was delighted to see in the online version of your document, is start building wetlands in 2009. You may be surprised by that as well. I presume it's a typo, but it's a truly Freudian typo because this work should have been completed long ago. Even 2009 would not have been too early. I recall being told years ago that Gisborne had a state-of-the-art sewage treatment system that was the envy of other jurisdictions. After all, the system was flushed by nature twice a day. This attitude was not acceptable then. It was always an excuse for taking a cheaper option. It is certainly not acceptable now to empty our collective chamber pots on the doorstep of Midway Surf Club. Are we really content that one of our nationally famous surf breaks is named after a sewage outfall? Practice is less acceptable now that the cultural insult that it represents has been so clearly and repeatedly explained to us by local iwi. The sewage treatment system here, with its extreme weather vulnerabilities, is still an unacceptable embarrassment. And I urge the most aggressive action possible by council to resolve the long-term underlying issues. Coming to diversity, you'll be seeing the pattern here. I chose the other option again, urging you to spend more so that you can do more. What a wishy-washy objective this council has with respect to climate change, to reduce the effects of climate change, I quote. I thought the council had declared a climate emergency. The government has declared a climate emergency. And I notice you referred to it in your document, although you misrepresent the government's climate emergency declaration. You say that the government declared a climate emergency, declaring the need for us to prepare for the impacts of a warming climate. No, they didn't. They declared a climate emergency recognizing the impacts on our environment and our way of life, but calling for urgent action, action with urgency, the Prime Minister said, a plan of action that would create a reason for hope. That's not the mitigation plan which I read in your document. Where's the sense of urgency that an emergency should arouse? Would you be happy with the fire brigade answering your 111 call of "my house is on fire" by turning out to hose off the flower beds to reduce the fire's effects, I think we'd want to put the fire out. I submit that this is not good enough, councillors. I regard the call for mitigation as the grudging concession of a climate change denier who pretends to accept the reality of global warming but won't take the actions needed to reverse it. The projects I see in your do more option are at least oriented towards reducing the carbon emissions that are the fuel of climate change. So you need to take the do more option, please, councillors. Hear and pay heed to the chant we heard in the streets and right outside this building and recently on Heipipi Park of the young people who will be voting in next year's elections. What do they want? Climate action. When do they want it? They are not expecting real climate action to be deferred until most of you won't even be councillors anymore. You should honour their passion and their engagement with a much more ambitious goal. I see my time is eroding, so I think I'm going to conclude there, except to say that I associate myself with and support the submissions of both the Rail Action Group and the cycling groups. I fail to understand why this community did not accept the money offered by central government to restore the railway, and I wonder what the forces were that were mitigating against that decision. It seems to me a win-win for this council to be actively and vigorously lobbying government to restore the railway for reasons of resilience and for reasons of getting trucks off the roads and reducing carbon emissions. That could be part of your aggressive carbon emissions reduction plan.
Thank you for that, Ron, and thank you also for your written submission. Councillors, any questions of Ron? Councillor Seymour.
Thank you very much for your submissions, and I've got it here. So several of the other projects and the finances, you suggest we do faster.
My apologies, I've got a hearing loss and I'm finding it difficult to hear what you're saying.
Sorry, thank you. I have your submission, and some of the other projects, not just what you've read out to us, or our finance, you suggest we do things faster. Who do you think should pay? Because everything, you know, you've asked that we go faster on climate change, faster on managing our finance on the Olympic pool, etc. So where do you think those rates should lie?
I think we should be borrowing more to fund that work. This is long-term work. It's also work which has been deferred by past councils. This is work that should have been done a long time ago, and I think we should be borrowing in order to fund that.
Thank you for that.
Absolutely happy with that.
Thanks a lot. Any more questions of Ron? Hi, thanks a lot, Ron, for taking the time to share with us today, and also thank you for your written submission. Thank you. Councillors, our last submission is James and Sheridan from the Historic Places Trust before we will break for a short lunch, a very shortened lunch, because we will be back here in time. But I welcome Sheridan and James to talk to their submission. You guys guys and girls, sit or stand.
Do you mind if I stand?
No problem at all. The floor is yours.
Kia ora, ko Sheridan and Andrea Ho. I'm here representing Historic Places Tairāwhiti. We're not a trust, we're Historic Places Tairāwhiti. And I'm supported here by my chairman, James Blackburn. And I'm talking for our up to 150 members that we have. We're not here to ask for money, but we are here to ask for your support as we work together to celebrate our heritage. We in this district have a very rich history, which COVID has shown more and more New Zealanders want to know about. We totally endorse, if I get this working, how do you do that? Just press that button.
Yep, there we go.
Too soon.
Too soon.
Yes, okay. We totally support your vibrant city and townships. And number 6, we celebrate our heritage as described in your spatial plan that was endorsed in 2020. You talk about celebrating heritage, and an earlier vision and strategy talks about a place rich in history that celebrates and keeps alive its culture and traditions. You say first place for the environment, culture and heritage. We celebrate our dual heritage and collaborate for a healthy future. These are all out of your vision. But what does this really mean, and how does this translate into actions? We urge you to develop a heritage strategy, to define your heritage goals and set out a framework that facilitates, encourages and manages successful heritage outcomes, which we, Historic Places Tairāwhiti, would love to have input into. We want to help you realise your stated outcome. We celebrate our heritage. We believe that by working together, iwi, Historic Places Tairāwhiti, Council, Tairāwhiti Museum, Heritage New Zealand, DOC, Education and Tourism reps, building and landowners, working together, we could create and deliver district-wide interpretive cultural heritage signage to tell the stories of the people and places of Tairāwhiti, stories that matter to people. You might ask, why bother? Because quality interpretive signage boosts community pride, well-being, appreciation of our place, our heritage. It educates. Signage would provide strong links to the history curriculum, now entrenched in our kura. Quality signage helps rejuvenate the city and supports and enriches rural townships. It promotes walking and cycling with obvious benefits to health and the planet. It boosts the economy through tourism, people staying longer here and spending more. In other words, heritage promotion links to cultural, educational and financial benefits for the community, and links in with cultural identity, knowledge, economy and communities and relationships. Gisborne's heritage signage currently takes many forms. This one is squashed into a little pathway to the toilet. Very many different forms of telling part of our story. This is a pillbox which has no signage on it whatsoever. A lot of people would not have a clue what it's about, but luckily Eloise, our Deputy Chair who's here today, instructed a lot of people on Anzac Day. Waira, on the other hand, has fantastic signage on some of their pillboxes, just to show a few things. Waira also has some great signage, as does, I mean, it's just everywhere on the West Coast. We're really falling behind on the type of information we can put out. Whangarei has got fantastic signs with English on one side and Te Reo on the other. And a wonderful path right through the city, all made of bronze or brass or something. We want to move from a piecemeal ad hoc approach to signage to planned, coordinated, quality branded heritage interpretation, a bit like what was put through the Waiweka. Council has a role with info boards around health and safety. You might notice those health and safety cones, but that's another story, isn't it? Our role is in heritage interpretation. We know that Council is burdened with many projects, but with your support, we're prepared to take this on. Many opportunities are missed. For instance, at Anzac Park, they have words above Anzac Park, which I believe means boundaries of Anzac Park. But there's a real missed opportunity here to provide the heritage of the place, which was once Mangamutu Pa. Once it was part of land given to Erawera Hariti, or better known as Edward Harris, who was the son of the first European landowner, John Harris, and his wife Takura. It was also called Score Point after John Score, who gave the land later. And where is the history about how it came to be Anzac Park? The heritage interpretation we envisage would naturally lead to multiple heritage trails, like we do as Historic Places Tairāwhiti. This is an Anzac Day walk. But heritage trails are something already noted as an opportunity in the Tairāwhiti 2050 spatial plan. We already have many trails but there is signage throughout the district about heritage trails, but these have kind of fallen by the wayside and there's nothing to support the heritage trails themselves. With the infrastructure in place that we're envisaging, Tairāwhiti could become a tohu whenua, a part of a nationwide visitor program that promotes significant historical and cultural sites. Tohu whenua are places that shaped our nation and created our defining stories. I'm told that we could fit once we have significantly more heritage interpretation in place. We want to build on what's there and provide complementary stories. For instance, one of the tūpapa signs talks about kai moana. We could complement that with heritage signage about the fishing industry and the Watties Wharf and the ill-fated gate in the training wall, just to name a couple of things. Finally, we urge Council to complete the interpretive panels at the Te Maro and Puhikaiti landing site, Cook Landing Site National Historic Reserve. It's nearly 2 years since they were erected, and Nick Tupara can't keep running up and down that rough, unfinished track to explain Te Maro's significance. We have an opportunity to do this really well by working together. And importantly, we have the resources within this community. We do not need outsiders. We can make it happen. So we ask for your support before we progress to the next stage. That support could see Council providing us with a liaison person, a staff liaison person, and ideally a councillor who could be a champion for heritage in Tairāwhiti. Like Pat Seymour was years ago, she was a champion for urban design, but you know, where is the council that could be a champion for heritage? So thank you for the opportunity to talk to you. Ngā mihi kia koutou.
Thanks a lot for that, Sheridan. You want to add anything, James, or are you happy to take questions? Any questions, councillors? Councillor Worsnell.
Signage was part of the what was communicated with the submission from the Cycling Walkway Trust and the Walking Access Commission. Given that walking, typically you're walking to something that you want to see, which has probably got some significance historically. Have you been worked with them at all? Is there an opportunity to work together?
No, we haven't, but certainly something we can do.
I think that's part of the submission, is actually all of the community working together based on a strategy for heritage promotion, tourism and education.
Yeah,
and it's someone needs to lead that. And you know, the council in their documents talks about doing this, but where's the strategy to inform that?
Councillor Sheldrake.
Thank you. Have you had engagement with our tourism arm?
We kind of thought the first place to come was council, and then we want to progress it from there if we get the support.
Great. Thank you.
So you know today we're only listening and then we'll have our deliberations on the 19th. We're today just listening. Any last question, Councillor Hughes?
Are you aware of any funding available like nationally that could help support projects like this beyond, say, the GDC staff member?
In terms of the tohu whenua work that Heritage New Zealand does, there is some funding there, but it needs a community to support that initiative. You know, we've got a really amazing heritage story to tell here. And I believe, you know, they came several years ago and talked to it about it with us and with the wider community. And I think there were council staff members at that meeting, but there was no real appetite, you know, no one wanted to get on board and say, yeah, that's a fantastic idea and do it. It was more like, oh no, we're sort of doing our own things. No, you're a government body, go away. You know, we need to jump on board and take these opportunities.
But also we have to have significant the infrastructure there already. So we have to actually make it happen before we can become a tohu whenua place.
Thanks a lot for talking to us today.
Thank you.
Thanks, James.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So, councillors, we're going to take a quick break. It is 12:15. We will be back in 20 minutes. So 12:35 we will start sharp. Thank you. What's that? Yes, all good. People just need to watch online what they can't, what they missed. If you want to vote, you need to watch online. If you miss anything, no. If you don't hear all submissions, you can't vote. No, it's fine. But if you're going to miss like 2 hours, which Meredith is missing today, you need to go online and watch those 2 hours. Because it's not fair. No, nothing on Friday. Yeah. You might have a longer lunch because the guy just stormed out. He's supposed to talk at 12:30. But because I said 12:35, we're going to come back. He said, me starting 5 minutes late is disrespectful. Is that enough? Stormed out. I was going to do it 15 minutes late. We are, but it just shows you.
Yeah, no, I just, it wasn't out of my control and they.
No, there's no issue there. Heaps of people missing stuff. You just need to catch up.
Okay.
One of them was the farm that is the hay particularly. So the other one was the
To everyone who's just joined us. We've just had our morning crew here, had a quick lunch, and now we are back for our afternoon discussions. First off, we have Hamish Cave. So Hamish, this morning we discussed, we've got a 10-minute counter down there that will just give you a rough indication, maybe around 5-6 minutes, leave some time for councillors to ask questions as well. All submissions that we received are taken as read. So come and share with us stuff that you want to highlight. And the floor is yours. Welcome. So councillors, we are now on page 1194. And as you can see, the submissions just move on in this pack. Take a seat, make yourself at home. The floor is yours.
Right up here, brother.
Thank you, Hamish.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you very much, and nice to see some familiar faces around the table. You've obviously read my submission, but I just wanted to bring 2 points to add to my submission. And one was the wastewater wetlands. And I first of all just wanted to commend the District Council for including that in the long-term plan. And I think it's admirable that we are discussing that because I see more and more kiwi fruit around this district, and I think that the District Council needs to take the lead in the discussions around that. I'm of the firm believer that a lot of that wastewater could be reused in certain situations for irrigation. After all, London has been using recycled water for about 30 years. The second thing I wanted just to really talk about was roads, and I have talked about it in my submission, but local roads are the lifeline of this district, especially for farmers. They allow our children to get to school. They allow the partners who work on the farms to travel to Gisborne for employment. They allow the farms to operate, to get the livestock out and get the farm inputs and farm service businesses in. Please don't decrease maintenance on our rural roads when considering the long-term plan. I just want to set the scene for farming as it is out there for some of you who don't venture outside the realms of the city boundaries. Farming is tough right now, and I think it is probably the toughest we've ever seen in this country. And I know some people who are older than me will say the 80s were harder. Yes, you had high interest rates and droughts, but now we've got droughts, we've got COVID, and that has destroyed the world as we all know it. It's hard to get farm supplies in. We're faced with labour shortages. We've got an ever-rising mental health and welfare issues on farms. But the biggest challenge is the environmental compliance costs that are coming towards farmers. And they're the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management. And I really wonder, back in 2011, some of us sat around this room and came up with the Freshwater Advisory Group. We did an awful lot of work, and I don't know where that's gone now. But anyway, we're faced with these new rules. We've got the National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity, and that's causing huge concern around the country. And it hasn't really arrived in this district yet in terms of discussions, but I know it has in other parts of the country. We've got the Zero Carbon Bill and the Emissions Trading Scheme. Farmers are going to be expected to meet their livestock emissions. And we've also got the new Water Services Bill, which are going to affect a lot of farms with large water schemes and multiple houses. So all these things have added huge complexities to our business. First of all, understanding them, interpreting the rules, how it's going to affect us, how we're going to farm with them, and the costs associated with farming with some of these national policy statements. And seriously, I say to you that, I wake up sometimes and I think, well, really, is there an easier alternative? And I think that probably carbon farming may well be the answer for this district, but I'm not sure that that's really what we want. So I say to you today that please maintain our roads, and let's continue to make Tairāwhiti a great region to live and work and operate businesses in, because it truly is a wonderful region and I'm really proud of it. I think we've got a lot going for it. There's a lot of people moving here now, and but we just need to be smarter and control our rates and make Gisborne a great place to have a business in. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Hamish. Councillors, any questions of Hamish?
Thank you for that submission. Hamish, you cut to the bone pretty quickly. Our roads are a perennial problem. We know that, we recognise it. But in defence of council and the money it's spent, given that it's our contractor's responsibility to maintain those roads, ours is to monitor it, how better can we do it?
Well, some of the councils that have been out to Ngātapa in the recent years, and Dave Wilson knows what I'm going to say, but the Far North District Council have had a much better system, in my view, for collecting money out of road users. And it's been a very successful model as far as I know. And they've changed their roading income substantially. And for the life of me, Dave now assures me that he's got a new model which he's going to implement, but it just seems to me that it was a very simple model and it's worked really well. At the end of the day, 1 tonne of meat, 1 tonne of logs, 1 tonne of kiwi fruit, apples or wool, all does the same damage to the road. So the more tonnes you shift on the road, the more you pay. It's as simple as that. The difficult part is collecting it, measuring it.
Capturing it. Meriden.
Thank you, Hamish, for your submission. Just in respect to your conversation in the rate space, do you feel that the rural community would prefer that it didn't, I guess, in respect to paying for a pool and a library and set services that are in the mix? Do you feel overall rurals would prefer, because your statement says it should be based on services used and not on ability to pay? I'm just wondering, is that a feeling that we should investigate more?
Look, I'm happy to pay for a swimming pool and a library and all those sorts of things, but I guess it's paying more than our fair share. At the end of the day, I mean, if Gisborne didn't have an Olympic pool and all the assets for everybody to use, it wouldn't be an attractive place to live or work in, would it? So, but I guess it's just being unfairly asked to pay for some of those services.
Thanks a lot, Hamish.
Sorry, can I just ask if Hamish is one question, Madam Chair? Are you alluding to the fresh water and the wastewater that is being placed on rural properties in this LTP? Yes,
I didn't raise it, but that is certainly, I supported Federated Farmers, and I think I did right earlier on when that was mooted that I was against. At the end of the day, though, we've got to have a wastewater, and I don't mind paying for a wastewater because I like to go and surf and swim in the ocean, but it was just the disproportionate cost that was added on to the rural.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hamish. Thank you for taking the time to meet us face to face. Thanks a lot.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay, councillors, we move to page 1199. Stephen, welcome. Councillors, I welcome Stephen Helm. Make yourself at home. So, Stephen, councillors have seen your submission, so you can speak to the points you want to highlight. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's good to be here. Knowing you guys are all doing the hard mahi for us. I'm an orchardist out at Manatuki, and I left my run a bit late getting my first farm, but I'm enjoying it, but I don't enjoy getting some costs that keep increasing all the time. So the first submission that I commented on was rural contribution to city water. I think as a society, we realise that Ruatoria and the East Cape wouldn't have electricity up there. They wouldn't be able to afford it if the Eastern Network didn't bill all of us to make that cost affordable. And I think that speaks to the heart of part of being a Kiwi, part of being a New Zealander, that we're only too happy to awhi someone or embrace someone if they've got that time of need. And I think that's where targeting rates is very efficient. The user pays principle in some areas, in other areas it's not. So in terms of roading, do city people use rural roads? Yes, they do. Do country people use city roads? Yes, they do. So all should contribute to paying for roads. But I object to having to contribute to city water and waste when I get no help from the city if something happens to my system. And there's ways that we can make the cost of city water more efficient or use less by water metering, and that's all a different subject. But I think that that's all I'd really like to say on that matter. It's relatively minor, but it's the principle. The other submission that I want to speak to is the remissions policy for horticultural land. And I mean, there's so many things we don't know. It's technical, and it took to get a bit of a head around it. So my latest valuation says 0 value on trees. And then I read the rates remission thing and it says, well, I know you have been, part of your capital value on your orchard is trees, but then you've had a remission and now we're going to stop it. I don't think that's fair. I see it that the council wants more money and they're looking to kiwi fruit and to horticulture, which is a very much a growing industry, to say, yes, we can get some more money out of these people. It's not the council's job to decide what income their ratepayers have got. It's not council's job to decide if someone can't pay. That's central government's role. That's the role of the welfare state if they can't afford to pay their rates. So council shouldn't be, the sense that I get is that the reason the council is trying to get more money out of the rural ratepayers and orchardists is because they're concerned about the ability of city ratepayers. And it's just inequitable that we could be facing, from what I've read in the news, maybe a 12% rate increase, and the city might be 2.5%. So I think council needs to make some hard decisions. Don't hide behind the skirt of the Valuer General. I understand that we have to fight these things. Central government, with the environmental issues and David Parker and those things, you actually have to say, is this equitable? And if you don't think it is, well then fight on our behalf. If you just see that we have all got lots of money and it's a good way of keeping rates down in the city, we can put them up in the country for sheep and beef farmers or horticulturists, then be man enough to come out and say so. The rates remission thing, I understand, might only be $700,000. That's $50 per ratepayer, approximately, that if everyone's rates went up by $50, that's what I would think would be equitable. It's not the job of the council to decide who is rich enough to pay. I'm a skinny orchardist with a skinny bank account. And it's the IRD's decision to decide whether I've got enough money to pay and those sorts of things. Your role is, from time immemorial, has been we've had to have a system of allocating who pays for what, and it's based on the capital value of land and improvements. And it is unfair that when you've got, the whole idea of the remission was if you've got two properties side by side, one's got permanent trees, one hasn't, that the permanent trees shouldn't be included because they all use similar services. And to turn around and suddenly say, why did it work so well for all these years? Why are you changing it? Don't just put it with what the Valuer General said. He's just been seeking an opinion from other councillors who are trying to get more money, and he's putting up an idea. You've got to go into bat for us. We've got costs going up all the time. You know what it is with consents and these sorts of things. And so you have a decision to make. You could get all of us to pay a very minute increase, and then you could keep the rate remissions intact, and then you would get your money. So that's all completes my submission.
Thanks a lot for that, Stephen. So the process is there's no debating today, or councillors can only ask questions to clarify, and then next Thursday, I think on the 19th, we will debate all the issues we've heard today and tomorrow. So councillors, any questions of Stephen in regards to his submission? Not often, you must have made a very good submission, Stephen. It's not often we get them nice and quiet. Hey, thanks a lot. Thank you for coming to talk to us today.
Thank you.
No worries. Hans. Here we go. Mrs. Christine Bain is not here. No. Hans, you are next, then Gordon. Councillors, may I welcome Hans van Krechten. Yes, this way, Hans. How are you? Long time no see. Are you well? Good to see you. Take a seat, make yourself at home. You've been here before. Take a seat. Thank you, Hans. And Hans's submission is on page 1203. Thank you, Hans.
Mevrouw de burgemeester, Tena Katoa, councillors, staff and others here. First of all, my congratulations to the staff for presenting a very beautiful looking plan with some great words in it. I think the real challenge is to implement it and to live by some of the stuff that is actually in that plan. It's time to be truthful and make the intentions in the plan happen. The plan is based on the Tairāwhiti vision document, and amongst other things, it says that we will invest in supplying safe walking, cycling and public transport, and we use new technologies to our advantage. It also says we take sustainability seriously. We change the way we live and work in response to climate change. We work to lower carbon emissions and to improve our ecological footprint. We're more resilient and we end waste and we use our natural resources wisely. These are the council's words. And then in the LTP, which we talk about today, it says our challenge is that climate change is the most significant long-term issue facing our region. We're expecting temperatures to rise, we're expecting increased fire risk, severe and more frequent storms, etc. When you read that, you think, yes, the council is onto it. And then the disappointment follows when you read that over the course of the LTP, we will work with the community to achieve a number of our planned projects. It says we will progress walking and cycling projects, including the Tarahiru River Cycleway and walkway. And then between brackets, almost as an afterthought, but it says subject to external funding. Councillors, you are planning to spend 16 to 17.6 million dollars on roading over the next 10 years every year. You have not budgeted 1 cent for new cycleways. I think when you read that, all the beautiful words that I've just quoted, and there's many more in the plan, it seems like a joke. If you truly believe that these issues are as important as they are, you cannot just rely on external funding for these projects to happen, because they may not. Yeah, you may be expecting funds from the Tairāwhiti Trust. I don't know whether they will commit to this or not. You may be waiting for central government to come through, and in the past they have funded some cycleways. But we also know how seriously financially challenged the central government will be over the next 10 years in the aftermath of the COVID crisis and other things. So to simply not budget 1 cent for the extension and development of cycleways, I think flies in the face of everything you said in your documents. And I urge you to live up to your to the expectations that you yourself have created to actually deliver on this. I've touched on 2 other things in my submission. One is the silence of the plan on the Wairoa to Gisborne railway line. The possible restoration of the railway line has been talked about for a long time. I think we're in a political climate right now where central government is reinvesting in rail as a major transport, as a major way of transport. And the political climate is right to press central government to help with restoring that last missing link between Wairoa and Gisborne railway line. There have been business case studies, including the one from Burl, which indicate that yes, there is a demand for the railway line to be used well. And I think the silence of the council on this matter has contributed to it only going as far as Wairoa. In Wairoa, the council there, in the Hawke's Bay Regional Council, they have pressed for reopening of the line between Napier and Wairoa. There's been silence in this council, and I think having a railway link when railway transport is becoming more important, being part of a railway network will only benefit this community. And the council should seize this opportunity that is here right now to press for that. And finally, I made a brief comment about the increase in development contributions that is being proposed. I work as a planning consultant and I work with the developers in this community, and the increase of up to 60%, 60% of some of the development contributions will be a significant burden for some developers. And you may think, well, those developers, they're doing pretty well anyway, thank you very much. We can ping them for more contributions to infrastructure that comes with development. But the problem is also that we have got a severe housing crisis in this community, as we all know. And house prices are a real issue for a lot of our community. And having an increase of 60% of our development contribution will be a significant additional burden to our community. And it is way out of line with inflation. And it is also a very blunt measure to fund development in the first place. So I think an increase at that level is simply not acceptable. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you for that, Hans. Councillors, any questions? Isaac.
Thank you, Hans. Just regards to the development contributions, would you prefer that be spread over, say, rates to stimulate growth in the housing crisis? So, say the costs associated with the development charges, would you prefer those to instead be collected by rates to stimulate housing growth?
I just think that some development contributions are acceptable, but it is just the level of increase at this point is just too much. So yes, and if it cannot be funded by development contribution, obviously it's got to come from somewhere else, and probably the general rates. Yes.
Councillor Foster, Councillor Wilson.
I know you're a keen cyclist and walker. Have you seen the work of the Cycling and Walking Trust? Have you heard of them or seen any of the work?
Yes, I have heard of them. Yes.
Kerry.
Just I noticed the main thrust of your submission is around the cycleways and the fact that they're not funded.
Yes.
That's because the vast majority, obviously, of everything else is going into roads. So do you think there would be any appetite for a targeted urban cycleway rate?
Well, if you ask people whether there's an appetite for more taxes, the answer is
No.
generally going to be no. But as I said, you are planning to spend $16 million on roads. And my view is that some of that money should be spent on cycleways. And some of the projects that you are planning should be reevaluated so that the development of cycleways can happen. We have, I mean, as some of you know, I used to work in this council. The discussion about the Taruhiru cycle link has been around for probably over 12 years. It's been subject to LTP discussions at least 4 times. The community has responded in consultation extensively on that, and I think one year it was the most supported project in the LTP, and yet there is no sign of it happening anytime soon. And I think that is, so yes, there is an appetite for these developments. I mean, the time here is too short, but also when you talk about transport transformation, the cost to the community of people transporting themselves on the bicycle are far lower than the cost to the community if they use cars. So no, I'm not suggesting we put an extra rate on the city to fund the cycleways, but I'm looking at reallocating your funding models so that the development of cycleways can be partly funded by council expenditure.
Thanks, Hans. Quick last question, Councillor Robinson. Quick,
Hans,
smart.
with the developments in sensor technology in vehicles and them becoming more and more smarter, and the anticipated road safety associated with that, does that affect your view? Because in theory, roadways themselves are going to become safer because as our new vehicle fleet is safer, what's coming up now. And there already is a cycleway on a road. It's called the side of the road.
Well, I'm all for cars that use less fossil fuels, but the reality in New Zealand is that a large part of our electricity is also generated by fossil fuels. So having electric cars doesn't immediately change that equation. In terms of safety, the dangers to cyclists from cars will not be diminished by electric cars, and in fact they may be increased because you don't hear them. So I don't see the transition of fossil fuel cars to electric cars diminishing the demand for cycleways.
Thanks a lot, Hans. Thank you for taking the time to
very
come
much.
and talk to us today. Thanks a lot. Gordon, you are next. How are you? Good to see you. I haven't seen you in a long time. Take a seat. We've seen how we run it here. So we're well ahead of schedule now. So we've had some people that are unwell that are not going to join us. So we are now getting on track. So Gordon, 10 minutes. The floor is yours.
I can't have
And
longer.
welcome. No, you can't have longer, but thank you for asking.
Thank you very much and good afternoon, and appreciate the opportunity to present to you. I have 6 points, time permitting. My first one relates really to an answer to a default thing that came up when I logged my submission, and that was asked to comment on water pipes in respect of repairs and maintenance. Seems to me that as a council you should be prioritising through an asset register exactly what needs doing. What is the extent of the problem you have? Are there health issues with the current pipes? Work it all out, tell us what the costs are, and then we go from there. I'm minded too of the fact that central government seems to be sticking its nose a little bit into this, and there's various things coming out. There's a infrastructure thing come out today, which is all going to have a cost impost, I'm sure. There might be a little bit of petty cash come your way, but I don't trust central government on these things, and to some extent you've got to go on the back burner until you see where that is, but at least I think you need to ascertain what needs doing. Okay, second one, wastewater treatment. Council's obviously pretty much committed now to the UV extension and the filters. On my reckoning, when that's completed over the period of about 8 years, you'll have spent something like $78 million on capital costs for wastewater treatment. I think that's enough. Beyond that, I'd leave it. I'd wait and see what the results are in terms of testing, etc. Your next stage, if there is one, some sort of wetland treatment, is obviously not scheduled until the latter part of the current 10-year or even into the next 10-year plan. But you've got a whole lot of issues that in terms of where do you put the ponds, how do you deal with birds, where's your alternative use? There's none yet been really properly put on the table. Who's going to pay for irrigation, pipes and those sort of things if you're going to go somewhere else? And of course, when you're not irrigating and it rains, where does the water go? So there's some issues you've got to face. I see in the part of the plan it's talking about a possible cost of $20 million for those ponds. In 2018, the figure in the then LT plan was something like 65 million. So excuse me for being a little bit cynical towards the council on its ability to cost things properly. And I say, let's just put that to one side. Third point, I think you're underspent on drain-wise. It's a problem you've had for 40 years. You've got to sort it. It's probably within the next 8 months when there's a hearing on the current consent applications to emergency discharges into the city rivers, you'll be told what to do. And that, I think, may well cost you a lot more money than you are currently budgeting. I'm reminded when I watched, I think, the first meeting this year of the Wastewater Management Committee, and Member Brown asked through the chair what could be done to hasten drain-wise, and the question was answered by one of the managers, well, we could throw more resources at it. I think you might have to. The problem you've got is that before you treat your wastewater, you've got to sort out what goes into the pipe. And therefore, you've got to cut the infiltration, the leaks from other systems. Otherwise, you end up treating stormwater. Okay, fourth one, cycleway. I think you've had a fair bit of an ear bashing on this over the morning already. I'm going to be fairly brief. I'm concerned from what I read in the long-term plan that the extension out to the Waipoua River from the Midway Surf Club seems to have been dropped. I certainly don't like that notion. I think it would be a relatively inexpensive cycleway to build, and it should be done. I noted that there was $1 million received from Trust Tairāwhiti in 2018. I'm not sure what that was spent on. I'd certainly like if someone could find out for me, please, where it actually went. And the final thing, as I've noted in my submission, if you do get to extend the existing walkway, please take it on the seaward side of the Midway Surf Club. Otherwise, you're jumping across roads. The more interface you've got between cycles and vehicles, the greater the danger, the greater the health risk. Keep it to the beachfront. You avoid all that jumping over what are sometimes busy roads. Fifth point, I think you really have to consider the public's affordability to in respect of rate increases. The current year's seen rates go up 5.25, next year's 6.9%, and the year after 6.37. Currently, you're getting just over $60 million in rates. By 2031, according to the cash flow statements, you're going to be getting $96 million. That's a 59% increase over 10 years. I think it's too much, and I think people on fixed incomes are going to find that a problem. And if I can just, and I'm sure he won't mind me, quote from what Councillor Burdett said back in December at a council meeting. He questioned the affordability of the increased rates take. There are parts of the city that can't afford what we're charging them now by way of rates. We also know that in our small communities, especially in the northern region, that they struggle. The 6.5 increase would stun them, he said. How do we quantify the affordability part of it so we know that when we present this to our public, that it will be accepted? I think Gisborne's household median income is about $15,000 per household, less than the national average. We're not a financially rich community. We're rich in other ways, but we have to look at this from a financial perspective. Last one is infrastructure. Ditto my comments earlier about water. We don't quite know what the government's going to give us in respect of the announcement that was made recently. What we do know is we need it now. We need land that is ready to build on. That's where the problem is, that's where the demand is. I think there are parts of the city now where the sewage system is at capacity. It cannot take any more housing. It's got to be fixed, please. Questions?
Look at that, Gordon.
Yep.
1 minute and 40 seconds left. Well done. Councillors, any questions of Gordon?
Free to go.
Thanks a lot for taking the time to
Right.
join us today, Gordon. We appreciate that. Next, we will be having a Zoom link with Forest and Bird. Heather, I leave it in your capable hands to set that up. Yes, 10 minutes ahead. So no one is here. That's all good. We can relax for 10 minutes. Relax for 10 minutes.
Hi, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be hearing what council's saying, but you appear to be on mute.
That's on meetings. That's
That I heard something for a second there when meeting support came off. Sure, I can start talking. I'm not sure what to speak to is the problem. I assume I'm just going to speak to my submission, so I will just do that. Right.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Welcome to the Gisborne District Council. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us today. So we have your submission in front of us. Thank you for that. And you can take that as read. So you can now just highlight for us out of your submission certain areas that you would like to share with us. But hey, you've got about 10 minutes, but leave a few minutes at the end where we can answer questions.
Awesome, absolutely. Cool, thank you very much. So I'm Tom Kay, I work for Forest and Bird. I'm one of the regional conservation managers covering the Hawke's Bay, Gisborne and Bay of Plenty regions. And this submission was done between myself and the local Gisborne branch of Forest and Bird. So submitted on both our behalves. And you hopefully know who Forest and Bird are, largest conservation organisation in New Zealand, almost 100 years old, and completely independent, funded by donations, memberships, bequests, all that kind of thing. We've got a long history in the Gisborne region through the branch and obviously across the whole country, almost 100 years old. I just want to highlight a few things in terms of an introduction. That, you know, one of the first being that Gisborne District Council obviously has been tasked with sustainably managing the resources in the region under the Resource Management Act, but you're in something of a unique role being a unitary authority that you have regional council district responsibilities as well as district council responsibilities. And there's a careful, not balance to be found there, but it's very important to make sure that you are meeting the requirements of both of those roles. And from our perspective, particularly the regional council role in regard to compliance and enforcement and rule setting to protect the environment, and then some of the extension of that role, particularly around vegetation clearance and things that district councils have a responsibility for. One other thing I want to highlight is in point 8 in our submission, there was a recent survey of youth in New Zealand that found, and I will quote from paragraph 8, many students saw the future as bleak and felt that their generation was inheriting a broken world. Climate change was a strong theme. Some expressed a sense of facing a hostile world with insufficient adult support. Others felt older generations had created a mess and were leaving it to young people to find solutions. And if there's one thing you take away from this submission, it should probably be that, and a reflection on the decisions you are making and the importance of considering what people in 50 years or 100 years will think of the decisions you are making and the implications that those decisions have for them. I want to skip down to point 11 and 12. Gisborne District Council's made many commitments to the community in terms of its environmental work. And we really hope that these can be as ambitious as possible. And we have set out some ambition for the region under point 12 of our submission, particularly in regard to the climate and oceans being a coastal region. Climate change obviously needs to underpin everything that you do and should be of utmost importance. I don't think anyone, even experts, can appreciate the significance of climate change and what it means for us and future generations. And in terms of the ocean, it's another one of those unseen things, but the ocean is the receiving environment of everything that we do on land and all of our decisions. And being a coastal region, it is an asset to Gisborne. I want to jump ahead to paragraph 18 around compliance. As I said, compliance and enforcement is a significant issue for us. Across the country, there is absolutely abysmal work on compliance, monitoring and enforcement by regional councils. It needs to be resourced accordingly. There's no point in having a regional plan and rules in place to try and protect the environment if there isn't adequate compliance, monitoring and enforcement work. In terms of just paragraph 22, there is a correction I need to make there. I refer to CHBDC when it should be GDC in the last sentence of paragraph 22. But we do implore you to continue lobbying central government for improvements to your funding in terms of your ability to do compliance, monitoring, enforcement, particularly through things like having better jurisdiction to fine for breaches of bylaws, particularly in regard to wastewater treatment overloads on your systems, but also in regard to resource management reform and ensuring that you have the jurisdiction you need to actually do what you need to do to protect the environment for future generations. I want to skip ahead to paragraph 35 in regard to river management. Across the country, this is the same thing, but we have basically straightened and contained rivers, and our approach to flood management is pretty archaic. There's growing evidence to suggest that it's actually cheaper to work with rivers and let them have room to move rather than constantly fighting them back into a channel with stop banks or river reinforcements. And we've seen the impacts of that in the Rangitata River when that blew out in 2019, basically went back into its old channel. The Fox River on the west coast, Edgecombe, all these kind of things. When river management, flood protection systems fail, they'll fail hard and it costs everyone. So we really need a more modern approach to river management. Same thing goes for the coastline as per paragraph 41 of our submission. We need to be thinking much more about managed retreat and 50 or 100 years down the line rather than building seawalls and protecting assets. Jumping ahead to paragraphs 48 to 50, pest control in the region is extremely important to protect native biodiversity for one, and to be consistent with the government's Predator Free 2050 program, but also to sequester carbon. And Forest and Bird's doing a lot of work at the moment to look at the impact of browsing mammals, particularly possums, deer, things like that, on the ability of our native forests to regenerate, and it appears to be significant. So we really need to invest in that sort of work. And that flows through to protecting significant natural areas. And I think you have something called PMAs in your region, management areas or something like that. Really, they need to be actively managed, not just kind of mapped out in a plan and protected through policy. They really need to have funding allocated them for restoration work. Finally, getting down to paragraph 54, implementation of the NPS Freshwater 2020, but also other legislation from central government is going to be vital to making sure that the environment is protected in your region. Particularly things like giving effect to the NES and the stock regs and those wetland clauses that have come into effect straight away. So those things need to be resourced now, but also obviously there are deadlines for plan changes and things like that to give effect to Te Mana o Te Wai and kind of making that happen in your region, which I think is a massive opportunity for the region and should be seen as such and resourced accordingly. Finally, or maybe second to finally, there are emerging, well, there's just been a decision around the Mōtiti Islands and giving scope to regional councils to protect areas of their marine environment. something Gisborne District Council should be looking at for future plan changes to protect areas of importance off their coast. And finally, I just want to say, looking forward in terms of management of the region, like I say, 50, 100 years, future generations, it's all really important, but actually thinking of any costs in these sorts of plans and anything as investments. They are investments in the future, they are investments in future generations, they are investments in the environment, and usually all of the things that can be gained from the kinds of activities I'm talking about protecting fresh water, working with rivers and managing them in a much more sensitive way, managed retreat, all that kind of stuff looks like a cost on paper, but in the long term, it is an absolute gain and investment in social well-being, cultural well-being, and often economic well-being as well. I will leave it at that. If there are any questions or time for questions, I will take them. But otherwise, thank you very much for your time.
Thanks a lot, Tom. Thank you for your very thorough submission. Councillors, any questions? Councillor Seymour, just make sure you use your microphone. Pat first and then Bill.
Thank you very much for a very comprehensive response. And it is an investment. And if I just look at the very last section of 48 to 59, 8 of those recommendations all come at substantially increased costs. And they are investments. And I completely support the environment. But who do you think should pay for these? And how much thought have you put into where that we should strike the rate for these particular activities that are investments?
Yeah, I thought I might get this question, given that you're a large region and you only have so much of a population. And the question is somewhat fraught in a way, and you can delve as deep as you want. You can get to the point of saying, well, actually, the whole system that we have is a bit flawed, and who should be taxed what and making what money and anything like that. But I think the key point is that these things have generally been put on the back burner in the past, and the benefit of them has not been recognised. So that really needs to be brought to the forefront of your thinking. Same with investment in things like Three Waters infrastructure or anything like that. There's been gross underinvestment in these things because we've had the system of neoliberal kind of approaches to government, which is not funding public services to the extent they should be and all that kind of thing. Now, I think people basically, on principle, those who can afford to pay the rates at this higher end rate should do the paying of those. Those who have fixed assets and low incomes, there should be rates, rebates and things available for them. In terms of compliance, monitoring, enforcement, all that kind of stuff, it is the industries that are creating the problems and the polluters that should be paying those rates. And then on top of that, there should be government, you should be looking at central government for opportunities around Three Waters reform and signing up to that reform to get investment in that infrastructure. You should be looking for Jobs for Nature funding, investment around the Predator-Free 2050 program. It's not going to be perfect, but investment has been too low before, and you've just got to try and figure out what needs to be prioritised.
Thank you. And I have got one more point, Madam Chair, along the same lines in regard to 8. And is surely not, there's some, this is the Young People Survey, expressed a sense of facing a hostile world and insufficient adult support. I mean, isn't that not an investment by parents and their children in the same way? You're tending to suggest that council needs to do that investment. There's a range of people surely that should be making an investment in children.
Yeah, I mean, it takes a village, right? We can only do so much in terms of parents. There's cyclical problems that we have, and we need to set up a society where young people feel supported and enabled to, to achieve and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I think it's much bigger than that. They need, Gisborne can be a place that people want to come and live and flourish in your region.
Thank you.
Your last question, Councillor Burdett.
Yeah, thank you for the submission. My question to you, in terms of your statements here regarding rivers, we should let them have their natural course. In some cases, that's been disastrous. Everything we do as a council, and most as organisations outside a council, are done on the advice of engineers. And to date, it's been reasonably successful. Are you suggesting that we don't go down this road anymore?
It's not going to be an overnight thing. I'm not suggesting that you take away your stop banks and let the river do what it wants to do. But I am suggesting that you need to think about the approach that is taken to river management. The science and emerging literature, well, not even emerging literature, well-established literature, is that engineering rivers into submission is a poor approach to river management. And when things fail, when they eventually do, and they do, it's just a matter of time, the cost will be big, whether it's an infrastructure cost or a human life cost. And that's kind of just where the research is going, or what the research says. So you basically need to start thinking, well, actually, so I'll give you an example. In Denmark, I think it was, or somewhere in the Netherlands, there was an approach done over about 5 years where they basically went, our rivers don't have enough room to flood. There's not enough capacity in them. We've got issues. We need to give rivers room to move. And they had a whole campaign called Room for the Rivers, where they basically went, where are the pinch points? Where can we get land back and give it back to the river so it can flood safely? And that's the kind of thing that needs to be done here. The Engineering New Zealand Rivers Group this year is focusing its conference on room for the rivers. That is the level at which this is being considered. So I'm not saying it should happen overnight, but it's the reality, and it's going to be a cheaper option in the long term to start thinking about managing rivers in that kind of way.
Supplementary to that, Madam Chair. In terms of everything we do on the river, and I'm part of a joint management agreement, plus a couple of Hapu trusts who work there. All the funding that is sought for the river protection, whether it's riverbank protection or realigning rivers, as you say, I don't think that was the intention of the engineers. But without engineering reports and professional people involved, you won't get funding to even assist the river. Are you suggesting we don't take that up?
I'm not entirely sure what funding you're referring to. I know there has been central government funding for what they termed climate resilience projects, many of which were simply strengthening or increasing the size of stock banks. I think that was a very short-term thinking way of doing things, and the approach needs to be much longer term. I'm not saying this is easy. I'm not saying this can be done overnight. I'm not saying you should abandon any of the work that you necessarily have planned in regard to the river. There might be some places where, look, you've got a huge amount of infrastructure invested next to a river, and that needs to be protected. But there needs to be a more thorough consideration of the implications of your flood management decisions 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 100 years out, because continuing to build stock banks when we have climate change with increased rainfall predictions, or different storm predictions, bigger rainfall, lower rainfall, all sorts of things like that, bigger floods, there are implications of that, and continuing to fight the river will not work. And we know that from the Rangitata River, that has been grossly shrunk basically over the years. When that blew in 2019, it went straight back to its channel that it was in 1937. So.
Hi, Tom, I thank you for your submission. Thank you also for taking the time to, not so much face-to-face, but face-to-Zoom, meet with us today. We really appreciate that, and we look forward to catching up again soon.
Thank you very much for your time. Cheers.
You can hear.
That's just to check if everyone's still awake. Mr. John Kape, welcome. Please come and join us here at the front. Councillors, we are at page 1216. How are you?
I'm really well, thank you.
Lovely to see you. Welcome to our place.
Thank you.
Take a seat, make yourself at home. You've seen how we do it. There's a clock that counts down from about 10 minutes.
Yes.
Leave a few minutes in the end for some questions. But the floor is yours. Thank you.
Very
And
much.
you can take your submission as read.
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Tēnā koe te koromātua, mō tō tūranga, ahara i te tūranga hau, tēnā te mihi ki a koe, te mihi ki a koutou katoa te teru arohe, tēnā koutou, te kaurunga. Thank you for the opportunity to be heard. I'd just like to say as an introduction, my submission offers a proposal for funding, which might be slightly unusual in the submissions that you receive. I also want to acknowledge the good work that this council has done over the last 3 to 5 years. The region's in a period of significant growth, and the council has been very successful in getting support from government for its range of initiatives, from transport to the pool and other facilities. So well done on that work. And also want to offer what can I call it, a conditional support for part of your rating proposal, which is the Forest Road differential roading. A key part of my submission, and you can see on the first page there that's on the screen, this is the relief I'm seeking, the request to the changes to the LTP. I'll just clarify, this is a personal submission. I'm from someone who's been raised in Gisborne and whose family's been here for generations and is committed to the well-being of the region, both its people and the environment. So just to summarise the key points my submission seeks is to investigate and introduce a log roading levy by 2023. Council has already taken a decision back in 2017 to investigate the log roading levy. Please progress this. These costs will be ongoing and will increase. Currently, the council and the ratepayer is subsidising, is paying for the cost of the industry's damage to the roads, the local share. The forest differential makes some progress on that, but I think it's approximately 570,000 that's raised from the change in the forest road differential. That's less than 20% of the actual annual subsidy that the ratepayer is paying, which is an annual cost of $4 to $6 million a year that the industry incurs, that the ratepayer is picking up for the local road, local share contribution. If the council did introduce a log levy at approximately $1 per tonne, that would be equivalent to about 20% of your annual, just under 20% of your annual rate take. That would mitigate any rate increase that you've got in front of you for the next couple of years. There's no good reason to be subsidising one industry over another industry. It provides an unfair competitive advantage. My argument to you is get your own house in order first on this matter. The ratepayer is a small rating base. We can't continue to subsidise one industry. The second point or request is please include freshwater as a priority in the LTP. You're out of step with other draft LTPs of regional authorities across the country. Hawke's Bay and the Bay of Plenty have freshwater as a priority and are addressing it. Alongside this, I think this region has significant issues and has some water bodies of national significance. A soil erosion for one is one reason why we should be looking to have at least the Waipoa identified as a water catchment of significance. So I'm requesting, here's one way is looking at progressing your freshwater as a priority, to advocate to the government a 10-year partnered program, 80 to 100 million, whatever a reasonable cost is, freshwater program as a national priority. And my argument is that that should be targeted E. coli. We're starting to see some progress in some catchments, the Waipu, the Uawa, the Waimata, and the Motu, with some government funding, where there's some programs underway to start with better riparian management in those catchments. My argument here is that there are major catchments where more than 70% of the primary sector production is not currently focused and where there are significant water quality issues. So Waipoa, Hangaroa, Whangarā, please begin to focus on those. I've got a fairly strong point in here that I think the council should request the Minister for the Environment undertake an independent review of the council's ability to achieve its regulatory authority responsibilities. I don't believe the council is adequately resourcing it, and I think we have ongoing decline in the region's environment and cumulative impacts that are not being met. I think this is this is a hard point. Tolaga Bay / event would not have happened if council was monitoring and enforcing its resource consents. You've been told by the Environment Court that you weren't doing the job properly. I haven't heard publicly from the council as what it's doing different to give us confidence that the issue is being substantively addressed. Underpinning this, there's a few examples. You're currently in breach of your wastewater consent, you should have, as a council and the Wastewater Management Committee, received a report from the regulatory authority part of your organisation prior to getting to a situation being in breach. Essentially, council has a conflict of interest as a regulatory authority, as being district council service provider and regulatory resource management authority responsible for protecting the environment. Those two functions conflict. So one of them speaks louder than the others. As a result of that conflict, I don't think you're getting adequate advice or resourcing adequate advice, not sufficient policy or implementation staff to achieve the regulatory responsibility adequately. So my suggestion here is that you proactively request the Minister of the Environment for an independent review so you can better understand how you can better achieve the regulatory authority responsibilities. And there may be a case aligned to the freshwater where the government might say, look, this is a small rating base, it needs some additional help to do the job properly. I think fundamentally you need to separate the function out. It needs to have an independent ability, separate from your regional development focus and separate from your service provision. That's probably the key parts of my submission. Investigating and introducing the log levy. Freshwater is a priority and undertaking the environmental or the resource management responsibility independent through an independent structure. I would just mention a few other things. Once the roundabout, if and when, goes into Harini Street, that is likely to lead to increased likelihood of traffic congestion on Wainui Road beyond Harris Street at peak times. So you have significant traffic growth on Wainui Road. So just bear in mind that roundabout will ease traffic going in and out of the port, but it will slow traffic down on Wainui Road. So there's some pros and cons to it. The bigger point is the traffic growth on Wainui Road and now Rootney Road. My submission here is you, as a council, do not approve any large-scale subdivisions, more than 10 or 20, in the north side of the river until you are confident you can mitigate the impacts, including on traffic growth. So, and I would say that council should withdraw itself from any discussions that might lead to those requests. So withdraw yourself from anybody that is likely to request a major subdivision in Kaiti until the traffic issues on Wainui Road are mitigated and you have confidence in that. You're going to, otherwise you'll be party to approving increased congestion on Wainui Road or not mitigated. Probably, oh no. Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll stop there.
Are you
Yeah.
ready? Okay. Thank you for that. And thank you for giving us these notes as well, John. Councillors, any questions in regards? Councillor Faulkner, you go first.
Hey, John, thank you. I see on the back page of your handout here, right sizing council.
Yeah.
Tell us about right sizing council.
That's essentially related to the regulatory, the resource management, the regional authority component of it. I don't think you have had, as a council, sufficient staff to monitor and enforce resource consents to provide you clear and independent environmental policy in a strategic perspective and to do the work to implement it. So it's not about freshwater, it's not about clean water reforms or the size of your service delivery. It's about getting resourcing and getting the regulatory authority component right.
Any more questions of John? Councillor Worsnop, we've got 23 seconds.
Given your advocacy for an independent review of our regulatory functions, do you know of anybody who has undertaken this before? Another council? Would it be, is there a precedent?
When the current structure was introduced, the unitary authority, there was a lot of advice at the time about the potential conflict of interest between the two functions, the district council and the regional council. There's a big body of literature spoken or reports that come from there. I would just refer, to, the minister might have people that he's quite keen on it. I can do a little bit of research, but I don't have anybody in mind.
Hey, thanks a lot, John. Thank you for taking the time. Thank you for bringing these extra notes. We really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think we've got a few minutes break. We are, yes, so let's take a 5-minute break. And then as soon as our next page 1221. Nicola, and you can take our submission, your submission is read. So you can highlight the bits in your submission that you want to bring to our attention. But the floor is yours. You can sit down, relax. You can see there's a clock that will count down approximately 10 minutes.
I think the
So
Olympics
so
race.
absolutely, it's the
Yeah.
Olympic race here.
Yeah.
So please leave a few minutes in the end. There might be some questions, but the floor is yours. Make yourself at home. Welcome to the council.
Okay, well, kia ora, tēnā koutou katoa, ko Nicola Wright, aho. It's a privilege to speak to you as representatives of our community. I've come to speak to a small part of the plan, but probably some wider issues arise out of it, being an organic grower, a mother, a businesswoman, and I suppose a barrister, which probably is why I'm wearing a funeral suit. But the reality is that I've come to speak in terms of the permanent crop rate remissions. I had the real privilege to speak to Fiona Scragg surrounding that and just clarifying what the process was. And as a grower, I'm actually in support of the capping of those. The kiwi fruit growers are really dominant in our community. Their visual impacts are huge. They're turning our water table to salt, and I'm a dry farmer, so I'm not doing any of those things. They have to be realistic when they take money from our community, and we all have to pay our fair, equitable share of any outgoings. So I've come to speak to that because I raise a number of concerns. They are numbered if you are looking at the 1.1, page 305, wherever that is in the plan. But what I've suggested is you're going to have to establish a criteria for remission. And the first point I want to make is I don't want to have to fill in another piece of paper to get my remission. I'm a small business. It's my husband and I, and we are flooded with regulatory requirements. Being organic, we face 3 audits a year. And it's a difficult situation coming out of COVID, where there's been more paperwork and more challenges. As a council, in my submission, you need to be seen to be supportive of the small, prominent businesses within your community. So how can you help me? You can help me by, for example, giving me an automatic remission. If people want to challenge that, that can be across the board. So none for the kiwi fruit growers, 100% for the rights, or 50% for the rights. It's a user pays system. If you want to challenge that system, then you pay the resources that are going to consider those. That's a sensible solution and a cost-effective one. To consider your plan in terms of the remission rates, I suggest that I came up with 5 things. I read them before, I thought they're pretty good. So the first one was organic certification, and I really have to counsel you as the council to be careful. You are holding this out as a sustainable long-term plan. Sustainability is a concept that's not well understood. It is not certified, and it is often used incorrectly. Your long-term plan will be subject to an environmental audit, so you must align your goals with what you're trying to achieve. And I think that was my point too. A simple percentage to align with what's the biodiversity. We have wetlands. What percentage of our land have we dedicated to the health and well-being of our community? You know, I care about the worms below the surface. My children can go through that vineyard and I don't have concerns about sprays. And you as a community should respect the fact that we are looking after the tangata whenua in the way that we are. I also suggested that the dry farming issue, which I have brought up at the beginning, and also under point 4, the value of any infrastructure. The visual impacts of kiwi fruit growers is huge in terms of the infrastructure they're putting in place, and we need to be conscious that we're clean green tairāwhiti. What is happening out there? I drive down, I look at plastic in the paddocks, I look at enormous infrastructures, and I'm disappointed. I rely on you as councillors to protect myself and my family for the future. So your long-term goals must align with long-term impacts on the land and the community. And if you as a council are seen to be supporting organics and true sustainability, then you're high achievers in my books. 4 minutes done.
Yeah. Fantastic. Well, thank you for that. Any questions, councillors? Isaac.
Can we bring back the kiwi fruit guy and watch him go head to head?
We've met before.
Any questions? Councillor Worsnop.
Just for clarity, you're suggesting we separate horticultural categories into subcategories?
I'm suggesting that you should cap the remission, and then I'm saying in terms of the remission that you apply, you take into account a number of factors because it has to be quantifiable,
justifiable and subject to an audit. So subcategories, yeah, I'm the good guy. So if I'm taking, so organic grapes, for example, we have 25% of the crop compared to what they call a conventional, I would call a chemical grower. So we really attribute land to biodiversity and wetlands. You can do that on simple percentages, on proof of certification. All of those processes can take place. But your subcategories. Oh, thanks, Rach. Yeah. Look, council running ahead. It's unheard of.
There you go. That is unheard of, but lovely. Hey, thanks a lot.
Cool, thanks, guys.
Well, no 10-year plan will be complete if we do not have Barbara Barwick knitting in the back. Barbara, it's lovely to welcome you here, and please come and join us. You have been through this process before, so you know today you can share your views with us. There are no debates happening today. It's just questions asked. So today the council are here with their ears wide open to listen to you, and then we will have deliberations later next week to make decisions. So welcome to the council. Take a seat. And Barbara, you can see we have a clock that runs down. So each submitter have about 10 minutes. So please feel free to leave a few minutes in the end to allow us to ask some questions.
No, we'll have minutes afterwards. I'll have 10 and you can have it.
Oh, Barbara, we might be running out of time.
I'm learning. I've been coming for a few years. Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. It seems a very quick 10 since we were here last. Now, first of all, I would like to say the presentation this year for getting submissions in was much, much better than last year. So well done, whoever organised that. And also I'd like to recommend the request for service staff, to whom I speak fairly regularly over the phone. And they do a really good job, and they're always very polite. And I don't think I know any of the faces, but we're getting to know each other quite well.
You know their voices.
I know their voices, yes. So that's, and I think it's important to acknowledge the good work that I experience. So you're aware of that. Now, on my submissions, I didn't dwell on anything in the booklet because I thought, well, you've all worked it all out, all the staff, we'll go with the flow. Now, one of the things I'm a little bit concerned about, Grant Road, a lot of money spent on that. And of course, I'm terribly disappointed the curb and channel has not been completed from number 29 to the corner. So I might be coming in for the next few years requesting that. But what has been done is, well, it's different, but it's working. My only concern is they have created a deep open drain on the eastern side. And in the reserve office number 25 is actually the tsunami meeting place. So there's quite a deep drain if vehicles wanted to move in. I can only get across at the far end, but one assumes that the people in the lower level of Grant Road will come up to the higher level of Grant Road, and there could be a problem there. I just wanted to highlight that because it's local knowledge that the staff need to be aware of, who may not have thought further ahead. The tsunami, will that affect the residents further down? Now, the other thing too that I want to talk about, I did mention in the submission, was the public toilets called Exelou. I've only seen it on TV. I can't say anything more about it other than it looked pretty good, but it's probably expensive. But I just thought it might be something the staff might care to investigate. Now, talking of toilets, you know, there's been a plus as far as COVID's concerned, and I have expressed concern over the years the lack of care of the public toilets at the Tolliga Bay Wharf. Now, since COVID, major improvement there last month. We now have soap dispensers and a sign to say if this toilet is not up to the mark, contact the number. I don't know why it's taken a pandemic to get that, but it's there and it's a plus. And we're now finding, of course, everybody's hygiene is so much better that we're not getting all the other bugs. And I mean, I'm not going to do a tour of all the public toilets in the entire city, but I just think everybody needs to be aware that hygiene is so important in that area. The other thing that has been, and I haven't put this in my bits of paper that we've sent in, that I have had feedback locally about the new parking meters and expressing concern for the elderly people. Now, I do hope that the old meters that are in front for the disabled parks remain, please. If that could be done, that will make life a lot easier for a lot of people. They're finding the new ones too complicated. So if the old parking meters could remain, and I've had feedback regarding that. And the other thing, two items that people asked me to ask, I don't know why they don't come themselves, but there we are. Are water tanks required in new home buildings consent, some sort of water tank to capture water? No, not yet. Oh dear.
Doesn't mean people can't.
No, I realise that, but isn't it something worthwhile looking into, that you actually have some sort of water tank when you get a consent, and it actually, I think that needs to be done. And the other thing too, I have asked this before, not necessarily at a meeting like this, do the new buildings on the beaches have to be built in such a way that they can be removed if the coastal situation changes, and they can be removed without any cost to the council? I think that's it. They have a Waihi Beach. Do we have it here yet? Okay. And finally, oh, I'm not doing too badly, am I? One of the things too, and I must congratulate you, we had 2 items, in the Gisborne Herald about them not contacting the locals because you don't have to. And I know, this is the quote from the paper, I know we don't have to, but it would be best practice to talk to them directly. And I just think it's time now that the council staff have a look at their PR, because there's a lot of grumpy people out there who don't think the council do anything properly. And that just highlights it. Now, we had this issue in Grant Road where a lovely big old gum tree was cut down because theoretically it was dropping branches on the neighbours. Well, they actually cut the wrong tree down. The tree that was causing the problem, which is ginormous, is still there, dropping branches and leaves on the next door neighbour's property. And this fabulous, probably about 100-year-old gum tree, and which has shown absolutely no sign of death, has gone. And if only that whoever makes those decisions couldn't have knocked on the door of the neighbours, as you say, they don't have to, but wouldn't it be a good thing to do, to good PR, to actually say to them, or send a letter? That'll keep the post office people happy. And send a letter saying this is what we're proposing. Do you have any comments? So that's my brief submission for this year.
Thank you, Barbara. You have kept it very brief. Councillors, any questions of Barbara? Just to clarify, you are very clear. You've given us the points here already,
sure,
which you wanted to talk about.
Yes.
And you were quite clear. Thank you also for the compliments. We don't often receive compliments. So thank you for that.
Well, I think the most interaction I have is with the request for service. And often it's only a little thing, like a street light's out, or there's a pot, like the last one was the problem of the footpath outside the where the post office boxes in Grey Street. I've had a response back, it's going to happen. And there was visibility on Stafford Street as it leads into Riverside Road, coming down the steep Russell Street, looking to your right, visibility was restricted. So I rang up and they came along with the cutting machine, and it's all good. You know, it all happens if you let the council know.
Thanks a lot for sharing with us today, Barbara.
Right, anybody got any questions?
Any other questions of Barbara? I think you made it very clear, because you also gave us some notes. So
Yes.
thanks a lot.
I don't, that Exloo toilet, it just looked so good on TV. I thought, oh, it might be a good thing for us to look at.
I thank you for taking the time, and please feel free to stay if you want to watch some of the other submissions as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara.
Cheers.
Thanks a lot. Councillors, we welcome, on page 227, I welcome Tina Nata to... Oh, lovely. Shyla, I welcome you to the front. Welcome to the chambers today. Councillor, so Shyla's submission is page 1227. How are you?
It's not as scary as I thought.
It's not scary at all. You can see at the back there's a clock that will count down
10
about
minutes.
10
Oh,
minutes. So you can leave some time at the end also for questions if there might be some councillors want. Make yourself at home, relax. The floor is yours. Okay. You can sit or stand. Okay. Hello.
Tēnā tātou te kaunahira o te whairapiti, ko Shyla Taiapa awai. He urio no te whānau tūwhakairo ora, te whānau Hinerupe, te whānau Tautaki, te whānau Aupare, te Aupare. I'm here today as a local Matakawa resident. I'm also a beneficiary of Te Remu Trust. My grandfather is Joseph Akuhata Brown. He was a founding member of Te Remu Trust. My whakapapa links me from the Ruataniwha River in Wharikahika all the way to the Karakatūwhero River in Te Araroa. Councillors, I stand here before you today to state that our whānau, te whānau tūwhakairiora me te whānau te Autaki, oppose a port as well as the barging facility within the Matakawa Rohe. The reasons why. The impacts of a port or barging facility will be detrimental to our environment. Our moana not only sustains us by providing us with kai, it is also a place that we take our whānau and our tamariki to learn and to teach, and also how to look after each other. Matakawa is also a place that sustains our mental, our cultural, and our spiritual well-being. As a hapu, our umbilical cords are connected to the land and the sea. Our whānau, te whānau tūwhakairora and te whānau te Autaki have already developed our own economic plans for our community, which includes maintaining and sustaining the abundance of our marine estate. Over the last 2 months, we've had many hui at our marae discussing our fish stocks and the state of our marine. A common factor that has arose from these hui is that we all agree as hapu that our fish stocks are low and our marine estate is in a severe decline. The proposals of a barge or port facility undermines the health of our marine estate, which is already at a critical point. It also undermines our economic aspirations that are based on the health of our marine estate. Broader marine impacts. The impacts upon our coastline are related not only to a port in Wharikahika. We've seen proposals for a barging facility on the Te Araroa coastline and further along as well, which is my whānau. Our coastal territory is closely connected. Te Araroa and Horowera, starting from Matakawa all the way to Whangaokina. We share the same fish stocks, we share the same tide systems. Therefore, any impacts that occur, we'll share as well. This is the reason our Rohe Moana Act extends from Pōtikirua to Whangaokina. We're really concerned about the continued discussions about a barging facility in our broader Rohe Moana. For the same reasons, we are very concerned about continued discussions for increased shipping activity along our coastline through the Blue Highway. And this is happening with no kōrero with our people. No matter what the facility is, whether it be a port, a barge or a blue highway, all these things will impact our rohe moana, which is already in a severe state. I believe as kaitiaki, we should be working together to protect and sustain our beautiful coastlines for all our future generations to enjoy. I've provided you with evidence of local opposition. I'd like to table evidence of marae and hapu consultation, hapu opposition to the proposal of this development, who are all represented within the Rohe Moana Trust. These are submitted with the support of the marae and petition organisers. A letter from Heneripi Marae Te Araroa stating, we do not support the building of a barge by Te Remu Trust at the proposed site or any other site on the Karakatūwhero River. Letter from Pairota Marae Te Araroa stating, we have heard the proposal of Te Remu Trust and voiced our concerns directly to them. We believe the ecological and cultural risks are too great to embark upon this project and do not wish to entertain any further exploration. A letter from the Wharekahika Māori Committee stating, the hapu, te whānau tū whakiirora, and te whānau o te Aotaki in the wider Wharekahika community demand that you seize and desist your planned water and wharf facility in our community. A letter from the Punaruku Ahu Whenua Trust stating it was the decision of the Punaruku Ahu Whenua Trust shareholders and beneficiaries that we will not be in support of a barging facility in Karakatūwhero. Recent report of the Rohe Moana Trust noting a drop in fish stocks along the coastline and a general decline in the marine well-being. We also have a petition of local and extended whānau opposing a port in Wharekahika and a petition of local and extended whānau opposing a barge facility in Te Araroa. So there you have it, whānau. I'm here on behalf of all my whānau back home in Matakawa. I'm here to tell you that we don't want a port in Wharekahika and we don't want a barge in Te Araroa. The risks are far too high for us as a people, for us as a whānau, and I'm proud to be here to stand on behalf of my people today. So tēnā tātou katoa. Questions?
Thank you. Take a seat. Any questions?
Oh, thank you. But you're going to ask me if I'm playing rugby this year.
Any questions? Oh, just use your microphone. All good.
In terms of the barging proposal, we saw and listened to a submission earlier. Have the Te Remu trustees sat down with the wider community and actually talked to them as yet?
I've had a couple of hui with whānau back home, and the feeling I've got from those huis is that majority of the whānau oppose a barging facility. I've the utmost respect for my papas. They are my papas. They know where I stand in regards to this kaupapa, and I know where they stand. I live in Matakawa. I'm on the ground with our people. I'm in our kura. I'm in our marae. I'm interweaved with our people, so I know and I feel and I believe that our whānau don't want this. They come and go. They don't live there. I live there. I'm hokainga, I'm ahika. I know what our whānau want, and it's not a barge and it's not a port.
Supplementary, Madam Chair. Do you believe that the Te Remu trustees are aware of the opposition?
Yes, they are. I've sat down and spoken with them myself as a mokopuna and told them that I don't believe this is the right thing.
And then Faulkner. Thank you.
Do you believe that your whānau up the coast understand that this is not a council initiative at all?
Yeah, they know. They know. So the reason I'm here today is to let the council know that our whānau back home are not supportive of a port or a barge. Te Remu Trust is a trust. They're not a hapu. With all this evidence that I've provided with you today, it's hapu, it's marae, it's community, and the majority don't agree. So yes, we are very well aware, but we would like to, like I said earlier, in regards to the Blue Highway corridor, none of these conversations have taken place with the people, but we do know that there is some, there's corridor going on, and if it's not transparent with the people, if there's no trust, it won't happen.
Councillor Faulkner.
Thank you so much for that. Kia ora. You mentioned your economic aspirations early on. Are you able to expand on that just a little bit?
Well, whānau beka, yep, ka pai. So at the moment, we are in the ahapu are pretty clued up. So we are creating our own employment. We've got whānaus that have developed their own small businesses. My husband just started his own small business as a fencer. We have a whatakai project, which is based around growing in our own food sovereignty within Wharekahika. We've also looked at possibilities of having our own dock school, a marine school where we can teach our tamariki to be marine biologists. We've got countless possibilities. It's just, we just need to let us be. We're working through it. We're going to get there.
Thank you. Councillor Foster, last question.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your submission. When you mentioned no blue highway, blue highway is the whole of the New Zealand waters going around. And so I'm not quite sure what you're meaning by no blue highway, because there's already all ships going past Wharekahika.
Yeah, and they're getting closer and closer. We can nearly touch them. I mean, I live right on Uniputu. I'm not sure if you've been to, so my house is the closest beach to the closest house to the beach, and I see the shipping containers go past, and it's getting more frequent, and they're getting closer and closer. I don't know if I don't know why they're getting closer, but they are. So we need to find out why, and we want to be a part of those discussions, because if anything, they should be going out further, not coming in closer. Because if there was a leak, if there was a disaster, just, I don't even want to think about it.
Yeah, sure, no, I can understand now. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
And then just one last question from me. So a while back, so I know the government are doing some consultation or talking. So have they touched base with you directly, or had Hui there on the ground?
Oh yeah, they came a couple of weeks ago to Arohe Moana Hui at Whānau Hunaran, Horuwera. But the whānau of Matakawa didn't know that they were coming. Only a selected few knew. And their proposition was $45 million to go towards marine infrastructure. We've asked if we've come shared our whakaaro on how we would like to use that money, but really they're just, it's for port or barge. If we stop playing marbles, it's for port or barge. And we don't want that. So I feel like as a collective of hapu, we need to say no. Just take 45 million and go give it to someone else, because if you're not going to give it to us and let us do what we know, we can do with it, then maumau te wā. Yeah. Yeah. So thank you for listening to me today.
Thank you for taking the time and also traveling down the coast to come and talk to us. We really appreciate it.
Oh, I live in, we'll come down to Uniputu. I live down there. You're more than welcome to call.
Fabulous. Well, next up
I'll
we're like, boop, boop, and I'll be outside. Hey,
it's
thanks
the
a
mayor.
lot. Thanks a lot for coming to share with us today. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, councillors, our next one is a Zoom meeting, which is about 10 minutes. So grab a cup of tea, stretch your legs. We'll be back in as soon as the Zoom is up and going.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
New Zealand on a Zoom meeting, who will be joining us. Kia ora, Mark. How are you? Mike. Kia ora, Mike.
Yeah, kia ora. How are you? Thanks so much for letting me come in by Zoom.
Oh, that's no worries at all. We've done a few of those today. So, Mike, you've got about 10 minutes to talk to us. We have received your submission, councillors. It's on page 1231. So, Mike, the floor is yours. Thank you. The submission is, you can take that as read and you can highlight to us what you want us to take from it.
Look, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. And if you had 1,000 pages to read, you have my deep sympathies. On the last page of my submission, I tried to summarise what we were talking about, and it essentially falls into two camps. That in terms of any rate increases, we have the strong belief that everyone should, share the burden equitably and fairly, fairly. So if it's a 10% rate increase, everyone should get about 10, but not some people get penalised more than others. And I guess that's a principle we've heard from lots of people. But the real point that I want to engage with this afternoon, and I'll do it very quickly so we can have some discussion, is the inclusion of the gold licence in the rating value. I'll immediately say that I understand from reading the Valuations Act that this seems to be permissible. The Act seems to be very widely drafted. But what I'm really appealing to you as the council to say is, do you think this is appropriate, that such a situation should exist for someone who's had to buy a licence so they can grow this product? And in my submission, I talk about, if you want to get a McDonald's franchise, for example, you've got to pay a franchise fee. If you want to supply Fonterra milk, you've got to become part of the cooperative. And so for a lot of things that we do commercially in the rural sector, there's an entry fee or a ticket to go to the ball, and whether that should be included in the rating value is what I'm really focusing on. And if you take, there are different varieties of gold, and admittedly there's only one variety of gold that has a tender at the moment, but green growers, for example, don't have to pay, and so it just seems a little bit inequitable to say to someone, just because you've had to pay a fee or join a cooperative or pay a franchise fee, that you're then required, and that becomes part of your valuation. In truth, the valuation is based off what that property can actually earn, and so it's about the return to the grower and the value of that. Not so much what you had to do to grow that product or have those cows supplying milk to Fonterra. I'm not quite sure if I explained myself clearly, but hopefully you see the distinction I'm trying to make. And what I'm suggesting is that the gold licence fee do not become part of the ratings values for gold orchards who actually have to pay a licence fee. So over to you, Your Worship, and the committee.
Thanks a lot for that, Mike. So today, we're not debating this issue today, so we'll be doing that on next Thursday. So today and tomorrow, we are only listening to submissions, and we've already had quite a few kiwi fruit growers here, and I see on our schedule tomorrow as well. So we are receiving a clear message. So we can ask, councillors can ask questions of clarification now, but we won't be debating issues, just so that when we debate next week, they have all the facts. Councillor Seymour, and then Councillor Foster, and then Councillor Faulkner.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chapman. And your analogy with the dairy sector, which I think is rightfully reasonable, and I'm only allowed to ask you a question, so I will phrase it. So in actual fact, to supply Fonterra, a dairy farmer has to buy X number of shares relative to the quantum of milk fat they deliver. That is a similar analogy, is it not, to the gold licence, and that's the point you're making for us?
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
We do not rate the shares that a farmer might hold in Fonterra.
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Foster.
Yeah, okay, Mike. My question is, has there been any conversation between Hawke New Zealand and even with Zespri New Zealand to the Valuer General before he made his decision to include the licence in valuation? Has there been any consultation or anything in that space?
No, is the answer. And we did reach out, and basically we got the answer that it wasn't something they were prepared to talk to us about. I thought that was a little bit strange, because everything we do, we do consult people, and I think that's a really important thing to do. And when they were considering the options here, had they consulted us, we could have obviously talked to them about this, and we might have been able to reach a position where we wouldn't make this submission. But no, the answer is we weren't consulted.
And supplementary to that, has there been any other councils that have implemented what we've imposed, or what we're planning, with waiting on the valuation of the licence, or are we the guinea pigs?
You are the guinea pigs. No one has done this yet, and of course, our growers are very worried this will be, the domino that falls, and everyone else will fall too. But if I was a dairy farmer, McDonald's holder, etc., this has got quite a wide ramification.
Thank you for that. Councillor Faulkner.
Hi, Mike. Thank you very much for that. I've just seen it come up a couple of times, and I'm guessing it's from Kiwifruit New Zealand or yourselves. The 57 million return to local communities. Are you able to give us just a bit of a breakdown on that? Perhaps share it to this region, but equally how that's broken down across our community. Thanks for that.
No problem. So essentially that's a KGI figure, because they take, we represent the broad spectrum of all commercial products, fruit and vegetables. And so they developed that figure. I copied their figure. So I'd really have to defer to them, but I can provide the council supplementary information how they put that together. I imagine how I would have done it is worked out how much money flows back to the growing entities in the district, and use that as the basis for making that figure. So it should be in direct relationship to growers' return, and to me it sounds about right.
Any more questions, councillors? If not, hey Mike, thanks a lot.
Well, thank you.
For taking the time to talk to us today. Thank you also for the very thorough written submission. We really appreciate that.
A pleasure, and thank you so much for your attention.
No worries. Thank you. Okay, so we are waiting so we are ahead a little bit. We have 4 more submissions today. Hi, welcome, Malcolm. Thank you for coming in earlier. Lovely to see you. Take a seat. We've made a few submissions before. Hi, welcome. So we've got a clock that runs down to 15 minutes. Might leave a few minutes in the end to ask questions.
Cool.
But the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me to speak today. Local democracy in action.
Yes. And Malcolm is on page 1246. 1,200.
That's a lot.
That is a lot.
So just a quick introduction. Where am I pointing this?
Why is it not going here?
Yeah. There we are.
You just need to,
You need to do it.
put some muscle behind it, right?
There we are. So I'm here today on behalf of the QE2 National Trust, who I proudly work for. Formed by farmers for farmers 40 years ago. We have, sorry?
Can we please have people do the submission?
Yeah, no, what you're right. It was formed by farmers for farmers initially, and now we work with all landowners. That's even in my notes.
Yes.
Because it's like, I know who's going to pull me up on that one. There we are. Yeah, so we have 4,500 covenants covering more than 180,000 hectares of New Zealand. That's all the national parks in the North Island, or more area than all the forestry in our region. 140 covenants in the Gisborne region covering almost 5,000 hectares. Important things to note, we don't own the land. Landowners retain ownership of the land, but they lose some land rights. They can't put stock in covenants, and they generally have to look after them a bit better than just a patch of bush on the back of the farm.
Oh, just hand it over to me. Let's see. Oh, now you've killed it off. Now it is dead. Anyway, you carry on. I'll play around with it.
There we are. So one of the things we do is monitoring as part of our protection. This shows the results of deer and goat and other pest control in just 8 years. Click. There we are. And sometimes when you can keep deer and goats out, the results can be absolutely astonishing. This is down near Nuhaka. It's pretty phenomenal. You don't need, yeah, that's why I'm presenting today, because written words don't do that justice. But where we can't keep stock out, where we can't keep browsers out, this is still happening across our region. As you're well aware, the Raukumara ranges pretty hammered. It's not just the ranges, it's pockets of bush on farmland as well. I've got landowners, a new record was set for me last week. I visited someone, they have seen at one time 200 deer on their farm, and they're not deer farmers. They've tried really hard to get them to market and things, but it's just difficult and not worth it. But they're eating their grass. Now, Gisborne District Council is a proud part of our whānau as covenantors. This is Wainaki, a place that has become really special to me. And I've been up there with some of you, which has been awesome. 1,100 hectares protected by a QE2 covenant. And so we have photo points in there too. Now, I reckon I can do that, hey? Now, well, I look like a fool if I can't. So this is 2012 through to this year. We try to monitor every 2 years, but there's a few gaps in there. But you can see that's improving. That's in 2014, DOC started $10,000 a year of goat control in that patch of bush. That was sort of the first big initiative up there for about 30 years. And you can see the results quite plainly. Just as a point of reference, that's about $10 a hectare. Is another photo point from in the same block of bush. And you can just see it's going in the right direction. It's fantastic to see, you know, 3 years ago it looked good. Now it looks even better. So for Wainaki, I'd say stick to the 2018 pest management plan that was put together. It's working, but also please shoot the deer. Currently they're being GPS'd and they don't really mind being GPS'd. Yeah. Natural Heritage Fund, Federated Farmers said, I think their word was woeful. Across councils across the country, things like the Natural Heritage Fund are a fantastic way of getting landowners to do what often they want to do on their own farms anyway. And some of them are RMA requirements, some of them are council requirements anyway. You're getting great bang for your buck by supporting landowners to do this, but 40 grand might do 1 or 2 farms. It just doesn't cut it, you're right. So minimum increase, I'd say to 200 grand to get you on a par with some of the other councils around. And partner with us, partner with Ngā Whenua Rāhui, New Zealand Landcare Trust, Tareia, others who are working in this space for better bang for your buck. If you partner with us, you get long-term legal protection too. That's what we're all about. Protect that investment. Some councils, such as Taranaki, say if you want council money, it has to have a covenant so that ratepayers' investment is protected. Regional Pest Management Plan, the 2018-2019 report, the review on operations found that 29% of targets were met. Just leave that there for a bit. 40% were almost achieved, which leaves quite a chunk that weren't even close. I know there's been staff shortages and changes and money siphoned off to roading and things, but as other people have said today, you've got regional council obligations. These are not nice to haves. These are, you know, other places, councils can hold each other to account. Being a unitary authority, stuff can just kind of slide sometimes. I've noticed, I've only been in this region just under 10 years. I've noticed within a block of our house, the increase in weeds that are in the regional pest management strategy plan is having, if you don't notify council and get them dealt with, it's a $5,000 fine. And they're just there on the roadsides, just around the place. And that's become acceptable. Now's the cheapest time to control those weeds. Wellington's just decided that they're going to go site-led on Old Man's Beard because it's out of control. In the Tararua Ranges, it's hard to find a QE2 covenant that doesn't have Old Man's Beard in it now. It hasn't taken off in our region. There's pockets, but Pihuri Road, for example, I've got landowners saying, well, what's the point in us doing it when it's all over the roadsides? Why would we control stuff when council's not? So there's people who are keen, but it's going to take money, and years of staff shortages to me is not really much of a excuse. There's a lot coming with the, I've mentioned the RMA, PMAs. A biodiversity strategy for this region would see PMAs better looked after. Some councils, for example, have, like a farm plan, they have a biodiversity plan. So that PMA, it's got these weeds, it's got these pests, these are the values. This is how we are going to work with landowners to manage those pests. Taranaki, with its oil and dairy money, my colleague over there can basically send GPS coordinates for weeds and the council hit team will come in and annihilate them. Wouldn't that be nice? Not that I'm advocating dairy or oil. So our suggestion in our submission is a level of service for biodiversity, that it's a measurable, I don't know your words, that's the one. So something along the lines of, we will work with iwi landowners and the community to protect, maintain and enhance Indigenous biodiversity. That's pretty much taken out of other councils' long-term plans. Not word for word, but it's an achievable, measurable thing. Pamoa. That's a huge amount of money. This is put forward as an infrastructure protection project, which is great because we need water. It's now being heralded as a biodiversity project in the long-term plan. I love seeing this much money being spent on biodiversity, so well done. I also like new forests because we don't have enough, so well done for deciding to build one. Plant one and let one grow. The Rokumura restoration is got a price tag currently of 34 million, which works out at 226 a hectare. I mentioned that the photos before for goat control were $10 per hectare. Pamoa is coming in at about $22,000 a hectare. So yeah, what we've found with QE2 is we're involved in a lot of re-veg projects and a lot of protection of existing values. Re-veg costs about 100 times as much. That it just does. So if you put a fence around something and do some pest control versus spraying, replanting, releasing, and doing all the pest and weed control, it's 100 times as much. And if you look at the cost of Rokumura versus at 226 versus 22,000, it's about 100 times as much. So what I'm saying is that for restoration planting, Pamoa is not a bad deal. That's how much it costs to do restoration planting. But $18 million on riparian planting and fencing PMAs, I think if you do expensive fencing and take off a third for admin and staff costs, my time's up. I won't be able to tell you now. You can do 600 kilometers of fencing. It's quite a bit. At the high end of the range, oh, I had it written down. I don't have it written down. It's from memory, I think it's 80,000 hectares of possum control, ground-based, not aerial. Your PMAs would be just all sorted as far as biodiversity protection. So what I'm saying, I'm not saying don't do Pamoa because it's great, but protection of existing values is where it's at for your money's worth. Cool. Thank you.
Any questions of Malcolm? Sandra, Tony, Shannon.
Hey Malcolm, I love your enthusiasm, and I do wonder with the likes of Pamoa, and I'm sure we're going to see it in other areas where hunting is considered part of the value of a place. How do we best manage that?
Pamoa, I can't comment on, but Wainaki, it's a QE2 covenant, intentionally holding a population of browsing animals in there. It's not cool with us. If you've got the opportunity to shoot them and you're intentionally not shooting them, like I know deer control's hard, but going, we're just going to leave those ones. Can we have one block of bush that doesn't have deer in it? That'd be really nice. There's heaps of opportunity for hunting out there.
Thank you.
I've got a two-part question. The first part is, if a block of, say, 50 hectares gets put into QE2, what is the cost for joining the organisation for doing that? Sort of what's the...
So the cost to the landowner is half the fencing cost. We pay half the fencing cost and we pay all the legal fees to get that registered on the title and survey and ongoing monitoring.
Can you give us a figure roughly?
So if it is a requirement as part of a overseas investment office, we charge around 20 grand. That varies with fencing costs. But it might, I haven't done one for a while. It might be 20 grand plus monitoring. Sorry, plus fencing. That might be 20 grand. Yeah, I can get back to you if that helps.
And the second thing is very enjoyable presentation. Do you do guest spots at dinner parties and stuff?
Shannon Dowsing, next question. Ignore him.
Thank you. So he stole my question. I wanted to ask about Pamoa and the ability for it to regenerate instead of be replanted. So yes, we'd try to create a new forest. What would it look like if we were to try to allow it to naturally revert?
So my understanding is there's some areas that are being naturally reverted where there's stuff coming up beyond a certain level, that's being left, and then areas that are being scraped clean are being replanted. I'm not sure on the split of what's existing bush, what's regrowing, and what's being directly replanted.
Oh my golly, look at all the hands. Pat, Bill, Josh, and last question, Meredith.
Thanks very much, Malcolm.
No worries.
Are you saying that goats and deer in a revegetating forest, native forest, are inconsistent?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Bill.
Thank you. We shut it up. I mean, locked it up and just did animal control. How much would it save us?
It's not for me.
Oh.
Sorry. Because you've got weeds to consider as well.
No, if you're letting it regenerate like you guys are, some of those things, you don't need to do it.
So it's a different thing taking something that was forestry and turning that into bush versus protecting existing values. So native bush, with there's kind of a hierarchy of damage. Heavy cattle are the worst. They'll just destroy a bush, and then deer and goats, depending on numbers. Goats in high numbers are incredibly bad. I've got blocks down in Mahia with no deer, but with high goat numbers that are destroyed. I've also got blocks with high deer numbers and no goats that are destroyed. And then sheep, meh. They don't do too much.
Ultimately, in the long term, it will revert to bush.
That would be very nice, but I don't think that's true. Some areas will, but some will revert to a mix of friendly exotics and yeah.
Josh.
Thank you very much, Worship. Hey, thank you, Malcolm. Awesome presentation. Two questions. So first question, just for my own clarity, you had mentioned the cost per hectare at Pamoa. Are you saying that you, as a representative of Kiwi2, are comfortable with our investment, you support that investment into that space in regards to revegetation, but also that there's, you're also urging us maybe in the future looking at kind of the whole natural regrowth stuff, which is what you want.
The first part of your question, don't know all the details because it was a closed meeting.
I'm trying to get clarity from what you were saying, like, it sounded like it was I support, but I kind of don't support. I'm just trying to get exact clarity around what you mean in regards to.
I think more forest is good, but I'm just pointing out the price tag and what you could also achieve for that. So I'm not saying, you've made the decision to spend that money on that place. Just pointing out what else not that money, but the same amount of money could have achieved or could achieve. In 100 years, that will be, twice as, it'll be 2,000 hectares of forest instead of Wainaki, which is one. Someone in this district has to start making more forest, native forest, because there ain't much. So that's cool, but it's a pretty big hit as well. So I've flip-flopped. I've been like, what? works. And then I'm like, yeah, but 2,000 hectares of forest, we don't have that anywhere else. So great. Yeah, but the cost is pretty amazing as well.
Awesome. Thanks.
So I missed the second part of your question.
Oh no, my second question was going to be, please send me those details for that farming as a 200 days. Thank you very much.
Meredith.
Thank you, Malcolm, for taking up your citizenship and your role today. My question really is that in talking about pest control, does QE2 itself have a team managing pest, or should council be investing in more people to hunt and gather this food that's available?
I'm the team, so I'm it. So we encourage landowners to, with poisoning or trapping or whatever they want to do, we help apply for funding, get traps where and when we can, but that's not, we're pretty limited. We're a protection organisation rather than a on the ground work organisation. So yeah, council, but also a lot of people, it's hard to know what's a weed and what's not, you know, and so it's a education thing as well. But yeah, the scope for weed and pest control in this region is vast.
Okay, last question, Kerry.
I just want to thank you for highlighting some amazing facts that we could all do with hearing, and ask you, so you've mentioned deer, you've mentioned goats, but we're also known as Club Med for possums. In terms of the biodiversity aspect, what sort of emphasis would you put on them?
Well, I guess in the past, like in Northland and other places, we've seen when they go full rampant, and the Rokumaras, they're really destructive. My concern with that is one of the things that wasn't achieved in the pest management strategy was called residual trap catch index. So we don't really know what's out there, because if you control possums in a block, you know they're controlled in that block, but what about the block you didn't control them in? And I always ask my covenant tours, you know, has anyone from council been around? And some say yes and some say no. And sometimes it's like, oh, someone came a few years ago, or sometimes it's someone came a week ago. But again, that comes down to that strategic plan based on values. What are we protecting? Why are we protecting it? In the Hawke's Bay, for example, that possum control work's all contracted out. They had a massive push on it because of TB. And a contractor goes in, controls possums in a block. Another contractor comes in and does a residual trap catch. So they put out a certain number of traps over a certain number of nights. And if the possum numbers are not as low as the contract said they should be, the contractor has to go in at their own cost and lower those possum numbers. I don't know why we're not doing that here. Maybe it's just because of the TB thing, but we're not saying we want TB. No.
Hey, thanks a lot, Malcolm.
No worries.
Lovely
Pleasure.
submission. Thank you for taking time to come and talk to us face to face.
Pleasure.
Thanks a lot. Okay, councillors, I take you now back to page 822, which is the New Zealand Motor Caravan. The New Zealand Motor Caravan Association. James will be zooming in. Kia ora, James, how are you?
Kia ora, thank you. I'm very well and really appreciate you guys accommodating us online today.
No problem at all. So James, you've got about 10 minutes to share, so you can take the submission as read. You can highlight some points for us and we might have some questions at the end. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for that. Yeah, kia ora koutou, everybody. Look, I just want to again thank Council and especially the staff for accommodating us online. I know sometimes it's not easy getting everybody in the same room, but we really appreciate it. Hopefully our submission makes sense, and I'll get straight to the point so that if the councillors have any questions, I can spend most of my time answering those. 2015, the NZMCA granted Gisborne motorhome friendly town status. One of the criteria was that there was a public dump station in town that was maintained by the council. we agreed in good faith that we would work with the council to put a system in place while still granting that motorhome friendly status. We have had several meetings with various different council staff, and I do acknowledge that since the motorhome friendly town accreditation was granted, many different council staff have been involved in this particular project. And some of them, or most of them, are no longer with the council, I believe. But we've always maintained that Gisborne needs its own public dump station because the existing dump stations in town are on private land, and there's no guarantees that those sites and all those facilities will be available in the long term. And we are aware that one site in particular has issues, and another site's potentially going to close down in the near future. So in discussions with council since 2015, we looked at a number of different sites around the district, and we all landed on one site at Inner Street, Stanley Street. We have committed to helping the council install that facility with a view that council will then maintain the facility ongoing. Under that understanding, NZMCA has spent at least $20,000 in securing the resource consent. So we do have the consent to construct the facility. What's missing is the funding. When we received consent, we were aware that at the time there was no budget in the council's current long-term plan to help fund this facility. And the thinking was pre-COVID that we would seek funding from central government, with NZMCA providing seed funding, which we're still prepared to do. When I say central government, I mean under the TIF fund, sorry. And COVID intervened, and so things got put on the back burner again. But we now are aware that MB are seeking submissions from councils to install infrastructure, and I know they've got some priority councils, but they've also signalled that other councils who need infrastructure like this should still make submissions. We're asking the council to recognise that this facility is necessary, that we have both committed to putting this facility in place. We know we've got a cost estimate from a local contractor that suggests to construct the facility in line with the consent conditions could cost up to $150,000. If the council is prepared to go halfway on this, we're prepared to look at meeting them halfway if we can't get TIF funding so that we can get this across the line. Otherwise, we have to wait another year. There are a lot of people who want to visit Gisborne in motorhomes, not just our members, but you've got rental New Zealanders who rent camper vans want to visit the district too. We have quite a few of our members that do live in the district as well, so they would utilise the dump station when they come home from their holidays or when they're still travelling around the region. They need to come back and empty their waste. So it's not just a facility that will benefit NZMCA members, it will benefit the public and tourists as well. So what we're really asking for is the council to help us get this facility put in place, because we have invested a lot of time and money to date on this project. And so we can get it across the line. We don't really want to wait another 3 years for the next time you review your long-term plan. I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
Thank you for that, James. Councillors, any questions of James? Thank you for your well-written submission. Any questions? Councillor Robinson.
Hi, James. I understand there is a dump station provided next to Haul Rights on Awapuni Road that is on an accessible right-of-way that doesn't appear to be a private right-of-way per se. Is that one that you indicated would potentially be longer, potentially not be available?
Yeah, well, we are aware that the owner of that property is potentially looking to sell. So if that land is sold, there's no guarantee a future owner would want the dump station to continue, or that it would continue. So we don't want to rely. I mean, it's great that the owner of that site has provided that facility, but you know, there will come a time, and that time might be very soon, where the land will change ownership, and we don't know whatever new owner might want to do with that facility.
Supplementary question: have you had any discussions with that landowner about potentially securing that site by way of an easement or some sort of access, legally secured access?
We haven't had that conversation, but we would still prefer that we continued on with this project. In our view, I don't think we need to revisit whether this project's necessary. We've already crossed that bridge. Council have already committed to working with us. We've already spent $20,000 on getting the consent. We're committed to providing council with a significant sum of money if we can get it across the line, more money than we give other councils. I know in the past we've been asked to pay for the full installation costs. All I'd say is that there's 60 odd councils around the country and many of them are putting dump stations in, and we're having to support those as well. So we have a limited budget at the end of the day, and we wouldn't be able to afford to do the whole project by ourselves.
Hey, thank you, James. I thank you for the time you've taken to speak face to face to us today, and have a lovely rest of your afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, I welcome Doug Jones. Thanks for coming earlier, Doug, from Ngāi Tamanui. Please come and join us here at the front. Here we go. You've spoken to us a few times before, so Doug, we've got a timer that runs down there just showing we've got approximately 10 minutes per submission, and we're going to ask some questions in the end as well.
Kapua.
Well, good. The floor is yours.
Kia ora tātou, tēnā rā tātou I tēnei ahiahi. Good to see some rain out there to fill up the tanks, which is actually going to be a key theme of ours in our submission. But tuatahi me mihi kia koutou katoa. So want to acknowledge just this opportunity to speak to you all as council, and acknowledge the treaty partnership that we are forming and that we continue to form. Our vision is kei tutu, kei poroporo te oranga. Now, the interesting thing about that vision statement is that no one really knows where tutu and poroporo is. But it's aspirational, because once we identify where those places are, it means we've unraveled a whole lot of history and a richness to our stories, that we get to know who we are a lot more, and we are able to stand a lot stronger on our own 2 feet. However, what we do know is that within those boundaries of tutu and poroporo is te whirowhiro, is te kuriā pāwa or young Nick's head, is tawatapu or more commonly known as Bartlett's, wharerata, mangapoike and wainake. And that's our circular environment. That's our regional base for Ngāi Tamanui, and that's our place, and it's also your place. And so we want to just highlight a number of things, and I'm not going to really speak to the submission. You have that in front of you, along with the 800 other pages that you've been reading and absorbed. 1,400, well done. But a couple of points. We've noted that te whirowhiro is a critical part of our tūranga identity, but also who we are as Ngāi Tamanui. Initially in our submission, we made the point that we would be investing 200,000 into te whirowhiro over the next 3 years. Well, that figure's actually wrong. It's a lot closer to 800,000. So I want to make that point, that that's what we're willing to put into it. So what's the council willing to put into something that's very significant to who we are as Tūranga Nui a Kiwa, Te Tai Rāwhiti. So I wanted to make that point. Obviously, everything that I've talked about in terms of those sites is connected by water. As Tamanui, we're kaitiaki or guardians, and want to make the point that the water that you guys all have in front of your, in your glasses there, is actually supplied by Ngāi Tamanui and the Ngāi Tamanui Rohe. Yet, that favour, although we're working towards it, hasn't been reciprocated. You know, we don't have town supply or Wainaki supply, or should we say Ngāi Tamanui supply to Muriwai, which is ironic. So we're looking for that reciprocal relationship, partnership, where we can get some further investment into rural communities that supports infrastructure. So along that line, we want to be a major decision maker when it comes to all things water, so marine and freshwater, because it's who we are and it's how we identify ourselves. Which leads into Wainaki. Obviously, we need to make Wainaki a big part of who we are. It's definitely a big part of who we are as Ngāi Tamanui. Obviously, we're providing the water source to the whole city, and we want to make sure that that investment in Wainaki continues, because you know, if we don't look after our own water source, you know, ko waikui, that's where the statement ko waikui, what water do you come from? So if we can't even look after our own water and the investment that we have there, then how can we say that we're truly from Te Tairāwhiti? So in terms of that, so just want to reiterate that Ngāi Tamanahiri wants to be at the decision-making table alongside council, and we want to do that as a co-governance type of arrangement. Along the lines of supporting regional infrastructure, housing just comes up time and time again. And for us as Tamanahiri, as part of Rautipu Rauora, as part of the Toitū Tairāwhiti Collective, we're wanting to make a really strong stand in that space. So we're wanting further investment in infrastructure into rural communities, particularly Muriwai, but also Tawatapu, which is Bartlett's. Housing has become a major issue for us, and we want to see an increased investment. The other thing alongside that is around Muriwai village itself. The iwi Trust has spent close to over 450,000 over the last 8 years doing the beautification of Muriwai. So we mow the lawns at the marae, we mow the verges, we maintain the drains, all those sorts of things. That's what we've done. Council in the last long-term plan provided 250,000, of which we can't actually decide what to use because it's so little. It's not enough for us to make a decision on whether we should have put a car park at the marae, put some berms in, or a walkway. The real issue here is that there's not enough investment into the village. And so if we're looking at a partnership arrangement, if we're talking about co-governance, co-management, well, we've already spent 450,000 ourselves in keeping our place beautiful. So we want that reflected and reciprocated. Yeah. And the last one is around, again, big investment into our place that enables positive outcomes. That's what we're really trying to achieve, is how do we make healthy homes, healthy people within our rohe. And those are the sort of building blocks that we need to have. I don't want to take up too much more of the time, but that really is the nexus of our submission, and we'd really love council to take those into account. All of those things, and that identifying that these places and spaces not only represent Ngāi Tamanahiri, but they represent all of Te Tairāwhiti and who we are as Tūranganui Ākiwa. So from Te Whiro, the landing place of Harauta Waka, to Kuriapawa, which is our biggest landmark in our bay, up to Wharerata, which is one of our major forests and landmarks, Manga Poike, which is are the dams that provide the water source to all of us here in Gisborne City, and then Wainake, which is becoming fast becoming one of our prides, jewels, I should say, in our area. So I just want to acknowledge the investment that's gone in, and I'd really encourage you to continue that investment and increase it if you can. So, kia ora.
Thank you for that, Doug. And thank you also for your well-thought-out written submission. Councillors, any questions of Doug? Councillor Worsnell.
Yeah, thanks for that. My query is, what does Ngāi Tamanahiri make of the proposed three waters amalgamation, given a lot of your mihi was around your sort of kaitiaki role with water?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so at this point in time, we don't support a publicly owned organisation around managing drinking water. That's pretty much the position that we've stated in our submission. There's obviously a hell of a lot that sits behind that, and there's a lot of thinking still to go, but that's our position at this point in time.
Uncle Paul.
As long as I've been here, the money took out in Muriwai, put a tunnel down for connecting to the water line and having water into those villages. Koretake. So how would you make it happen? Or would you say, how should we make it happen?
Yes, so we've had really good conversations with Nadine and the team around how we could make that happen. I suppose to make it real for us, we aren't connected to town supply, let's call it that. Our systems in our houses wouldn't be able to cope with that type of infrastructure, and so we'd have flow-on impacts. The conversations that we've had with council is a tank top-up, where our tanks will stay full or at a certain level most of the time, if not all of the time, which compensates also when rain happens, it's not using the water as often. But we think that's actually that's actually a very good option for us. And one of the main reasons is that, yep, we'll have water supply all the time. It may create other maybe luxuries that our people haven't had, which is like more than a 2-minute shower. But the other thing is that, I think that probably is the best way, if I'm really honest. Our families in Muriwai and Tawatapu have to bring their clothes into town to do all their washing. So they're spending 20, 30 bucks a week on washing plus time while they're at work. Now, everybody in this room is probably washing their own clothes at home. Well, our guys can't do that. Our families can't do that. They have to bring their clothes into town, wash them, dry. So that's $300 at least. So if we're talking about a potential rates increase to support that, well, our families are spending way over that just to do their washing. So I think the options that we've talked about with Nadine and the council staff is actually probably a very good positive step.
Any more questions of that, Isaac?
So apart from the kind of, I guess, water infrastructure, apart from the water infrastructure, what kind of other infrastructure support would you like to see from the council in, say, Muriwai, for example?
I think if we're going to stand up new housing, in rural zones, so Tairāwhiti iwi are pushing hard on government right now to establish potentially 500 homes in the next 4 years. That's an ambitious target, but a lot of that will be in the rural zone. So what we're talking about is infrastructure that supports housing. That might be drinking water, it might be things like septic tanks are a big thing, for rural areas. So how can council support in that space? I think there's a lot of thinking to do. But if housing and fresh water are our main things, that's the types of infrastructure that we're wanting to see, as well as the beautification aspects of what council do to maintain our villages, not just in Muriwai, but across our region.
Kia ora, Doug. Thank you so much for your submission to us. 2.3, we celebrate our heritage. That kōrero delivering for and with Māori outcomes. You kind of push on the joint management space of co-governance partnerships. Do you see Māori wards being one of the mechanisms, I guess, to help support that relationship developing or further being meaningful? We're in that space to discuss governance relationship, and I know iwi more and more coming to our table with a lot of, I guess, knowledge respect to the whenua awa moana. So is that a mechanism that iwi feel supportable?
So I think there's two things. The first answer is yes. Yes, it would support that, because we would have a really strong representation of what our region looks like. I think at the moment we're 52% Māori within our area. So actually that would be a good representation from that point of view. On the other side of things, when we're talking co-governance, we're talking about this table here and iwi governance. That's the treaty relationship. So it's an and from my point of view. So I think we do need to have Māori wards, but it doesn't exclude the relationship and partnership that council already has with iwi, and that wouldn't be impacted by Māori wards. So that's where I think we can see joint management, and I think the Pāmoa example is a really good one at the moment. Wainaki example is really good co-management, but we need co-governance is where we need to be.
Last question, Councillor Faulkner.
Nā maki, Doug. The marae taha The Wharirata being the gateway to our region. How do we best work together looking after that side of the rohi? Because we tend to focus on the Wainaki and the water coming into town, but we forget some of those other areas. It's a bit convenient, and Maraitaha is only a smallish river compared to some of the others, yeah? How do we best work together on those?
I think wanting to work together is probably the first stage. So you're right, Wainaki is one part, but we also have the other side, which is Maraitaha River, Whariratas in that side. Yeah, we're really keen to engage on aspects of that side. We're quite fortunate that we have Nick's Head Station doing a really good job for us on that side, but we want to be more involved. And so if council are willing to lean into that, then so are we as Tāmanahiri Tutu Poroporo Trust. We're slowly working that through on smaller projects. So we're working with individual forestry companies, the marae, Rangiwaho marae are doing their own little things with NZTA. And so we're taking it bit by bit, but I think we could do a big bang approach and get some really big wins there.
Hey Doug, thanks a lot for taking the time out of your busy day, and also thank you for making yourself available earlier.
Ngā mihi, kia ora.
Thanks a lot. Okay, councillors, we have one more submission which will be in 15 minutes. So quickly stretch your legs, and 4 o'clock, Mrs. Mills from the YMCA will come and talk to us. And that will be our last one for the day, and we'll start up at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Page 1295. I welcome Heidi Mills from the YMCA to join us here today. You're our last submission for today, so welcome, Heidi. Come and take a seat here. Absolutely. There we go. Okay, you guys can take a seat here. Yep. So welcome at the Gisborne District Council. Please make yourselves at home. So Heidi, you will see we've got a clock of about 10 minutes where you can make your submission, maybe leave a few minutes at the end where we can ask some questions.
Okay.
But the floor is yours. You can take your submission as read. We're on page 1295. There we go. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Do I need the mic?
Yes,
Do
yes.
I need the mic?
No, just like that. You just leave it right there. All good.
Okay. Forgive me. Kia ora. Nice to be able to present to you today. My name's Heidi Mills. I'm the Youth Development Manager at the YMCA. I've been there less than 6 months, but I'm determined to make a positive impact to this community. My background is a youth development advisor. I don't like to use the word expert, but other people might put it out there. I used to work for the Ministry of Youth Development and have done a lot of work with Gisborne District Council and your Youth Council back in the day. So I've got a lot of history with you, and I'm really keen to make sure that you have young people being involved in the decision making in this community again, as you were many years ago. So I have a quote just to kick us off with. I raise my voice, not so that I can shout, but so those that without a voice can be heard. And that was Malala Yousafzai. They've been telling me not to get it wrong. The Nobel Prize winner, laureate of 2014, the young woman that was shot by the Taliban back in the day. Her quote is really powerful because we are here to make sure that young people's voices are heard. During the holidays, the school holiday period, I ran a couple of youth workshops called WTF Gizzy. And even just using the WTF was a bit of an eye-opener for many people. They thought we were talking about a different terminology, but actually for us it was, what's the future, Gizzy? We wanted young people to have a say. We had over 30 young people, which isn't massive, but we had 30 that were involved in wanting to have a say about what goes on in this community. So during those workshops, we had 14 to 29-year-olds turn up, and they shared with us their thoughts and their opinions on life in Gisborne. Some of the things that were clearly coming through was a need for better cycleways, better walkways, especially to and from schools. They were concerned about stormwater and wastewater getting into the rivers and how that has a negative impact, not only on our local environment and the people that live here, but also the tourism industry. Super keen about the library. They like the library space, especially as it has free Wi-Fi, and it's one of the few places in the town that does have that, but they don't consider the library to be an engaging environment. And they're really keen for new avenues and opportunities for young people to be heard. Now, before I get into that bit, I'm going to let Alex talk because he's really passionate about some of the things that was raised in the workshops. Over to you.
Logging for this council is big. It gets our district a lot of money, but I read the local paper and quite often I see logging trucks have tipped, and logging trucks don't just tip by themselves. They're a great health and safety risk to many people, and to get the numbers down of the trucks on the road, because they also wreck our roads and our roads aren't really built that well. I think we should need to get Kiwi Rail on our side to upgrade and get our railways working, because a logging truck can carry, I don't know how many logs, but we'll say 40 logs, and a train could carry 300. And it would be more economical for the environment and more cost effective for everyone.
Thank you, Alex. So just to wrap up, because we've got a minute left. Oh, is it? Okay, I thought you had 5 minutes for Q&A as well. So just to sort of wrap up as well. One of the key reasons that we are here is to really emphasise the importance of young people being heard. I don't know how many of you are aware of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. We are signed up to it. And Article 12 clearly states that every young person should have a say and an influence about decisions that will affect them. This kind of meeting has those effects. So we're here to speak up on behalf of a few young people, but we'd like to make sure that there are more young people in the future. And one of the recommendations is that if we can in any way support youth voice being heard within this community, bring it on, we'll do it for you. Just have a closing quote for you. No one is born a good citizen. No nation is born a democracy. Rather, both are processes that continue to evolve over a lifetime. Young people must be included from birth. A society that cuts itself off from its youth severs its lifeline. It is condemned to bleed to death. That's Kofi Annan, Secretary General of the United Nations, 1997 to 2006. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Heidi. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Taylor. Anything you want to add? No, you're open for questions. Shannon.
Thank you. Thank you for the submission. I guess I'm probably still considered a youth voice around this table.
Yeah, right.
At a fresh 40. But the, yeah. Stay back. What my question is where would you like us to engage with you? Because it hasn't worked trying to bring you into our environment. Where would you like us to engage with you?
I think it would be good to have a workshop that any youth person could go to, that there could be counsellors for their mental health. It could be a space for them just to sit down and relax and get away from the house, because there might be just something there they don't like what's going on. There could be a youth cafe that's run by youth leaders that just allows people to relax and get away from it all. But I think the main thing would be the counsellors, because the mental health of our youth is decreasing and it's not looking very good for our future.
Councillor Robinson.
An earlier submission today spoke about the youth mental health and touched on what you talked about, the voice not being heard and how that's really impacting. Do you feel that, as rangatahi, your voice isn't heard? And if not, how does that make you feel as an individual?
I think because the voting age is 16, anything 18, sorry, anything under that is not really taken seriously, I think. They think, oh, they're too young, they're not mature enough. But there are some people that are mature enough and can make these educated decisions and will have a better future for themselves and make a better future for others. Because you can't just have a future for that one person. You need to get a future for everyone, or we need to say to people, this is what you can do to have a future, or to be able to do what you want to do when you're older. Because it starts when you're a teenager and when you're younger. Because when you're boys at my school, they just go, oh, school, well, I hate school. But then when they get out of school, they don't know what they're doing. So I think it needs to start at the school level.
Thank you, Josh. And then Sandra.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Thank you very much for the presentation. Myself being Councillor Brown, I've had the pleasure of being able to kind of attend rangatahi kind of based things, particularly around the marches, etc., etc. Thank you for being a voice in regards to those things. I just wanted to kind of just quickly ask, and it's off the back of Councillor Dowsing's question about how would you like us to engage with youth, because we have a youth council, We have these plans. We have these plans to create those kinds of environments, like through a house space around this rangatahi house space, all of those kinds of things. But one of the things that I often find is that we'll have these awesome rangatahi come here and give us these conversations, and we'll see some at climate change, and we'll see some at lots of different places. And there's a feeling of under-engagement on our side. So you've told us kind of the how, but also functionally kind of when, you know, will that be best be during school time? Would it be best after school time? Would it be weekend stuff? Like, I'm keen to hear those kinds of ideas around our engagement with you guys too.
I'm going to jump in at this point, if that's okay. So you do have a youth council, and it's great to see that you do, but there is certainly space for further development. And I think that's about looking outside of those head boys and head girls that generally get chosen to be put on youth councils. That's more often the case across the country. Lots of youth councils have the students that are nominated by their schools because they're considered to be the leaders within their schools, whereas they're often the ones that are overcommitted and don't have the time or necessarily the energy to put the requirement in to make the difference. What I would suggest is that you have people that are familiar and able to build a rapport with young people. That's the crucial difference in having a relationship and being able to engage with young people that can really pull out that work, pull out that essence of the difference of getting their voices heard and wanting to be heard. That's the key thing. You've had a comms manager involved in dealing with young people here. It sits under Democratic Services. I would recommend that there's a review of how you currently engage with your youth council, and is it actually, apologies, but is it fit for purpose? Is your youth council fit for purpose for the audience that you're trying to engage with and for them to actually engage with you? So there needs to be a bit of a power shift from this is how council runs to actually this is how we want to engage with young people. We need to change in how we do that.
Thank you for that.
Sorry, supplementary. I did kind of like also want to get a general sense too from the rangatahi about when what kind of suits you or that kind of stuff. So thank you for your quoted or Heidi. I do agree. It needs to be rangatahi based out and rangatahi led. But I do also want to hear from our rangatahi in regards to this.
I think it would be during school. You could have at Boys High. We have you need to do some of these classes, and I think it could be in our curriculum that there could be just talking about what you can do in your future if this is what you do when you're younger. If you go hard at school, succeed at school, go to university and succeed, then you can have the money and do what you want to do when you're older. So I think it would be a during school thing, and it would be a necessary educational requirement.
Thank you.
Sandra, Pat, last question, Andy.
It's interesting we're all landing in this place, but mine's a really simple question. Should we be teaching democracy in our schools?
We should.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hi.
Thank you. My question was about the comment you made around the library. And so quite a lot of fund was put into the library and a bunch of different kinds of rooms. But I think the observation you made was it wasn't really an engaging place. So can you tell us what could be done to it as the building is now? How would you like to see it be more appealing or user-friendly for the kind of drop-in place that young people might want?
I'd go out and ask young people.
Well, I'm asking the ones that have come today.
It's just two of how many thousands that you have
But
here.
you must know, because you made that comment in your presentation, you said it wasn't engaging.
Well, I haven't actually been in the library yet myself. This is a comment that's come from young people, but they're saying that they're only turning up because it's got free Wi-Fi, but they don't want to hang around in there because it's not comfortable, it's not engaging, it's not youth-friendly. So I think the important thing here really is that we need to go to young people, be that within the within the school setting or an after-school workshop or something and ask them.
And do either of the young people that have come with you today want to tell us?
It's a good setup. I think there could be a bigger option for ebooks, because just the audio ones, because lots of people, they don't enjoy reading, but lots of people just like to sit there and just enjoy listening to a book. It could be the big option of audio books, and then there could also just be a space or spaces where you just go with friends and you can talk like loudly and stuff. That's all the doors can be closed and you can just go in there and have loud talking, because you can go in there with your mates, but you have to be quiet and courteous of everyone else. There could be a space where you don't have to be courteous to everyone else.
If you have a chance, check out the library space that they have in Christchurch. It's an amazing environment, very youth friendly.
Last question, Andy.
Yeah, thanks. Something we're hearing a lot of today is the walkway, and in particular the Tarahira walkway. And in case you don't know, that's going to link the walkways existing to all the high schools. So, and a lot of that is from the initiative of climate change and getting people out of cars. There's a lot of support for it, but anyone that criticises says, oh, there's not that many people using them. Do you think once we get them up and running, the youth will get onto their bikes and use those if they link up to the schools?
I think they will, because with my parents anyway, I'd love to bike to school, but they don't like me going on the roads, because there are quite a few dodgy people that don't really like cyclists or anyone else. So that space for a cyclist just to bike, and they don't have any cars flying by them, I think they would get up on their bikes and go to school on their bike.
Hi Heidi. Taylor, Alex, thank you so much for taking the time, and it's definitely a space we've discussed it in the last few weeks as council, how we go forward in this space. I know you and I have met before, so I look forward to us. And Isaac over there, he's our youth council man, so he'll also be working alongside us to see what we can do. Thanks a lot for joining us today.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Coral. I adjourn the meeting. Thanks for adjourning. What's that?